Woo! It's doing it. Only 14 minutes late. For us, that's good, actually. Yeah, now we're going to go. Welcome to Tech Talk. Star AuxxZillary with the beard.
Yeah.
The fat guy with the 3D printed headphones. What's that?
Suno, make me a beatbox song.
Oh, yeah, dude. We still need to do that. Well, actually, maybe we'll do that during the stream this time because we missed it last time.
Are we even live right now?
Fun. I don't know. Let's find out. It says
doesn't look like it.
It says I'm live, but it's a black screen. Why is it a black screen?
I don't even see it on the webpage.
I am confused. Oh no, there it goes. There it goes. Here, try it now.
There it is.
Try it now. Maybe it's just, it was weird in the dashboard. It said live and it was counting the number up, but it was a black screen. So I think until the image actually pops up, it's not actually streaming for everybody else. So it looks like we have 10 concurrent viewers right now sitting in chat. We're gonna call them out because they're early. We got Ian in the house. He's been waiting. Gamers Unite. We got Ryan in the house. He's a channel member, so is Gamer Unite. Yorkshire Techie in the house. Hell yeah. Nice. We got Mechberg. Like shit, we got all the channel members here today. What's up, channel member crew?
Ian Scott Johnson, Exuded. What's up, Joe Taji? Nick Lee, what up? Oh, it's that networking guy.
Fuck that guy, man. That guy's been fucking stalking me and doxing me, and he tried to eat my dog. Like, seriously. What? That networking guy. Yeah, fucker came into my yard, grabbed a dog, like my dog, and just ate it in front of me. I was like, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. They're eating all the cats and dogs. That's gonna be on a shirt for eternity, man. I swear to God, that will never be lived down ever.
Dude, it'd be like hot dogs though. Like I want one that says like it's got like Joey Chestnut on it, and it says, "Oh, they're eating all the dogs." That'd be so funny.
Actually, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. I missed the Netflix did a live competition between Kobayashi and Chestnut on Labor Day weekend. I missed it. I mean, it's still you can watch the recording or whatever. But
it's probably going to sound incredibly ignorant. But who is Kobayashi? That sounds like familiar.
So in the Nathan's national hot dog eating contest
the dude
every
that
year.
Holds the world record for eating. The little guy.
I think he doesn't
dude, right?
anymore. He doesn't. I don't think he holds it anymore.
Okay.
But he beat. So Joey Chestnut held it for a few years, for quite a while, and then Kobayashi came on and fucking crushed him and held it for a while. But I think. Oh, what happened? What happened? Chestnut got sponsored by Beyond, I think, or Impossible, one of the fake meat companies. And so Nathan's dropped him, and there's a new world record holder now, I think.
I recognize Joey Chestnut.
For a long time, though.
I've seen this Joey Chestnut guy all over the place. Like his face is super familiar to me. Kobayashi though, I just looked him up. Yeah, I remembered the name. I watched when he broke the world record for the number of eggs, hard-boiled eggs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like he held the record. I think it was for Kobe, because he doesn't just eat hot dogs.
No, he's a professional eater.
Kobayashi, let's see here. I want to say it was hard-boiled eggs because man, he was just like swallowing them like pills, man.
I remember reading or watching a thing about him. He has a genetic thing that his dad had too. His dad was like semi-pro eater, like he would do it on the side kind of casually. But
it's not natural.
His stomach, his stomach sits lower in his abdomen, so it can expand more before it starts pressing on his diaphragm and like causes it makes it hard to breathe. So he can eat more. I mean, he's like a little guy, but because his stomach sits lower in his abdomen, it can swell out bigger. It's crazy.
Yeah, like I watched him do an eating contest where he got up at the end when he was done, and you could see he had like a wicked pot belly. Like it was just insane.
Like distended. It's crazy.
He's like a tiny dude too. He's like not.
Yeah,
he's
can't
not
be more than like 135
big
pounds or something.
Yeah, it's
he's
wild.
A little guy.
Okay, so let's see here. So you said he did retire. So Joey Chestnut holds the new record at 83 hot dogs. Does that sound right? September 2nd, 2024. It says Joey Chestnut versus Kobayashi. And it says Chestnut set the record in the winning hot dog eating rematch with 83 hot dogs.
Wow.
And his previous record was 76 hot dogs. Kobayashi only ate 66 hot dogs in the 10-minute contest. Fucking 10 minutes? 83 hot dogs in 10 minutes? Dude.
And we're talking Nathan's. They're Nathan's dogs. Like because a lot of
with
other
bun or
just
it's just the hot dog. It's not the bun, right?
Yeah, it's the bun. It's the bun too. Yeah.
The fuck? Okay, that's crazy. Okay, so we divide that by 10. What do we get? 8.3 hot dogs a minute. This dude's putting down a hot dog like every 5 or 6 seconds for 10 minutes straight with no break.
That's so cool.
Okay, that's way more than I thought. I'm trying to find Kobayashi's eating records. For some reason, it's hard to find. I don't know why. Let's go ask Koba. Let's go ask AI. I bet you AI knows. It'll probably tell us the wrong answer, though. All right, let's see here. Kobayashi. Okay, so Kobayashi eating record. It's looking it up right now. Why is it showing porn searches in Copilot?
Whoa.
I don't remember asking Copilot about my porn. Why is it pulling in them searches?
Bing don't care, man.
It does. Okay, so I got his record. So hot dogs. He set a record for eating 50 hot dogs in 12 minutes. So he did beat his own personal best when he went up against Joey Chestnut. But can you believe it? Joey Chestnut beat him by like over 20 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
That is surprising.
That's huge. That's way huge. And Kobayashi was already at his best, right? Because he beat his previous record. So okay, so no, I was wrong. It wasn't eggs. My bad. It was I think rice balls. So Kobayashi consumed 20 pounds of rice balls in 30 minutes. 20 pounds. Imagine standing on a scale, getting off eating and being 20 pounds heavier in 30 minutes.
Wow.
That is wild. For hamburgers, he ate 12 hamburgers in 3 minutes.
Huh.
Oh my God. Meatballs, 29 meatballs in 1 minute. Twinkies, 14 Twinkies in 1 minute. Lobster rolls, 41 lobster rolls in 10 minutes, man. How do you not die from mercury poisoning?
Wow.
Cow brains. Wow. He ate 17.7 pounds of cow brains in 15 minutes. Like, how do you do that and not just the yak? Because don't get me wrong, I'm fat as shit. Like, I love food, right? Like, you can tell, like, there's no looking at me and thinking a bee stung me. Like, I ate the food to get here. I couldn't do that. I could not, like, for me, honestly, like, no shit, I had hot dogs a couple days ago, and I was pretty hungry, and I tried to put down 3 hot dogs. Okay, I was like, not usually I eat 2, but I'm like, I'll take 3 hot dogs. And these are like, just regular, not like the footlongs, but like the regular little hot dogs or whatever. I tried to eat 3 of them. And by like halfway through the third one, and that's all I was eating. No sides, nothing else, just eating hot dogs with some condiments on it. And after like 2 hot dogs, I was already like, oh, I don't really want to even eat the third one. I nibbled on it and threw the rest away. This guy ate 83. Joey Chestnut ate 83 fucking hot dogs in 10 minutes.
Crazy.
And it probably took me 20 minutes just to eat the 2.5 that I was sitting there nibbling on, right? But that's just wild to think that these people, I mean, they must have full suppression of their gag reflex. Because there's no way they're chewing this all the way. Like, this has to be just like chew it enough to fit it down the hole and then just chase it. Like, they're probably using each hot dog to push the last hot dog down, just running a train on their stomach.
It's nuts.
Hey, what's up, Colin B? How's it going, man? Surf, what's up, man? Blue Varro in the house. He said, I'm so glad I am on Ozempic. Stop bragging, man. Okay, so check this out. Ozempic, right? The miracle drug. Just be careful because they're finding out a lot of bad stuff about Ozempic, and I even had a bad experience with it. So just be careful, tread carefully. Don't stay on it for too long. However, Ozempic, man, for losing weight, holy shit, man. Semaglutide is the drug in it. I have Rybelsus, which is like basically the same thing. Same ingredient and everything, just different brand. This drug costs $1,200 for a month supply for 30 pills. $1,200, and insurance usually doesn't cover it. So that's why I said Blue Varro stop bragging, because Blue Varro must have some baller insurance, because I doubt he's paying $1,200 out of pocket for that shit. And check this out, it wasn't always $1,200. It's only $1,200 because it used to be used for diabetes, and now they're using it off label for weight loss. And it's been so successful that like every celebrity and everything's taking this shit now. Like, everybody's taking it. Like, even my doctor was like, bro, if you're too lazy to lose the weight the right way, just fucking check this pill back once a day. You'll lose tons of weight. And I lost, I want to say I lost 14 pounds in the 30 days that I was on it. I didn't take it all 30 days, though. I took it 20 days, lost 14 pounds in 20 days, only taking it, I think, a total of about, it's like 12 or 14 days before I got sick and I had to come off of it. But I kept losing weight after that for a while. I mean, you gain it all right back like the second you stop taking it, which is the shitty part. But what it does is it just murders your appetite. You cannot eat. Like, it makes food like look disgusting. Like, when I was on it for the 14 days, I was like, I didn't even realize. I woke up, didn't even drink coffee. Like, didn't even want my coffee. I drank water and didn't eat any food. And that night I still felt full and like repulsed by looking at food. Like I felt full all the time. This drug does something to the brain. It does something with your blood sugar. That's why they use it for diabetes or whatever. But that reflex that you have that triggers you to want to eat, that hunger reflex, it suppresses it completely. You could literally just go like 3 days and not be hungry at all for any food. You just start basically starving, and you don't know it. You're unaware. The sad part about it is a lot of people get slight nausea from it. It's really common. And I got fairly extreme nausea, which is why I couldn't handle it. Like they said it might go away, so I stayed in there like a trooper. But then after day 14, I was like, no, I just feel like I'm going to yak every single day. I can't do anything. I can't get out of bed. I have no energy at all. I was like, nope, I got to tap out of this shit. And plus, the truth is, I only had a 1 month supply that was given to me by the doctor as a sample, a medical sample. The pharmacy wanted $1,200 and insurance covered $0.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
I was like, are you serious? Like, there's no way I'm going to pay $1,200 a month. It's like, you know what? I'll pay $600 a month to somebody to just take the fork out of my hand. It's like, bro, I'm going to pay you $600 this month. All you got to do is every time I pick up a piece of food, just take half of it away from me and we'll be good. Hey, what's up, Anthony? Mengione Retrobit said they say romaine lettuce does the same, just not to that crazy extent. Oh, you mean for like suppressing appetite? Actually, I have you ever done the cabbage diet? By the way, not recommending any diet. Everybody responds to diets differently. Talk to your doctor. Don't try stuff just because you see it on the internet. Like literally work with a doctor. Your doctor knows best. Don't mess around with that. But I did the cabbage diet once, and all you do is just eat unlimited boiled cabbage. You can like spice it up with spices and stuff, just as long as it doesn't have a high calorie content. You just like put spices and stuff on it. But all you do is eat cabbage, and cabbage, it's basically just fiber and water. Your body uses more energy to push the cabbage out your pooper than it does just eating it. So you could sit completely stationary eating cabbage, and you will burn more calories eating the cabbage than if you just starved and didn't eat anything, but you feel full. So it's basically like poor people semaglutide. It makes you feel full all the time, but you get really sick of it quick. Like cabbage is not, I mean, I don't know anybody that can eat cabbage like all day, every day and not get sick of it after like 15 minutes. It's really not the greatest diet. The other diet I did was the Cheerio diet. And this isn't an actual diet. This is one I just did myself because I was trying to win a contest at work. And I lost, no shit, just eating Cheerios and non-fat milk. Because we got free non-fat milk at work when I worked at Microsoft. So I'd be grabbing that shit. I'd just buy these huge boxes of Cheerios, just regular plain old Cheerios. And I'd eat Cheerios for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, and then play Dance Dance Revolution on the PlayStation. That's what I did for 30 days.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and I used to play like hard for like an hour and a half solid, right? So at the end of the month, I lost 46 pounds in 30 days just eating nothing but Cheerios. But then I got scurvy. When was the last time you heard of somebody getting scurvy?
Dude, that's like that takes so long. That's like over a month.
I got scurvy in 1 month.
Nothing.
Yeah.
How did you miss? I mean, I guess it's all you're eating is Cheerios
apparently, So apparently Cheerios does have vitamin C in it, but it doesn't have enough vitamin C for a human. And the milk didn't have like any like trace amounts of vitamin C or whatever.
Trace, like barely immeasurable.
So I go into the doctor, my face is flush, I have no energy, I feel like super, super messed up, right? Like everything about me was like really screwed. And I lost the contest. The other dude just drank like prune juice and shit his guts out and lost like another 3 pounds. But I was like, dude, I was religious on this diet. I go to the doctor and he's like, bro, you have a vitamin C deficiency, otherwise known as scurvy. And I was like, what? Like the shit the pirates got? Like on the boats? Like, you got scurvy, yar. He's like, yep, one and the same. Because apparently, you probably know this because you know all kinds of weird random facts, but pirates got scurvy all the time because they could only take fresh fruit for the first part of the voyage. And then once it was gone, they ate a sea diet, and the sea diet didn't have any vitamin C in it. So they would all get a vitamin C deficiency. And it would lead to a lot of other disease and illness and stuff. You don't want scurvy. It's bad. It fucks you up really bad. So he had to put me on like these huge horse pills that was like 50,000 units of vitamin C that I had to take every single day. And it probably took me 2 or 3 weeks before I finally felt like normal again.
Chunkin pill, I bet.
Dude, it was gross too, man. Like a vitamin C pill that it did not taste like you'd think vitamin C would taste like. It tasted like ass. And so
because it's just what is it, ascorbic acid? Basically in a pill.
But apparently our diets, like normal human diets, just like what we eat every day from like the grocery store and stuff, you get more than enough vitamin C. Like our food is all engineered to have enough vitamins. You basically eat like 10 times your value of vitamins just eating like a 2,000 calorie diet. If it's like normal food you get from the supermarket. However, Cheerios, that was the one blind spot. Cheerios did not have a sufficient source of vitamin C.
This is like fiber and iron. Like it's only fortified with like that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right. You basically are just pooping out like 99% of it, right? The reason I ate it is the calories were like super low. I can't remember what it was, but it was really low. Like I was looking for a food that I liked and I was like, Cheerios, I like cereal, I get free milk. I was like, this will probably be the best way to do it. But I did lose a ton of weight, but man, I went to the doctor because like I was trying to play DDR like by the end of the month and I couldn't even do it for like 10 minutes. I'm huffing and puffing, feeling all like I kept getting nauseous and dizzy. And so I go into the doctor, he's like, bro, you got scurvy. I was like, is that common? He's like, no. He's like, in a modern society, we don't see too many humans that have a vitamin C deficiency. That's probably like the least common deficiency out there. Like vitamin C is in fucking everything. And so, that was the day when I learned whatever diet you do, don't make it just the one food diet because humans are not designed to just eat the one thing over and over and over again. However, there are foods you can do that with. Like, for instance, potatoes. Yeah, potatoes are a superfood. They contain everything a human needs, 100%.
If you're ever like hard carb, or one of my favorites was is pancake mix and like a protein source, and you're golden. Like it's got everything you need. Because like it's so protein or pancake mix will have it's basically almost everything, and then you needed something to fortify the protein a bit because there's milk solids, there's like egg or something in there, there's and then it's usually fortified with all the other vitamins and stuff. And then so either beans or like peanut butter or some protein source of some sort, and you can live quite a while. You're not going to be happy about it, but yeah, man. If you ever like are just trying to survive, that's the way. Pancake mix.
And it's I believe it's a certain type. It's a certain type of potato too. Like white potatoes don't contain everything. So you want I don't know if it's a russet potato or here. Let me see. Let me ask it. So which because I know only like one or two of the potatoes. Okay, what potato contains all the nutrients a human needs to survive? Because I actually remember the Martian, the movie Martian, where he was like growing and eating potatoes. Like that's why they picked that food, right? Is because it sustains you just by itself.
Yeah, it's most everything. You probably still need a protein source of some kind.
So check this out. This no, it has protein. It has 2.2 per potato. It has 2.2 grams of protein. Dude, it's everything. Carbohydrates, fat,
you gotta
protein.
Eat the skins. Yeah, you got to eat the skins.
You got to eat the whole thing. The skins contain a lot of the nutrients. So check this out. Yeah. This is what's in a potato. Okay, like an average russet potato. 421 milligrams of potassium. Actually, I won't even say how much. I'll just say the things because there's so many. Potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, sodium, iron, zinc, manganese, copper, ascorbic acid, which you said that's vitamin C, right? The ascorbic acid. Yep. Choline? What the hell is that? CHOLINE? Mm-hmm. So, B4, vitamin B4.
That's the one that's trying to steal Dolly Parton's man.
B3, so niacin, right? It has BS, I think that's funny, BS, which is, let's see here, pantothenic acid. It's got, let's see here, thiamine, riboflavin, alpha tocopherol, whatever the hell that is. Very small amount, though. Folate and something called quinone.
Sure.
Vitamin K. Sorry, it said vitamin K next to it. I didn't see it. So, and this is per 100 grams. It has quite a bit of these things in it. So, I wonder how, and it's got, each one has 77 kcals or calories or whatever, 17.47 grams of carbohydrates, 0.9 grams of fat, and 2.2 grams of protein. So you'd have to eat quite a few. Like this isn't like you just eat one potato a day. Like you'd be putting these things back breakfast, lunch, and dinner and dessert, right? But you would get everything you need. Like if you were in space and you were stranded and you just ate nothing but water and potatoes, you'd be all right. Like you'd be fine. Which is just wild
for a while at least. But yeah.
But because we think of potatoes like fried, right? Like fried French fries and shit, and we always think of potatoes as bad. But the truth is potatoes are like a fantastic food. They just have to be eaten. You have to eat the skins. So if you're making mashed potatoes, you better and that also doesn't take into account cooking it. So when you do cook it, it does lose some of the nutritional value. But I don't think enough to I don't know for sure, but I don't think it's enough to really matter because I've heard that you can live on just cooked potatoes.
Sure.
How the fuck would you even eat a raw potato? Have you ever bitten into a potato? I can't imagine that's like very edible.
I mean, I have when I'm like making potato chips or something. I've eaten a little bit.
Oh, I got a question for you because like you said, you know all this weird shit, right? So
I know all kind of stuff. Yeah,
you
man.
do. Tell me this: I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's a rumor. It might be a fact. But do potatoes, like if they have green on them, is it poisonous to humans? Like, do they have to be ripe to eat them? Because I heard somewhere that if there's any green on the potato, like it's still ripening. Like if the potato is green, that it contains some enzyme or something that's like poisonous to humans and not good. Matt Burke said yes.
So. I wouldn't.
Let me see. Hold on here. So because seriously, this is the thing just like crossed my mind. I saw it some
people in chat are saying yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is it? Let me see. Okay. Why can't you eat green potatoes? Because like my wife bought potatoes from the store and there was a couple in there that had green on them, and even she knew this. She was like, "Oh no, we can't eat those ones yet." And I was like, "Why?" And
like
she
on
didn't
the
really
outside,
know.
like the skin is green.
Yeah. Like the skin has green on it. And I was like, "What? Why can't you?" Oh, here we go.
Now see the roots thing. I've eaten potatoes that have like turned into aliens before.
I have too, with all the eyes all over them. Yeah.
You pop that shit off and peel them. They're fine. I mean, I don't recall like ever, getting grumpy guts or anything from it.
Oh, I found it.
It's funny because like the roots like drain the potato. Like it just like the potato just starts getting all wrinkly and like emptied because it's trying to grow. And so it's using up all the insides to like, that's like all the energy.
Yeah, that's funny. So Soton actually got it right. It contains something called it's a plant toxin called solanine. And it said it's produced when potatoes are exposed to light for extended periods of time. So this must be why they take potatoes and pick them and put them in like dark cellars, not just because they get eyes, but also so this green goes away. And it says, so you can't just grab a potato out of the ground and start narfing on it. Like you have to actually like pick it and put it in the dark and let it burn off or get rid of this. I don't know how does it go away though? Like that's what I'm wondering. It's like, what is the process of it like going away?
Even after you're pulling them out, I'm sure somehow or another the as it's growing and stuff, it metabolizes that chemical into something else.
Oh, okay. Actually, that would make sense because even though you picked it, there's still biological mechanisms going on there, right?
It's still growing, technically, yeah. Like it doesn't just die because you pulled it off.
That makes sense.
That's why bananas continue to ripen or apples and stuff. Yeah,
100%. So okay, so I just asked Assistant on Poe, which is just a multi-AI thing that uses a bunch of them. It says eating green potatoes is not safe because they contain solanine, a toxic compound that can develop when potatoes are exposed to light. Oh, okay. So if you pick them out of the ground, they're okay. It's just if you leave them out in the sunlight or you leave them under UV, they develop this, it looks like. It says when potatoes turn green, so they're not green out of the, so you can't apparently eat them out of the ground. It's just if you take them out of the ground and leave them out in the sun, they develop this. So some of them turn green. It says when the potatoes turn green, it indicates that the chlorophyll is present, which means they have been exposed to light. To stay safe, it's best. Oh, so you're not seeing the color doesn't indicate that it has the solanine in it. It just indicates that it's been exposed to light, which is what generates the solanine. So it's like if you see green, don't eat it because the invisible bad thing is probably inside of it too.
Okay.
So I didn't know that. So
there's like arsenic in some kind of beans.
Yeah, in apple seeds too.
Mung beans or something like that. You can distill arsenic out of it.
Yep, same thing with apples. Apple seeds contain arsenic, just not enough to hurt you.
You'd need like 1 million pounds of fucking apple seeds or something to get enough to like hurt anybody. There's like,
I read a thing that said that you would actually get sick and throw them up, like just from the irritation it would cause to your stomach, like eating those seeds before there'd be any appreciable amount that would harm you.
There's ricin. That's what it was. Yeah,
hey, Jim the Evo, what's up, bro? Whoa, shit! Seriously, ricin, like the stuff the Russians used to like covertly kill people, like the stuff they put in dudes' underwear.
There was Navalny's undies. I want to say it was like in the late 90s. There was and I'm sure this isn't the only story of it, but a lady like spent a few weeks like slowly distilling these beans to get enough. I guess it was ricin. I thought it was arsenic, but yeah, or ricin to kill her husband. Like, and it builds up. Like, I think it's like something you could build up over time. Like she slowly poisoned him over time with, not just by making him eat the castor beans. Like you have to like, distill it down. There's like a process. You dry them up or something. I don't know how you do it.
I mean, anything that contains trace amounts can be distilled down, right? So
yeah, it takes a lot. That's why it took over a span of time, and that's actually how she got caught. Somehow she bought, like, over the course of time, was buying like a shit ton, like bags and bags and bags of these beans. But yeah, it was a trip. There's all kinds of crazy stuff out there, man. All kinds of weird, or like
I know ricin isn't detectable. Like ricin can't be detected with a test. At least that's what I heard when Navalny got poisoned with it. They just suspected it because they ruled everything else out, and then they knew the source was the underwear, because I think they found the underwear, like where they were able to confirm it. Yeah, it was literally just a drop on the inside of the band of his underwear. That was it. A dry drop of this ricin he put on the underwear. It put against his skin, and over a course of hours, as he walked away, he got on the airplane and everything. Crazy. It kicked in like during the flight. And I was like, seriously, a dry drop on fabric just in contact with your skin was enough to and he would have died if he didn't get medical attention. Like, it was a really close call. He spent a lot of time in that hospital rehabilitating. And for what, right? He goes, I still can't believe he did that, man. Goes back to Russia, gets arrested. What do you think was going to happen? Gets arrested immediately, and then they send him to like the worst camp in Siberia, and then the dude dies. Oh, he fell down, or he looked like he was weak and he fell over. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, with your leg kicking it out.
One of my favorites too is oh shit, what was I thinking? What was I just thinking? Nutmeg. You eat enough nutmeg, you'll hallucinate a little bit.
I've heard that. Why? What's it like? What is the compound in nutmeg that makes you like goofy?
There's a cousin of nutmeg it's psychedelic, and there is that similar chemical in it, but you have to eat it's like a quarter cup all at once or something, and it'll make you see like little sparkles or something. It's very mildly psychedelic.
That is weird. Yeah, I did hear that from somebody. I don't know what the context of the conversation was, but I do remember somebody saying that, if you eat a shitload of nutmeg. But I was like, how could you eat that much? Like, could you eat that much nutmeg? Yeah, you have to eat nutmeg? A lot. Like, how would you, because it's a powder, right? And an irritant, kind of like, what am I thinking? Cinnamon. Like cinnamon is like like it's a powdery irritant, and you don't like it. It causes your mouth to like salivate and really bad and everything. It's really bad. It's acrid, I think is the word.
It's also what makes like a cherry's jubilee sparkle. When you set on fire, it like sparks and sparkles. Yeah.
Nutmeg like burns? Like what color does it burn? Do you know?
It's just like little sparkles. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's badass. Okay, so Darnell said that nutmeg has tons of uses. Like, other than food, are there any uses for it? I mean, other than food, and like somebody who can eat a pound of it and get high. So nutmeg have the powder or seed form. Oh, I've never seen the seed form of nutmeg.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
And Soton says he puts nutmeg on his porridge. It makes sense
that there would be, though, of course.
I know nutmeg's in a lot of recipes. Like, a lot of the stuff we eat has nutmeg in it. I know my favorite Christmas beverage has nutmeg in it, which is eggnog. So I know there's quite a bit of nutmeg in eggnog, like good eggnog. Ryan, he said, God, I love these random weird conversations. You always learn something new. I know, it's funny.
Yeah, man.
That's why I love Aux. Me and him, we just hang out and just trail off on shit. Like, before the show, like, no kidding, we came up with the topics like 30 seconds before we started the show, because it's just to, like, so we can put something on the topic to get you all in here, but then we just talk about whatever. We usually get around to the topics eventually, depending on, like, how they pop up in the conversation and everything. But no, we just love hanging out and dragging you guys along for the ride. So you guys are kind of just getting like duped into coming in here. By the way, I forgot to send the stream out to anybody, so I'm tweeting out TikTok is live. So come, I'm gonna say TikTok is live ! Because that's really gonna help. Let's see here. I'll say please. Actually, that sounds too needy. Let's just do come hang out with AuxxZillary and I, and let's have some fun, some nerdy fun. There we go. People like that. OpenRGB. Actually, you know what I should do is I should take this, put it into AI. Let's let AI work for us today, since we're going to be talking about it. So I'm going to go into AI and say, make this sound way more interesting in a tweet form under 248 characters to get people excited to come join my stream. And there, I'll put in the topics and everything. Let's see what it cranks out. Okay. Dive into the world of Tech Talk Live. Join AuxxZillary and me for a fun-filled session. We're exploring OpenRGB magic, genetically modified foods, the PS5 Pro hype, and AI spelling struggles. Don't miss out. Click this link now. I love it. I absolutely love it. That was actually really good. Like, honestly, I got, go. And that was assistant. I don't even know what, like, if you use POE, It's not power over Ethernet in this context. Poe is a online AI aggregator that you pay a monthly fee for, and they basically give you access to like 100 or 200 different AIs, like around the world, like image generating AIs, text AIs, what do they call multimodal AIs, where you can do like images, sound, and everything together with text. It gives you access to all of them, and it basically gives you 1 million points a month, and then each AI, depending on how much compute power it uses, has a price per query. And some of them are like 5 points, so you could just run like pretty much unlimited. Other ones are like 1,000, and there's a couple in there that I had to be careful because there's a couple that are like 50,000, like for a single prompt. So you're going to eat up your million, and what would that be? So 50,000 be like 20 per million, so 80 in a month, and you're tapped, like 80 total prompts for an entire month. But it has some AIs that I didn't even know existed. Like it has a form of OpenAI that has a 256,000 context. So you can just dump like 5 or 10 pages of text into the damn thing, and it'll accept it, and it won't say, oh, this is too much text, I can't do that. It also has a variant of Claude 3.5 Sonnet that can do 200,000 200,000K context. So, and it also has an image generator called Flux. Have you ever heard of Flux? It's kind of a new kid on the block. Really good image generator. Little costly. It's like $1,250 per message. But you can actually tell it what aspect ratio you want. And it'll give you back the image in whatever aspect ratio you want, width versus height. And it creates images that are pretty damn realistic looking. Like a matter of fact, if you look at my video, I released a video on YouTube after like 10 years yesterday, completely random. I was literally just recording a video of me beating on a relay in my air conditioner because I've been posting this thread on X showing people like my progress, trying to triage it, trying to figure out, I thought this was the broken component, so I went and harvest this off in a broken AC in my garage and tried it. I could not get it working. And my Hail Mary was to bang on this relay inside of it that I narrowed down to it being stuck. And it actually became unstuck and worked, and I couldn't believe it. So I was pretty excited in the video because I wasn't expecting it to work. I was just going to post, here's my next step I did. And so I tried to upload it to X, and it goes, oh, you can't upload a video over 5 megabytes. Are you shitting me?
No, come on.
Are you shitting me? I'm a premium user, and Elon went on and on about, oh, you can post 30-minute videos.
Not premium enough.
Yeah, we're the new YouTube. You can post. I can't upload a video over 5 megabytes. Are you fucking kidding me? So anyways, because of that, I was like, you know what? I'll just upload it unlisted to YouTube, and I'll put the link on Twitter. But then when I uploaded it to YouTube, it asked me, it's like, oh, do you want to do public or unlisted? And I was like, wait a second, I haven't published a video in forever. I was like, I really don't want my first video back to be like me just shooting a thing on my iPhone for a couple of minutes. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You only live once. So I published it, and it's actually doing really good right now. The comments are actually fairly decent on it, and people were excited to see it. So I was like, it kind of got me over this like mental hurdle I had. So
man.
So it ended up like
it feels good. Yeah, I did the same. Like I haven't been posting stuff like on eBay and stuff for a little while, and I did one night. Just was like bam, just knocked out a bunch of them, and like half of it sold in a day. I was like, oh man, it makes me feel a lot better. I have more shit I need to get rid of actually because I got too much stuff.
That weird? Isn't it weird how you get in your head?
Really good.
Yeah, you get in your head, right? And you tell yourself like, people aren't going to want to watch that, or people aren't going to look at that, or people aren't going to buy that. Or, oh, this is going to be a waste of time. Or, oh, people are going to just troll me, and it's like stupid. You talk yourself out of stuff.
Oh, my God, man.
Oh, my effing G. Oh, my God, dude. Blue Varo in the house. Oh,
this is weird.
Bringing $50 Renos. My God, what's weird?
Yeah, he says, lately I've been having issues with the Windows 11 where my file explorer keeps going unresponsive or non-responsive. I do fix it by running the ISO and keeping my files, but it does still break again. Should I just do a fresh install of the ISO? I would. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I didn't catch this. Lately, I've been having issues with Windows 11 where my file explorer keeps going non-responsive. Oh, plugins. Plugins in the context menu. So you know how you right-click an Explorer and it has a bunch of options in that little menu? Are you on? Oh, so he's on Windows 11. When you open that context menu, like each one of those DLLs has to load with those features in it. Like when a program adds stuff to that menu. And I've had programs before that I've installed that have added things to that menu that take forever to spawn. Like there's a configuration issue. It can't find things on the network. And so it'll hang. And when it does that, it also hangs Explorer. It doesn't mean that this is 100% your problem, but this is one I've run into multiple times where I get constant Explorer not responding, even though I'm not even opening the context menu. And I think it's because when you open Explorer, it automatically tries to load all those menu options, right? If they're not already loaded, or it like triggers them to set themselves up. Like, oh, I'm about to click on a file or I'm about to do something, like load these. And if that operation hangs or the program sits around and twiddles its thumb, it stops everything dead in its tracks until it's ready. So if you find that it's like freezing and not responding, and then after like, 30 seconds or 45 seconds, it just magically comes back, because it will eventually time out. Like if something tries to do something in that menu and it takes longer than a certain amount of time, it'll just kick it away and not load it. But I have had that happen. Andrew actually has a good thing you could try too, is the DISM online cleanup image restore health. That's one of the commands. There's another. What's the other command? There's another one that's there's two commands that you can run to basically like clean up Windows without like resetting any defaults or anything like that, but it'll go through and like clean up all the Windows settings. So let's see here. Commands, becoming so reliant on AI now. Commands for cleaning up Windows PCs from command prompt. And let's see if I can find it here. Not clean manager. I think cleanup is the wrong word. It's like fix, because there's one that's like /verify or scan something. Oh, Andrew, you got an SFC
fresh,
scan now. That's it.
Start fresh install. Make a backup, an image of your fresh install, and then a bunch of night packages for all your stuff.
If you don't mind doing a fresh install, I'm with Aux. Like I love a fresh install. It actually feels like putting on a fresh pair of underwear. Like as a matter of fact, I clean install my computer at least once a year. Like where I would say that's often. Yep. You should. Yeah. And the reason that I do that is because you install a lot of things and uninstall a lot of things throughout the time, and you load a lot of patches from both Microsoft and whatever programs you're running. And over time, it tends to just clog things up. Like you get a lot of crap in the registry you don't need. You get a lot of drivers and services that are loading you forget about. Yeah, just file clutter. So yeah, a clean install is good. But if you don't want to do a clean install because you have so much invested and you're like, oh, this is going to take too much time, and you're willing to try some of the other things, definitely give SFC Scan Now and DISM a try. DISM will fix any files that got corrupted or any files that are the wrong version. And then SFC Scan Now, I believe, does that's the system secure files thing, right? So SFC. So let's see here. It's
system files scan or something like that. System
files. Yep, that's it. Okay, so it scans the integrity of all the system files and replaces the incorrect versions with the Microsoft version. So if you have like third-party programs, sometimes they'll install their own version of a dependency, and this will revert that back to like the Microsoft approved dependency. Just be aware of this one. It's never caused me a problem, but people have told me before that sometimes it'll revert a DLL or something that your program relies on that very specific version, and then your program starts having problems because it's like, oh, the API I'm calling is a different version or acts differently, or that API I'm calling isn't even there because it's an older version of the DLL. So just know that actually can cause a problem. So create a restore point, like create a system. There's even a command for that too. Like, what is the command for creating a system restore point in Windows? Because there's a command you can just run. I used to have on my desktop. I used to have a script that you just double click a little batch file, and it would run this command to create, so that I could just really easy create as many restore points as I needed as I was like progressing. And I also used it for virtual machines too, because the virtual machines could record state externally. Like you can say, hey, snapshot the state and restore it. Nice. But for whatever I was doing, I wanted to preserve it in Windows specifically. I can't remember why, because honestly, the snapshot is much faster. Okay, so if you're Windows PC, you want to create a restore point. Let's see, and it's enabled. Okay, so the command is WMI. Oh no, nobody's gonna run that. Are you shitting me? Okay, hold on. I got to show you this command. This is obnoxious. Nobody's gonna do this. Okay, forget what I said. Use the UI. This is the command. I'm gonna put this in here. This is the command to create a freaking restore point in Windows from the command line.
That looks sketchy. I'm not doing that. Just push the button.
So yeah, WMIC, and you have to give it a namespace, and you have path, restore, call, create, restore point. So this is literally like calling a function in a DLL and passing parameters to it. I guarantee it. So yeah, nobody's gonna remember that. Never mind. Forget what I said. Just use the freaking UI. Holy crap. Oh, wait a second. Do they have their own? Hold on here. RS. I'm learning a thing. RSTRUI, is that a thing? Oh, I just learned a thing. There is a program in Windows here. Let me see if it loads. It's called RSTRUI. I think, let's see, does this just open the UI? I want to see, because it says UI in it. So apparently this is the restore point Command line tool. Oh, yeah, so that just opens up the restore. So if you type RSTRUI from run or the start menu, it'll bring up the system restore, like the default system restore dialog where you just click next, give it a name, click done. And so you don't have to go digging through settings or dig through the control panel or anything. That's kind of cool. Okay, hold on. I didn't know that. I honestly did not know that was there. And then you can also create a restore point from a desktop shortcut using that WMIC command. they said, oh, just take that copied into shortcut, paste on your desktop. And I'm pretty sure that's what I was doing when I did the restore points before. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh, by the way, WMIC apparently just calls into a DLL.
KEY?
Huh?
MICKEY?
No, WMIC. Okay, I'm curious. So I've used this command before. I just don't know what the hell. So it doesn't even say what it is. So WMIC is depreciated. Okay, that's never a good sign. So what replaced it? Let's see here. What replaced? Because it looks like it just calls into DLL. So if you don't know what a DLL is, guys, or a dynamically linked library. You got Aux got it. So all it is an executable without an entry point. That's it. So normally in an exe, you have a function called main, and it's called entry point. It doesn't have to be main. You can call it other things, just depending on how you compile
you can call
it.
Whatever you want.
But basically, that's the function that when you run an executable, it loads that into memory, and it runs that first function for you. DLLs lack that. DLLs just contain functions. That's it. Objects, functions, classes, methods, variables. All that is just a DLL is just a library. It contains all the stuff that you want to use in your program, right? So that you can share.
All your stuff.
Yeah, it's all your stuff. So apparently
all your variables and data and stuff like that.
Yeah, so WMIC looks like it can actually call into these DLLs. So what the hell replaced it then? Here, let me see. Let's see here. There's also another command. What is it? It's like shell 32 or win32, w32. There's another command I remember using when I was at Microsoft to call directly into DLL. Like you could literally type the command space, the DLL name space, the function name, and then pass the variables as comma delimited values on the command line. And the reason why this is useful is because there's a lot of DLLs in Windows that contain APIs that are just like complete or functions that are completely standalone that'll do something useful. Like, let's say you want to change the brightness on your monitor. You could just figure out which DLL Windows is using and which function it's using to call that to change the brightness. And now you can just run that directly from the command line. And then you don't need a program to actually like load it and do it, which is really cool. I can't remember. It's like win32 win. God, it's going to drive me batshit crazy. Okay, what is the replacement for WMIC, which is depreciated? Okay, so WMIC tool is superseded by Windows PowerShell. Oh, by the way, never mind. I take that back. WMIC is for WMI. So Windows Management Instrumentation. So, and in PowerShell, it's just built in. In PowerShell, you can just use WMI like directly. So this isn't the DLL thing I was thinking of. Is it run 32? Hold on here. Run. I think I remember. Run 32 something. Winder dir star run 32 star s. It's something run 32. Wait, come on, guys, help me out in chat. I know I got a lot of nerds out there that know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like
I don't do this kind of thing. This is why your shit breaks.
Yeah, something 32. It's so true though. Did you run that restore point? Did you run that restore point command before you started doing this? You're gonna start fucking around with system DLLs? Should actually. Come on, man. I really should. You know what? Just for comic effect, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna run it right now. Watch this. I'm going to run it. WMIC namespace. Oh, but I got to put in the name, right? So WMIC, default path, system restore, call, create restore point. Now I got to give it a name. I'm going to call my restore point Aux told me.
Yeah, exactly. Gamers Unite's right on the same path my brain is. Yeah, watch the stream die as Jerry's system restores his PC.
Okay, there we go. I just ran it. It says executing system restore, create restore point. So it is actually running the DLL. So it says method executed successfully. And the return value is 0, which is good. We always want a return value of 0. That means no errors occurred because the return value of something is usually the error code or the object. But when you're running an exe, the return from the main function should be 0 if everything went well. There are exceptions, but that's generally the consensus. You just everything good, return 0. You're good.
Yep.
So if you ever run an exe from the command line, if you just type echo space % error level %. I did this all the time when I was at Microsoft. So like if you want to know if like the function like ran successfully, So like you just do this echo error level from the command prompt. It will show you the last error level of the last command you ran. So if you're ever running like a bunch of stuff from the command line and it's not very verbose, or like you're not sure, like it said, oh, there's some concerning stuff here in the text, but it looks like it finished successfully. This will give you back the number, and then you can go, depending on the program, you can go look at the error levels and see what it means. So why are you not talking about O1? What is O1?
That's the Strawberry OpenAI model.
It's called O1?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was called GPT-4o. Okay,
that's the current. Well, that's the current next most new one. O1 is the newest one they come out with, where it's like slower. It's supposed to think through the steps. They codenamed it Strawberry.
There it
which
is.
I think is, of course, a nod to the meme.
We had to disconnect there because I didn't know. Let me see if O1 is inside of Poe yet. Let's see if they have it, because they have all the other OpenAI stuff. So it's O1. Let me do a search. It's there. O1 preview, O1 mini 128K, and GPT O1 preview. So they have 3 different versions. Let's see, how much does it cost to run? 10,000. What? 10,000 fucking points
10,
to run this?
Tokens?
10,000 units. Remember I told you a Poe, you get 1 million tokens a month?
Yeah.
This one's 10,000 per prompt. That's really expensive, by the way, for O1 preview 128K. Luckily,
the O1 preview.
The O1 mini is only 1,800, which is okay. That's cheap. The preview is 10,334. Why is this so expensive? Is O1 supposed to like use shitloads of processing power or something?
I don't know. It's supposed to like think through. It's a little slower with the responses, but it's supposed to like think through it a little better. It's a little like more reasoning. They call it. Okay.
Well, I mean, they definitely charge you for the privilege. So, okay, OpenAI, I pulled up a little thing here. It says OpenAI released a new model dubbed GPT-01. Yeah, thank you for correcting that, because honestly, I thought everybody's been talking about GPT-4o. And when I did the strawberry exercise, I did it on GPT-4o and it had that problem. So I didn't know you were talking about a new one. I honestly didn't even know that O1 was a thing. I mean, I should know this because I do a bunch of AI stuff. But yeah, this somehow slipped under my radar. So OpenAI released a new AI model dubbed GPT-01. The culmination of its rumored Project Strawberry. Did they really name it Project Strawberry because the AI previously couldn't solve Strawberry?
100%.
Oh my fucking God. Okay.
You can't. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, they did that on purpose.
Ox, do me a favor. Tell everybody the story, because a lot of them I'm sure don't know. Tell them the story of why this is called Strawberry. This
oh man, so it was I want to say last week and maybe the week prior. It was all over like social media that on my channels and stuff. The algorithms feeding me this. Apparently the LLMs can't count the number of R's, the occurrences of the letter R in the word strawberry. It would always come back and say 2, and we actually tested this last week, and it actually, like, the models were being very aggressive in their responses about how many letters were in the word strawberry, and like we got it to count them out correctly like once, but anytime like it tried to do the counting, it would fuck up and say nope, there's only 2, and it's like, okay, walk me through all the letters that are in the fucking word, and it'll okay, yeah, blah 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 blah, and then you ask like, okay, how many R's are that? Oh, there's 2. And it's like, what the
it will legit bite you to the
Raspberry. Yeah, it happened with Raspberry as well. And I want to say there's something weird about the double R. Like it's getting caught up on the double R. It's weird.
It's okay. So if you have access to an AI, and I don't think this is specific to, is this specific to OpenAI, or does this happen also with like Claude and stuff? I've never tried it with other ones. So
yeah, I think you used the Bing or Microsoft's one, and I think you used Claude, I think last time.
And the Microsoft one actually does use GPT behind the scenes. Yeah. Like Bing Copilot is just a slightly different weighted GPT-4, not 4.0, 4. And I think they use 3.5 if you move the slider to like I don't give a shit or whatever, and you want it faster, it does 3.5. I will tell you, Claude is awesome though. If you do coding, by the way, Claude AI, freaking fantastic. 3.0 is awesome. 3.5 is legendary. Like you can literally go into 3.5 and say, write me a Tetris game and any language you want, and it will give you like a fully functioning Tetris game. Just cut and paste it, run it, you're done. Or compile it, run it, done. It's freaking wild. So Strawberry, if you go to if you go to OpenAI using their free model, or even just Copilot. You can go to bing.com and just click Copilot and go in there and type into their free AI. Just say, how do you spell strawberry? And you'll see exactly what we're talking about. And then try to convince it that it's wrong and to spell strawberry differently, and it will fight you. It'll eventually succumb. Like I think we tried like 3 or 4 times, then it finally admitted it, but it was like under duress. It's like, okay, strawberry has 3 R's, but really you're just being a dick. It was like actually kind of aggressive.
That's so weird.
It's hilarious. But yeah, you type it in, and it's like it will walk you through it. Like you can literally say, like, how did you come to the conclusion that there's 2 R's in strawberry? Like Aux was saying, it will literally put each letter with a space between it with arrows under it, little carrots under it. And it'll be like, here are each individual letter, and here's the R's with arrows underneath them, and it will always miss that last R. Always. It will not point an arrow at it. And then, Gemini worked fine? Oh, awesome. Here, let's try, and this is obviously like a training bug of some kind, and what me and you I remember we had a hypothesis on this, and that was that OpenAI trains on data on the web, like primarily data on the web, and we thought that it's probably likely that more people misspelled strawberry than actually spelled it correctly. So the AI training on this bad spelling came to the conclusion that there's only 2 R's because most people spell it wrong. But the only thing I'm thinking that's not true is if you ask it, if you go into GPT and ask it and say, how do you spell strawberry? Like let's see here. So how do you spell strawberry? I think it will give you back. So STRAWBERRY. Yeah. So it gives you the correct spelling. And GPT-4o mini. If you say how many R's are in strawberry, that's where it gets all fucked up, right? How many R's are in strawberry? Yeah. And the answer is there are 2 R's in the word strawberry. Yeah, so it's still broken. And the weird thing is, guys, AI is this is where AI really sucks. This is the shitty side of AI, okay? You'd think, just go fix it. Go into the AI and tell it that there's 3 R's in strawberry, right? Done. You fixed it. It's patched now. That's not how AI works, though. You have to train it, and it has to go by the training. You can't just add these little patches on top of it. Like you can to a certain extent, but not in the training. Like to have it naturally flow with the AI, you have to have the training correct. And once it's in there, untraining it is a bitch. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Aux?
I do think they fixed it because like I just asked ChatGPT 4o and it says there are 3. The word strawberry contains 3 occurrences of the letter R.
I just tried it
somehow or another.
4o mini does not give that. 4o still has the problem. Here, let me try. You said you did it with GPT 4o straight up, right? Okay, how many R's are in the legacy word model. Strawberry? Because it's possible the mini model hasn't been updated. Okay. So
see, that's funny.
Yep, there are 3 R's. And 3 R's.
Ian Scott Johnson says 4o got it wrong. So maybe it's something about how you phrasing the.
So check this out. I asked it.
Phrase the question.
So I asked here. I'll cut and paste it so people can ask exactly what I did. So this GPT-4o, just like you did, it did it right. So like when I said there are 3 R's in the word strawberry, the response that I got back, or sorry, that was my bad. I posted the response, not my question. My question was how many R's are in the word strawberry? That's okay. Just how many R's are in the word strawberry? And GPT-4o got it right, which it didn't previously. We tested this. It didn't previously.
Yeah, it didn't. I tried this before, and it did not.
But if you go into GPT-4o mini, which I'm betting hasn't been updated yet, they probably updated the main model, but not the mini model yet. If you go in and ask it, I'm cut and pasting just to make sure there's no different characters. How many R's in the word strawberry? It's going to come back. The word strawberry contains, 3 R's. GPT-4o mini got it right. That's
weird. It's like it's all over the place.
Yeah, because I literally have another instance. Like I have 2 instances open. Let me see how I asked it differently. Okay, so in the one it got wrong, I said how many R's are in strawberry. I didn't say how many. So I said how many. The difference is I said how many R's are in the word strawberry, and then the other one that got it wrong, I said how many R's are in strawberry. So like I'm not asking the word strawberry. I'm saying how many R's are in strawberry. So I think that might be the thing that's confusing it. So ask Word. You try it on your end. Like try using just adding Word to the ones that didn't work. Like instead of saying strawberry, put the word strawberry and see if that fixes it.
The word I said, or my question was how many occurrences of the letter R, and I capitalized it with quotes around it, are in the word strawberry.
And it got it wrong? Or got it right?
Strawberry contains 3 occurrences.
Yeah, see,
it's even bolded.
So take out Word. Do me a favor. Type the same thing. Okay. Just take out in the word. Just say in strawberry. Leave everything else the same and in a new context and see if it gives you the wrong answer. Because for me, that's when it gives me the wrong answers when I say strawberry instead of the word strawberry.
In strawberry.
Yep. Jim the Evo actually made a really good point.
You're right.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep. So I did how many occurrences of the letter R are in strawberry? Mm-hmm. And it says 2.
So when you say strawberry, not the word strawberry, that's when it gets it wrong. I didn't notice that before.
Weird.
So it's almost like its training treats it differently. Like when you ask about strawberry, it's not thinking of the word, it's thinking of like a strawberry. But that still would make sense because there's no R's in an actual, like when you bite a strawberry, an R doesn't come out of it, right? So that context doesn't make sense. Jim the Evo also made like a really good point, and that is each instance does have a random seed. However, the random... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say Necromancer donated 50 euros.
Oh, that's 50 euros?
They say, here, I hope this helps you guys out, although I hear YouTube takes a stupid amount.
Bro,
thank you very much.
It helps us out a lot, and we appreciate it so much, brother. So much, brother. Oh, my gosh. Which actually, I got to do something now this week that I haven't done yet that I was supposed to do a long time ago, and that is I haven't looked at how much money YouTube puts into my bank account versus like what we take in. All I see is like what they tell me on the dashboard that you've earned, but that number is like the whole number without anything taken out of it, so that doesn't make any sense. So I need to go and like figure out exactly what they're taking out because it's not exact. Like I've been erring on the side of caution and just treating it like they're giving me most of everything minus 30%, but they could be actually taking more. But I need to actually look at my bank account and see because I haven't for all I know they're like giving me nothing because I keep going to the PayPal account and it's like empty and I'm like, why the hell's the PayPal account? Like why does it have almost nothing in it when like the dashboard said there'd be like a couple $100 in there? So there's something weird, fishy going on, but they are paying
10
me.
euros.
Oh, hey, man. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Dude, this is awesome. Oh, dude, I love all the people liking Necromancer. Like, he's already up to 7 likes. Man. That's like more than the entire stream. Here, I'm going to reply to him. I'm going to say, here, this is going to be my default reply. Have my babies. Is that okay? That's not going to get me in trouble, right? Sure. Is that going to get me canceled? Can I do a baby emoji? Here, let me do a little baby emoji.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Have my babies. For me, I'm gonna say is it Vermirion? I'm gonna say have let's see here 1/5 of my babies. Oh, I love it, dude. Vermirion, you're awesome. Necromancer, you're awesome. You guys, seriously, we appreciate it so much. Blue Varo, thank you for the $50. Seriously, everybody. Huge heart. Just so you guys know, if you're new here, Aux and I split all the super chats for Tech Talk. So any super chat that you do, minus whatever YouTube screws me over on or whatever, we split that in half, and I give him half, and I keep the other half. And so, so it really does help, like when you guys can do that. But also, don't do it if you can't afford it.
Oh
like,
my
it has to be money you throw away.
PK Beast just trying to be the winner here. 100 of those great British pounds. Thank you so much. Popping in to say congrats, Jerry. Popping in to say congrats, Jerry, on your first video. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the long and helpful reply to my comment. Keep being the best version of you. Thank you. Holy cow. Thank you. Right on.
You are an absolute legend. And I'm gonna say here, hold on, here I go. Have 2 of my babies.
Yeah,
and then two babies is gonna be like a toddler, right? So is there a toddler emoji?
Up before they pay out.
Here, I'll do this.
I don't know how YouTube does it. I think YouTube takes 30% of super chats.
I'm pretty sure it's 30%. Yeah, some
around there, close enough. But I don't think you have to hit a threshold, or I'm not sure what the threshold is. I know for Twitch it's $50 now if you're.
Oh, to cash out? You mean?
Yeah, they'll auto cash you out at $50 on Twitch. So 50 or 100. It may be different depending on like how fancy your account is.
So thankfully, my existing videos, I don't know if this is like specific, but because of my other videos, my 800 videos I've uploaded, just the residuals from like the little views that each one gets every month or whatever, I still at least make about like $90 to $150. So that always puts us over the threshold, because I think the threshold's either $50 or $100 where they pay out.
Yeah, I think it is like, oh man, and $20 for Me Puppet 007. Have you guys looked into using Buy Me a Coffee for donations? You can supposedly get feet more of the donation. I don't want feet donated. No, I'm just kidding.
No feet. So actually, somebody mentioned something and I forgot it, and I need to go back and look. I have it written in a notepad somewhere, but somebody mentioned a site that allows people to like tip. Like, I don't know, like you can do cryptocurrency, you can do PayPal, you can do bank, like it supports everything. And apparently it can split it up between two people. Like it'll actually like pay out automatically to multiple people. And I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to go look, but they take like a small fee, but like it's PayPal small fee. It's like they're basically like the equivalent where they just take a little percentage, but it's not like 30. But what it allows you to do is like split up donations between like moderators and stuff. Like if you have a paid moderator team and stuff, it's a way to like say, oh, like give 5% to this person, 10% to this person. That basically just takes every donation that people put in there, splits it up and distributes it. And I was like, that was pretty cool, but I have to go find the notepad. But somebody told me about it. They said that a couple other streamers use it. It seemed a little obscure. That's the only reason why I didn't like jump on it immediately, because it's like only a few people used it. And I think it did have some limitations, like it used a crypto that you had to buy. Like basically you buy the crypto and then you give it to them and then that converts into money or something like that. It was a little weird. That's the only reason I didn't really look into it. But apparently you can just buy the crypto with anything. You basically go to the site and say, oh, I want to give them $10. It converts that into crypto. You're basically buying the crypto into your little account you created. And then you distribute that like bits, basically. But I should look into that, because honestly, the 30% is stupid. Like the amount they keep of the donations. And if we did something like that externally, it would also make the bookkeeping easier for me if I just did one that was just me and you for Tech Talk. Because right now, I literally at the end of every month, and that's, well, not every month, it's like every 4 months because I'm always late. But I go through and look at each video. I open each video, go to each video's analytics, then I go to the payment tab, scroll down and look at the total under Super Chat on each video independently. And I put it in an Excel spreadsheet and then do the sum command or whatever and then divide by 2. And it would be way easier if I just had like a service or something like that where it's like whatever you guys huck in there just gets 50-50 and distributed. That would be pretty damn cool. Plus it would be like nearly real time. I don't think it like pays out like once a month. It's like it just immediately does it. It like just sends you the money to like either PayPal or your bank account or whatever. Crypto related equals sketchy. I mean, it can. Like when I hear crypto, and I was a crypto guy for a long time, but yeah, when I hear crypto, the first thing that doesn't come to mind is like honest and genuine. I'll be honest. But that doesn't mean it's bad. Like as long as the crypto that they're creating is like holds its value long enough for the creator to get what the value of what you put into it is, then I don't have a problem with it, as long as it's an instantaneous transaction. But if it's like one of those things where it's like you got to buy crypto and you got to wait a month before you can sell it, or you buy crypto and it's like the price of it changes by 50% every 15 minutes because everybody's pumping and dumping it or whatever, then that wouldn't be a great thing for donations at all, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Jim the Evo said, just write me a check and I'll split it out for you guys after a small processing fee. All right, Jim, we got you, bro. Hey, Jim, you got to create a website though. Like create a website that we can go to. And then I'll put in all of our banking information, and then I'll give you my password to my account. You can just handle everything. All right, bro.
These guys are talking about payroll software. Check out ADP. No.
ADP doesn't sound familiar.
I mean, it's like one of the biggest payroll. It's like the biggest payroll processing company.
Actual payroll. Well, see, that's the thing, guys. We don't really do the actual payroll. I just pay the taxes on everything. I just eat the tax.
You come on. You want me to start paying taxes?
So here's the way I see it. So this is a really weird marketing thing, okay? But this has actually worked okay so far. That's why I haven't changed it. Is I eat the taxes on the super chats, but then whatever the videos usually get between like 4,000 and 5,000 views, like total, they don't get a whole lot. But usually that creates like $5 or $6 in revenue, and then I consider like whatever taxes I'm paying that offsets it, right? Like the couple of bucks that it makes from the actual views it gets afterwards. From the actual so it's not like it's not a perfect balance, but that way I don't have to take them on as an employee. I don't have to 1099. I don't have to be his boss, which I will never do. Like that changes. Like I have promised I will. I'm never putting a friend ever on my payroll or anything, or an employee or anything like that. No way. Like when we do this Tech Talk thing, it's an equal thing, right? Like I've always just been boom. We just split the super chats. That's how it is. Show up when we can. When we can't, we can't. It's just a fun thing to do. I don't consider Tech Talk my job. I consider Tech Talk a fun time, hanging out with my bro and hanging out with all my friends in chat and having a good time. Man. My job is Twitch, which I've been heavily neglecting. But Twitch is the actual job, and videos, like editing and uploading videos again. That's gonna be the job that's the one I'm gonna be looking to like support me moving into the future. But I will tell you right now, man, things have changed so dramatically on YouTube. Even publishing a video, dude, like to publish a video, it used to be upload, select public or unlisted or whatever, and you're done. Just submit, boom, done. Video's up.
There's a lot now. There's a lot just in uploading. Yeah, there's all kinds of steps you gotta
Yeah. So let me ask you this: have you noticed? And the answer is probably going to be yes, but I want to ask you just in case people in chat can relate, right? Have you noticed, like in your feed, you see a video, you click on it, you watch it, and then you come back later, and the same video has a completely different thumbnail, and you click on it thinking it's a new video, but it's the same video.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You can do A/B testing of thumbnails. That's a fairly recent from this summer. Yeah.
I did not know this was I've seen this happening, but I thought people were actually uploading the thumbnails and changing them all the time. I didn't realize this was an automated thing.
Some people were. That was a common sort of like meta on YouTube where like you'd put out, I think you Terry for $20. You'd upload a video and then maybe like a week or two later you'd change the thumbnail. And you'd often see a little boost. You'd see a little boost to it.
Yeah, I'm saying wildly inappropriate things now for tips.
Literally just wildly inappropriate things.
Okay, so check this out. I did this so the thing you were talking about actually showed up, and I've never seen it before. Like, when I'm publishing my video, it's like, hey, did you know you can upload 3 thumbnails, and we'll figure out which one is best and which one baits the most people into clicking it? And so I don't have Photoshop anymore because I can't pay for Creative Cloud. It's just too expensive. I'm not
Canva's plenty good enough for YouTube thumbnails, and it's free.
Is it Canva? Oh, okay. I haven't used it. Like Canva.com?
It's decent. Just Canva.com.
And it's just free to use. Is it like web-based or?
Yep. They may have an app, but I do have all the work in the app or in the website. And for simple stuff, dude, it's great. And there's all kinds of free templates. People have made thousands of fucking free templates and stuff you can for stuff. Heck, it'll even do little like some very, very basic video editing. Like if you just wanted to put a couple clips out on, for TikTok or something.
Okay. And it has like a pacer, like you can upgrade to pro to get like pro features, but
and you get access to like their stock.
By the way, we're not sponsored. I want to make this clear because it sounds sponsored. No, Canva is not a sponsor of this channel. I'm just
not at all. No, it's handy. They're starting to grow and get a little shitty. There's talk like that they've upped their prices for like their pro, like the bigger pro and like enterprise stuff by a lot because of their AI stuff that they put in there. But the AI shit it's shit you get anywhere. It's dumb, but for some basic stuff that you just throw together, dude, it's very, very robust.
It does have. I do like how it has the templates that are like specifically for iPhone, iPad, YouTube. Oh, YouTube thumbnail. There it is, right there.
Yep.
So I just clicked create a blank YouTube thumbnail. It opens up. Yeah, this actually just kind of looks like a little mini Photoshop in a browser. Okay, I'm bookmarking this. This is awesome. Thank you. Because I've heard of it. I've never used it.
So. It's easy to use and fairly powerful, especially for simple stuff like a thumbnail or social media posts and stuff.
That is kind of cool that you can just click on other people's thumbnails, like see examples and see the layers and play with them and stuff. Because the reason I want this is I couldn't put my face on my thumbnail. I couldn't put my face on my thumbnail, dude. Like you need to do that, right? So I did something I probably shouldn't have because people frown on it horribly. But again, I didn't intend on uploading this video yesterday. But I don't have Photoshop. Like I said, I don't have Photoshop, so I used the AI to make the thumbnails. So there's no AI in the video, so I'm within TOS. But the thumbnail itself, that is not my air conditioner in the thumbnail. That is a AI generated.
I'm sure a lot of people do that.
Yeah. So what I did is it said when it popped up, it said, "Hey, if you upload 3 thumbnails, we will like do the A/B testing thing, like you said, right?" And so if I open the video and click on it right now, it says it's running a test. So let me open this up. So view test report. Let's see if there's any data. Yeah, this is badass. So thumbnail 1 got 30.5% of the views. This is after just 24 hours. It's giving me my first stats. Thumbnail 2 got 34.8%, and thumbnail 3 got 34.7%. So the one that performed the best was the one I would have picked too, which is like a picture of an air conditioner with like spark coming out of the screwdriver and it says I fixed it, like over the top of it. Versus oh my god and right? So actually that's pretty accurate. So now what I can do when it gives me that data is at any point for the next 13 days it's running this test, I can just click stop and set and it will just use the best thumbnail that worked. Otherwise it'll keep fielding multiple thumbnails. Like if you want to keep doing that. But like right now, it's pretty clear. 34.8%. Well, actually 34.7 versus 30.4. That's pretty close. So I'm going to let it keep going. So now what it's going to do is randomly feed people, one of 3 different thumbnails when it shows up in their feed. And then depending on how many people click it versus pass it, it will update those stats. And if one is a clear leader, like there's a couple percentage point, gap, then I'll set that one as the primary, and that should like give me the best clickbait ratio. But it is I'm totally clickbaiting, right? Because I created 3 AI images because I don't have Photoshop anymore. So I just said, hey, I found an AI that does text correctly now. By the way, that the AI I told you about earlier, I already forgot the goddamn name of it, but I can open it. It's one of the ones up at the top here, Flux. So if you guys have ever used an AI it's called Flux Pro, but there's also like a Flux 1 and Flux 2. So all you do is just type in like whatever you want. I want a thumbnail. If you ask it to do text, it actually does a pretty good job. So like I'll type in like create a thumbnail of a window air conditioner that is on fire with sparks coming out of it with a screwdriver jammed in the front of it, and have giant neon text on top that is red and glowing that says, "Oh my God, it's working!" Exclamation point. Let's try that. Now I'm going to do aspect aspect 16 by 9.
On your X video
generate.
Oh, hey, thanks, Meat Puppet, for another $5. He says, I sent you the Buy Me a Coffee link in a reply on your X video that you posted. I tagged you. Oh, let me see.
So just to let you know, I do have a Buy Me a Coffee link. I don't have it anywhere on here because, again, the reason that I'm having people super chat and I don't put any of my PayPal or anything down below is because we split the super chats. And I don't want anybody giving me something directly. I want to make sure that it's all in one place where I can split it. And that's why, like, if we do an external site at some point for a less percentage and we advertise it, I want to make sure that it's its own account that's established. And then just we just split whatever comes in there. But
let's see, what's the fee?
But it needs to be specifically for TikTok.
All features, including publishing and emails, are free for everyone. Charge 5% transaction fee. Creators keep for. Yeah, that's not bad.
Are you looking to buy me a coffee?
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's everybody uses it. Like on Twitch, like I see a buy me a coffee link on almost everything. So, and I do have a buy me a coffee, and I think I do have a link on my Twitch, but nobody ever uses it.
.fi, I think it is.
There's 2 sites. There's buy me a coffee, and then there's what's the other one?
Oh, let's see. I think it's like KOFI or
KOFI. Yep, Ko-fi. So KO-FI. That's the other one I created. And I don't think because I put the links and stuff, and I don't think anybody ever really bid on it. Like, because again, people to do the donation through there, I think they have to have an account. I'm not sure if they need an account or not, but they have to put in all their payment details. Okay, why is this not working? Log in. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm trying to get my Windows freaking passwords to work here. Why is it not working? I have a Ko-fi, I think. You know what? I bet you I logged.
KOFI, right?
I bet you I logged in using Google. I do that on a lot of stuff like Google.
I do
Facebook
that a lot too.
Stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's convenient as hell, but it's like, what if these services ever get deprecated? Because Google. I mean, I don't think they're going to deprecate their authentication service of all things.
Right.
But it's like, if it does, that'd be weird. Okay, it says it looks like an account with this email already exists. To confirm your identity, please check your inbox. All right. This is how long it's been since I've logged into this coffee account. Because I'm curious if there's anything in there. Because I do have the link somewhere. I just can't remember where it is.
Right,
okay,
that'd be nice.
Click here to confirm it's you. Come on, big money, big money. Come on, baby. All right. Oh, it wants to log in again. Okay, hold on. Let's try it a second time. That's weird. I authenticated my login and it booted me out. But it said I was good before I did it. Okay, I'm in. Okay, enable browser notifications. Okay, new terms of service. I have to agree to.
So this is funny. Freddie Lipstick says, imagine you buy a coffee and receive a coffee lake. It just popped into my head. Apparently, some distributors have run out of chips for RMA. Like they're like they're doing full on just full refunds. Some distributors don't have any chips to swap you out with, and so they're just giving full refunds.
Interesting. Oh, check this out. There is money in here. $10.
Oh shit!
So the Daedalus gave me $5, and Riley and Lucy and FM gave me $5. But it says there is a problem with your Stripe account. We detected some issues. Please correct them so we can pay you. So that's why I haven't seen the money. Okay, I'll fix that later. Thank you for reminding me, though, because I honestly forgot that I had a Ko-fi and people actually
also Irene Smith was asking, by the way, are you doing Twitch chats anymore? I was just charged for my subscription.
Twitch chats anymore?
Or streams. Like, are you streaming on Twitch?
Oh, 100%. Irene, 100%. I've been, and I understand why she's asking, because a lot of people have been mad. I was gone for an entire week. And it's because my back was so bad, I was basically bedridden. And my wife was like, why don't you just stream on your laptop? Like, because I got a new framework laptop. I love this thing, by the way. It doesn't have a great camera, though, but it would be nothing for me to just add a USB camera to it and everything. Sure. I just feel like when I'm laid up in bed and I'm in pain, I feel like super vulnerable. And I don't want to like, and it's just not a good, like, I don't feel like I want people to see me like that. But at the same time, I know there's a lot of people that like don't care. And a lot of the reason why they watch me is because I do show that side of things. So my wife made a really good point. She's like, you know what? If you're laid up in bed, you still need to do your thing, right? It does you no good to just sit here in pain. So just like, maybe I should have a streaming setup in the bedroom. So yeah, if I can't stream up here in the Nerd Cave this week, I will stream from the bedroom. So you guys will see me next week on Twitch. What's that?
Omi said pally.gg is the tip splitting one.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah. Okay, that's right. I think they were the one that actually gave that to me originally. That is definitely the right one. Cool. Yeah. So pally.gg. Let me. I'm gonna bookmark it so I don't lose it this time. I wrote it in a notepad, but here's the problem. I am a digital hoarder. And so
I know, right? There's all kinds. You got to dig through. I have like 7 notebooks that I write stuff in. And I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I open up a file and it's like notepad. You know, the default it says notepad. Like you open up notepad, it creates like a note. It's like notepad 1, notepad 2, notepad like through like 300. Yeah. And I'm like, which one did I put it in? But the good thing is, Windows Search actually does let you just type in stuff and it'll look in the file if you tell it to. So by default, I think it just looks at file names. But if you go into Windows File Search, like if you go into Windows Search settings in Windows 11 or Windows 10, you can actually click on Enhanced and you can go down and enable some options. And one of them is to look inside of files. It takes a lot longer for it to index. But once it indexes, then you can like search for stuff and it'll actually look in the files if it's a supported file type and it contains text. Like even if it's a PDF or formatted text that would, you know, if you just looked at it as a text file, it wouldn't work. It'll resolve that and search through it. So like if you have a lot of PDFs and TXT files, docx, stuff like that, it will actually search through. And if you type stuff, it won't just give you the file names. It'll give you the files that actually contain it, which is pretty cool. And you can also use find from the command line too. If you know how to use the find command, you can use find. It's like /S to do like recursive folders, /I or C for in case insensitive searches, /I, then /C, and then put in the text. And it will go through all of the folders from that point and like look in every single file for what you're looking for. It's really handy for coding stuff. As a matter of fact, I use that command quite a bit to like disable protection features and AI that's on GitHub, because a lot of GitHub projects have started putting protection into the AI to prevent you from doing bad things and asking bad things and stuff. But, you know, in my quest to explore these AIs, I'm like, I don't want any restrictions. So I go in there and actually can search through the code, and I have a whole bunch of things that I search for to like disable all these little nannies that they put on it. And then I can recompile and run it on my computer, and then all those nannies are gone. It's actually pretty cool. I just don't really tell people like how to do it specifically because I don't want a bunch of people using it for bad, because you could use it for really bad stuff. You know, a lot of these AIs that like generative AIs that do images, like if you remove all the nannies off them and stuff, like you could literally just say, you know, draw a picture of AuxxZillary, you know, naked doing a polar bear, and it will do it. It will quite literally create that image.
Don't do that.
So that's why they have to. Well, I mean, I only do that in the privacy of my home, and then I put it in my collection. I tell you about it in SMS messages, but you know,
that's fine.
Okay, so this isn't great. So it's okay. Is it pally.g? Oh, sorry. You got to take the dot out and replace it with an actual dot. Okay, I get it. So pally.
Yes.
All right. I was like, why is this not loading? Sorry, I only got 1.5 hours of sleep last night. Ox knows why. He's not going to tell you either. Nope. But it was a really good reason. Just put it that way. Okay, so pally.gg. All right, there we go. Now I got it on my desktop, so I will never lose it again. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Ox, are you good with that? Like if I look through it and everything looks like it's on the up and up or whatever, and I can create one of these links, is that you're all right with that? Okay. Yeah. That would actually be cool because it'd give people another option, keep more of it, and it would just split it for us, so I wouldn't have to do the freaking. Well, I'm still going to have to do the accounting for the super chats, but that's fine. I don't care.
Do you know an easy way to prevent Windows 11 to not suspend a music player while playing when it turns off my monitor?
Wait, say again?
You see, Freddie Lipstick was asking, do you know of an easy way to prevent Windows 11, I'm going to paraphrase a little, from prevent Windows 11 from suspending music player while playing when it turns off my monitor, not sleep hibernate.
Actually, wait.
There you go.
Why is it stop? It shouldn't stop playing music just turning off the monitor.
Yeah, that was where my head went first. And he follows up with, I know of a complex PowerShell script, but I'd like a more simplified method. Interesting.
Are you doing like, because there's different levels of sleep, right? There's monitor closed, which is no sleep. There's like H1 through H3 and like the HTCI spec or whatever it's called. I forget it. The power management spec. It sounds to me like your computer is going into like a low power sleep where it's like suspended to RAM, because it should not stop playing. Nothing should change.
Yeah.
The computer every program in your computer should be completely unaware of the monitor going off.
Is it locking as well?
Yeah,
like, do you have it automatically
that's a good
lock?
point. If you wake it up, you have to log in again, because if that's the case, you're definitely going to sleep.
I mean, I've locked my machine and it'll keep playing YouTube. It only does that when using Windows Music Player.
Oh, I know why. It's because Microsoft knows that the screen's turning off, so they assume you're not there. So the music player itself is making the decision to stop the music.
Oh, so it's gonna be a software.
So just get it. So just get Winamp. Get either Winamp or VLC or something, and use that for playing stuff.
Because I've had YouTube videos continue when I've locked. It freaked me out. Like I lock my thing, I put my headphones down, I come back and I'm like, I hear the from my headphones. I'm like, what the fuck? And whatever it was I was watching still playing, even though I've locked my workstation and turned my monitors off.
Okay. That's it. Yeah, because I even tried it on my framework laptop. Surprised. The screen turns off after 5 minutes, and I had a game playing on it with sound that was in the background. Yeah, and it didn't do anything. So I haven't tried a Media Player, but if it's just Media Player doing it and you've tested that means Microsoft specifically has Media Player checking that state, that event, and it's like if your monitor turns off, assume it's sleeping and pause the music. I don't know why they would do that, though, because a lot of people would want the music playing without looking at the screen, because that's the whole point of music. You're listening, you're not looking, right? So that seems very bizarre to me. Actually, let me see if anybody else has hit this. Like, why does Windows Media Player in Windows 11 stop playing music when the screen turns off, but the computer doesn't go to sleep? I want to see if anybody else has reported something like this. Okay, so according to old Copilot here, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, it's trying to do its thing. Okay, the issue might be related to your power settings. The screen turns off. Windows might be entering a low power state that affects Media Player. So open the Start menu, search for Power and Sleep Settings, and Power Sleep Settings, go to Additional Power Settings, Related Settings, and Power Window. Click on the plan that's currently selected, Balance, to expand it. Look for an option called Put the Computer to Sleep or System Unattended Sleep Timeout, and change the value to a higher number, or select Never if available. Click on Change Advanced Power Settings in the Advanced Settings window. Expand the Multimedia section. Oh, and then when sharing media options, set it to prevent idle while sleeping if it's not already. Oh, but that's for like somebody playing, so your computer doesn't go to sleep while somebody else playing music off it over the network. Yeah, that should not be happening. Like that definitely should not be happening. The only thing I can think of is that your computer itself, like it's not just the monitor going down, it's literally going into a standby where it's suspending the RAM. Because that's why you're not getting logged out, right? Suspend to RAM, it basically resumes the computer exactly as you left it. Like exactly. And it's instant. So it sounds to me like you still are somehow getting into one of the higher level sleeps. So what I would do is go into the power settings, disable all power management. Say, don't put my computer to sleep. Never, 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 never. And then just set the screen timeout. Leave everything else like full tilt. And then just set the screen to turn off after 5 minutes under power management and see if that fixes it. Because I'd be willing to bet that when you're closing the laptop, that it's putting it into some level of sleep, because the audio should not stop playing. Like that would be a really dumb feature. And Microsoft does dumb shit sometimes, but that seems even dumb for them. Like because people would want to listen to music and they'd be away from their computer listening to it, right? If it's playing through speakers. So that's very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. Yeah. I'm gonna call burger snakes is what we call it in the house. But instead of bullshit, we say burger snakes with Xander. So I'm gonna call burger snakes on that one.
That's fun.
Yeah. So let's see. Okay, before we talk, you know what? I've only sent this out on Twitter. I don't even think I've linked the stream yet on Discord. I totally got sidetracked on that earlier. Man, I am chasing squirrels like mad today. But you know what? I love chasing squirrels. I think chasing squirrels is a good thing, and we should all be happy to chase them squirrels. Here, I need a link to the stream. Let me grab that really quick, and then we'll get back on topic. Whatever that looks like, right? All right, so going back, I'm going to put this over on the Discords, because I don't think anybody on Discord knows what's going on. There we go, everyone. They got that. And did I put on Facebook already? No, I haven't even put on Facebook. What am I doing?
Yeah, that's weird. It's got to be something funny with the app itself then.
Yep. If it doesn't do it with another app, like if you open Winamp and it's playing, you close Lynn, it doesn't do it, then it's literally Windows Media Player has some stupid code in it going, oh, if the screen turns off, let's stop playing music. Which is really dumb, because if you put the computer to sleep, it will automatically stop playing the music for you. So there's no reason for them to do that. The only thing I can think of is they had a bug or something where it was like when it came back and started playing the music again, it was like freaking out or having an issue. So they're like, oh, we can just work around the bug by just, stopping the music if the computer
suspends. Poopy.
It is pretty poopy, man. I'm sorry that there isn't a better answer for that. But only screen timeout, yet Windows shuts down the music player while active when the monitor turns off. That is just so freaking bizarre. Is this a laptop or a desktop computer by chance? Because I'm almost wondering, but you said it, but here's the thing that's throwing me off. It does work with like Winamp and other programs. Like you close the monitor, it's still playing music. It's just the Windows Media Player. So that means the computer is 100% like not going to sleep. So, and that narrows it down to that app specifically. So the question is there we could look for that. This is Windows Media Player, right? Okay, is there a setting in Windows Media Player?
It's a desktop.
What is it?
It's a desktop.
Oh, it's a desktop computer. Okay. So is there a setting in Windows Media Player to keep music playing when the screen turns off? All right. So let's see here. Power options. Oh, it's going back to the power option stuff. How to keep Windows Media Player playing through. Oh, hold on. Here we go. There's something in the Microsoft forums. Okay. How to keep Windows Media Player playing through my screen. It turns off after 1 minute. I want to keep my Windows Media Player playing on the screen, but it keeps turning off after 1 minute. I hope you can. Okay, that's obviously the power settings are set too low. Let's see here. How to stop Windows 10 muting. Oh, I think I found it. Super user. How to stop Windows 10 from muting audio playback when the screen turns off. I found it.
Oh,
I found it. It says, I have found that on my new XPS 13 9360 with the creators update, if I am playing back music from any source, actually this is any source, so this might not be it.
Okay, well still.
Yep, when the screen turns off after a couple of minutes, the audio seems to get muted. Does anybody know how to prevent this behavior? The top answer is I've encountered the same problem. It says, interestingly, on the same laptop you have, it seems to have to do with how the audio is actually played. See an example in this thread. One solution was suggested to use a screensaver that's a black screen and set your screen to never turn off. Another option is disable so-called connected standby in your registry. It says the ultimately desired solution, of course, would be for Spotify to support this connected standby mode, but the problem has apparently been around for quite some time, so that may not happen anytime soon. Okay, so here's the thing. Try Spotify. If you have Spotify, because I think they have a free thing where you can just play stuff without an account or whatever. Install the Spotify app, see if it does the same thing. Because if it does, then the fix here is basically to disable this thing called connected standby, which the app is supposed to use, by the way, to like keep the music playing when the screen turns off. And it says right here, let me send you the link. So here's the instructions. I hope this works for you. I don't know if it will or not, but give it a try. And it looks like they show you exactly on ghacks.net how to go into the registry, change CS enabled to 0. And it apparently solves this problem on a Surface Pro 4 too. So, because a lot of people are complaining that when the screen turns off, they're not saying suspend or standby. They're like, when the screen turns off, the audio stops playing. So, and it looks like disabling connected standby can solve the problem. That's so weird. I have never experienced this ever. But the other reason why I may have not experienced this is because I am using HDMI TVs as my monitors. So I'm not even sure if Windows... Well, no, Windows is aware, because when I turn one monitor off, it reorients the other two. So it definitely knows
it's
missing.
Wigs out. I have a TV plugged in as well, and all kinds of funny business happens. Like, if I have the TV off, the computer, I think because it's like there's like an active signal, it still thinks it's there, sort of. Like I usually have like a Netflix window or something open up there, or Discord or whatever. But if I don't turn it on, that window is still over there. But then like I'll turn it on, and like as an example, I'll have a Twitch stream up, it'll be full screened. I lock my stuff, I turn all the screens off. I come back and I'll just turn on my main monitor, and that window is still over there. But then when I turn the TV on, it blinks like it's, there's another monitor. And then that full screen window will be full screen on my main monitor, and the TV will be blank, or it'll have like just the desktop. When I come out of full screen, it throws the window back onto the TV. It's little weird stuff like that.
That is super weird.
Yeah, it's just weird stuff. Or like I'll want to play on my PlayStation, which is connected to my main monitor. I'll switch to the input for the PlayStation, and it blinks and beep boop beep boop, and it understands that the TV should be the only monitor, but it isn't the primary monitor. Like it doesn't realize that technically my main screen is like off. The computer should think that the main screen is off, but it doesn't. And I can't, like, I'll be on my PlayStation, I'll put my keyboard away and I'll try to just use the mouse to do stuff. And there's stuff on my main monitor that I can't see.
Because it thinks that other screen is still on even when it's off, right?
It's so weird. Like I'll try and put something on the TV that's up on the corner, full screen it, and then I switch the input over to the PlayStation. It winkle, and it throws the fucking full screen window back to the main monitor, but I can't see it because I'm not on that input. And it's so weird. Weird little stuff like that. Like I want to watch fucking Netflix or something on my TV while I'm playing on a PlayStation on a different input. But the computer just wigs out and it doesn't understand. And
see,
like,
because what it's supposed to do, because this is something I tested even when I was at Microsoft back with like Windows 8.1. What it's supposed to do when you connect a monitor is there's a thing called a EIDE handshake or EDID handshake where it sends basically its information.
Hey, are you on right now?
Yep, and it happens through HDMI, DVI, all the digital ones, right? HDMI, DVI, and DisplayPort. And what it does is hey, I'm over here. And then what happens when you turn off the display and you power it down? It doesn't send that signal anymore, so the computer goes, okay, that display is now gone. Like, even if a physical cable's connected, it should. However, I have run into a couple of screens that maintain that handshake as long as they're powered. Like, even with the power off, as long as they're plugged in. So the best way to test this to see if that's your problem, unplug the television and see if then it works. Like, see if it forgets it, and then everything goes to the proper screen. If it does, then that means your TV is basically maintaining that handshake even when it's off, and they're probably doing that because they want it to be the same when you turn it on and off and not jerk and change and stuff. And if that's the case, I bet you could find a setting in your TV that might change that. Or the other thing you could do is they sell these little boxes. I can't remember what they're called. They're only like $20 on Amazon. But you put them in line and they're for stripping out that HDCP signal.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And if you put one of those in the middle, it does its own little handshake. And then that thing, when you disable power, like over the connection or whatever, that thing will sever it. And then because now that's handshaking instead of the TV. And I used to use one of those on my projector because I had a similar problem where when I turned on my projector, the computer would completely wig out because it would see this projector with like this weird resolution. And then I couldn't get stuff off the other screen because I couldn't see it. There physically was no screen there. It's like, this is my projector. And you're seeing the imaginary screen, like the virtual screen that I had when I was like setting it up, the fake screen so that I could set up Windows and run the media stuff. And so every time I plugged in the monitor, it was rendering everything on a screen that didn't exist that I couldn't physically look at.
Oh, you there?
Oh,
am I gone?
No, I'm here. I'm here, bro. Everybody still should be able to see you unless the stream died. Let me check it. Hello. I still see you. We're still live. Can everybody in chat see us? Can everyone still see us? I see AuxxZillary fine. He's probably texting me right now on, let me see. Bro, you're still on camera. I can see and hear you just fine. Not sure what happened on your end, but everything over here looks perfect. So something must have like locked up on his desktop or a window disappeared somewhere. It's funny, we're talking about Windows disappear, but he can't even hear me. Like the audio like disappeared on him. Did his battery die on his? I bet you his power died on his audio interface. All right, Aux, you're still visible to everybody. Hold on, you're still live. Just FYI, we can still see and hear you. I wish I had a better way to like message him. Wait, can I do it through? Hold on a second. This is a bizarre situation. Can I open up a chat window? I think I can. Share website with your guests. How do you do it? How do you do a chat in this freaking software? Oh, there it is. Okay, toggle the chat. Hey, can you see? We can see you and hear you still. Whatever is happening on your side is strange, but we see and hear you fine. Oh, shit. Nope, not anymore. Okay, never mind. You just locked up, and now it's super slow, and frame rate is horrible. Can you see this? Click on the little chat box thingy and respond, or go to XDMs. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. We got the technical difficulties. It happens sometimes. It's to be expected. Oh, Ben F did show up. Ben F, it worked. Ben F was sad earlier because he tipped and it didn't show up in the events. He was like, no, I swear I gave you something. Ben, thank you for the €6. I appreciate it. He said, hey, Jerry, like the last video, are you planning to make more videos like the old days? Yes, I'm going to work up to it. It's going to take some time, though, brother, because I don't have Creative Cloud anymore. I'm wondering if I should like, here, let me move over here until he recovers. Or actually, here, is that right? We're going to do this. Okay, so hold on here. I went back to main until he shows back up. And when he pops back, okay, so he just left video. Now I'm going to see if he pops back to video. Okay, I am on solo right now until you return. Just message me on DM or here, and I'll go back to the dual scene when you figure it out. Okay, he's just doing a little triage. Yeah, the goal is, Ben, to make videos, like more videos. But it's probably going to start out with like more smaller stuff where I'm just like, doing something more than the air conditioner. The air conditioner video was never supposed to be published publicly. That was just a last minute decision that I made that kind of worked out and people seem to be enjoying it. And it kind of got me over a little mental hurdle, which is nice. But no, the actual goal is to get back to doing edited content, but I have to learn DaVinci Resolve. I have to use Canva instead of Photoshop because I'm completely divested from all things Adobe because it was just getting way too expensive. So, and DaVinci Resolve is free, but I have a pro version because a friend of mine gave me a license. He was super gracious and gave me a license, so I do have like the full thing with like noise correction. I've got a really good GPU that can handle that. So, Outlaw said, no, Jerry, it's fun to watch his facial expressions. Wait, my facial expressions? You like my facial expressions? Am I a pretty good animated guy? I'm glad you like it. Ben F said, hi, I'm back. Oh, Ben, I hope you saw me. Thank you for your tip, bro. I do appreciate it. Here, I'm going to even say, thanks for the tip, bro. Just the tip. Nothing more. Just the tip. Oh, I should have put hashtag ladies. Super chat is no longer available for discussion? Wait, what? Oh, because there's a timer depending on how much you super chat. That's why that's why we still have one up at the top. The $100 one is like still there, so I can reply to that one. I can still reply to this. Looks like bigger super chats hang out longer. That's kind of cool, but at the same time sucks because it creates FOMO. And I don't like the fear of missing out thing. Irene said, I use DaVinci Resolve for my videos too. I like it. It works pretty well. Everybody I've talked to says once they use DaVinci Resolve, it's like game over. They love it. Let me see. I want to see if he texted me. Let me double check. So, okay, so I got nothing there yet. I'm just looking around to see if he's tried to contact me. Aux, because I think his computer like totally took a shit or something. Checking messages. Let's see. Oh, he says rebooting. Be right back. Okay, no worries, bro. See you in a few minutes. He said something wonky with my internet, I think. I mean, the frame rate did duck out, but that was weird. He couldn't see anything or hear anything on his side, but we could still see him like perfectly fine and everything for like several minutes. So I don't know. Maybe his download bandwidth took a crap, but his upload bandwidth was fine. I mean, that can't happen. Let's hear. Oh, Tony and my man. Woo! Thank you, bro. Woo! Yeah. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. We love you long time. Hell yeah. He said, have I made any framework accessories yet? No, I haven't made any framework accessories, but I do have a couple picked out that I'm ready to print. The first one is the novelty cup holder. So somebody 3D modeled a cup holder for the framework laptop that plugs into one of the module slots on the side that would normally be reserved for one of the modules like DVI, HDMI, USB, because that's what makes the framework cool. By the way, we're waiting for Aux. Ad time, is it running ads right now? It doesn't tell me when it's running ads. I apologize. Or wait, hold on. I think I might be reading this the wrong way. Are you saying it's ad time because I'm talking about the framework laptop that they sent me? So therefore it's an ad because they gave me the laptop for free? That's fair. That absolutely is fair. When you get something for free, obviously you take the review with a grain of salt. But you guys, I'd like to think that you guys know me better than that. I can't be bought for any amount. Like, I've sent so much shit back. I do not accept any money. I don't sign any contracts. I don't agree to any terms. When companies send me stuff, it's literally like there's no signing anything. It's like you take it, and usually I tell them, obviously like, hey, I'll review it at some point, and if I don't, I'll send it back. But they have no control over what I say or what I do. Otherwise, I won't do it. LGRFBS said, no, YouTube just cut to the ads. Aw, damn it. I wish it would tell me. Like, if I don't know when the ad is playing to you people, I can't wait for it to be over, right? Because I want to wait for it to be over because I don't want a bunch of people to be stuck in an ad while I'm talking about, like, important stuff. Oh, he's back. He's back. Hold on. There he is. I just see him. Hold on. Give a second. I see you, bro. I'm coming for you. Okay, copy. Oh, wait, no, he's not back yet. Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. What is going on? He is not in... I still see him in the preview. He's not in the chat. Okay, hold on. Let me look back at the chat here. Okay, no, he hasn't responded back on X. So he's still rebooting and trying to figure something out. I think his internet might have just like completely crapped out. Because otherwise he would have texted me on the phone or sent me an SMS or something. The last thing I got from him was weird, something wonky with my internet. I think rebooting, be right back. And that was a little while ago. But I mean, it can take some time to reboot and get everything going again. He's probably rebooting his network equipment too. I've had to do that a couple of times. That's one benefit of Twitch. You can see the ad schedule in snooze and then run them earlier. Hey, Theodorus, I know that there's got to be a way to see when ads are running on YouTube. Actually, maybe not, because is it Pirate Software? Yeah. So I watch Pirate Software. If you don't know who Pirate Software is, amazing YouTuber, makes great content, really, really knowledgeable guy. He actually has a thing on his stream. They just start scrolling like across the top. It's like an ad is playing right now. So it notifies him in the preview and it shows the audience so he can not talk about anything important while ads are running. And I really like that. And I don't, but it's in his YouTube video, but I don't know if he streams on Twitch and then cuts that and puts it on YouTube. Because if that's the case, then yeah, obviously Twitch gives you that information. But if that's a YouTube stream that he's cutting from, which I'm not 100% sure, I'll have to go back and look. He has some mechanism to figure out if ads are playing. Oh, it is for Twitch. He streams on Twitch. Okay, never mind. Because that would be cool. That would be cool to be able to stop. But the other thing that I just realized is YouTube is going to serve each person ads differently. Like they're not going to be like Twitch where an ad runs for everybody simultaneously. It's going to be more like the viewer and whether you have premium or not and what ads are targeted to you. It's going to be a more custom experience would be my guess. So he streams on Twitch and then uploads to YouTube. All right, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that, Delegion. That actually makes sense. Twitch has ad warnings for creators. Yeah, YouTube does not. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Because you don't want to be talking about like something important. Well, when everybody like gets an ad and then you're like, okay, guys, I'm finally going to talk about the most important part of the whole stream right now. And then you start seeing like ads for toothpaste and shit. That would suck. Here, give me a sec. I'm going to move some windows around just so I can see when Aux comes back easier. Because I don't want to lose him. That was really a weird experience. I can't say we've ever had that happen before where we could still see him, but he couldn't see or hear us for a long time. Here, let me message him because I haven't heard from him. Let's see here. What's up, bro? What's up? Or actually, here, let me message him directly because right now I'm in a feed with David Hewlett, and we don't need to bother him with all this. He was busy today with his kiddo. That's why he couldn't come on. But he joins us sometimes, and we really, really love it. He's an awesome guy. All right, so I want to send messages just to Houston. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Everything okay, bro? Figured out? All right, I just messaged him directly. He's still not inside of here, but we'll just keep going. We'll keep going until he gets back. Let's hear. Have I ever looked at Restream.io? I have looked at Restream.io. I know that Twitch lifted the restrictions, so you can now stream on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. I haven't really played with that at all, and I know there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can use Restream.io or a service like that, or you can just multicast through OBS. Like there's a plugin for OBS that'll let you send an RTMP stream to everybody. But I haven't really done it yet, and the main reason is because I don't have any tools that like consolidate all of the chat and everything, and I don't want to stream on a platform that I'm not giving my entire attention to because my whole stream is interactive with the chat. So I want to make sure that wherever I do my live streams that I can see chats from everywhere. If there's a set of tools, like if I can use StreamerBot like to create a consolidated chat that has like YouTube and Twitch and it just says like YouTube or Twitch like next to the person who's talking so that I can have those conversations and have them go to the right place, and when I respond it posts on both chats. That would be pretty cool. That would actually be useful to me, and I give it a try. Oh, hold on. We got a thing. He said, nah, for some reason my PC says no internet, but everything looks fine. Phone is connected. Other devices in the house are okay, just not my PC. Wow, bro. Is it wired or wireless connection? If wired, try wireless if you have it. Or it was so strange we could see and hear you forever while you were trying to troubleshoot, but you couldn't see or hear us. Very bizarre. I wonder if your NIC died, if your network card died or something. Just take your time and figure it out. I'll keep the troops entertained. There you go. You guys got me until he's back. Yeah, he's got some deep problems. His network card might have taken a dump. Jeff Gearling, it was the DNS. It's always the DNS. Blame the DNS. Blame it. Oh, hey, what's up, Adam? How long you been lurking in chat, brother? He said reset the DHCP. I mean, yeah, that would definitely give him a new IP address, but it sounds to me like the router isn't even responding to him at all. Here, let me ask him. I'll see if he can ping the gateway. Let's see here. Also, try pinging your gateway, like 192.168.0.1. Hold on here. 1 or whatever you have set as your IP range, ending with 1. Okay, he said wireless and can't reach anything for wired connection. Try, let's see here, IP can try admin, CMD window, and IP config. IP config, come on, IP config /release followed by /renew to get an IP. See if it gives you a real IP or a garbage 168 address. All right, sorry guys, garbage 168 address. All right, let's see what he says. He's trying to figure it out. Let's see. I don't think he's set up the Ubiquity yet. Yeah, I doubt he has that set up yet. He's probably running with his normal setup. We've had some problems in the past, but nothing like this. This is really bizarre. And I'll just say, so everything else is connected. If your phone is connected. Okay, crazy. IP config says I'm connected to the gateway, but no ping requests are timing out. Can you ping the gateway? Or is it not responding? For those of you joining us, we're now doing tech support over SMS messages with our co-host AuxxZillary, trying to get his computer working. So if he can ping the gateway, then he's good. If he can't ping the gateway, then there's some burger snakes going on. Let's see here. You could also try flushing the DHCP on the router. So your PC gets a new address. It may have expired or something. Also, just try rebooting the Wi-Fi router. That could also fix it. And the reason I say that is I don't know which Wi-Fi router he has, but I've had D-Links. I've had Linksys. Linksys is terrible. Stay away from Linksys. It's terrible. I have Netgear. And the one common problem I've had with every Wi-Fi access point that I have ever used in my entire life, except for the ingenious stuff that I'm running now, is that after a couple of days, it'll just start doing weird shit. It won't give IP addresses to anything. Stuff can't connect to the network. And then I have to physically go. And sometimes it won't even let me connect to like one network. Like I can connect 2.4G, but I can't connect to the 5G channel. And then I go reboot. I just go reboot the Wi-Fi. Don't do anything else. I don't reboot pfSense. I don't reboot the router that actually gives the IP address. Literally just the access point. And it just fixes everything. So I don't know if it's an overheating issue. So, hold on here. Let's see. I think I got a reply. He said, pinging the gateway equals request timed out. Oh, crap. That's not good. Okay, try rebooting the router and then do the renew. It sounds to me like his network router is just doing some funky crap. Joel said, hey, Jerry, how are you doing today? I'm doing all right. We're just trying to get our co-host AuxxZillary back on here because he fell off. It was really strange. Like, he fell off at just like a really weird time, and his network just gave out the ghost. Like, his Wi-Fi just stopped talking to his computer. But he said it's still working on his phone. It's still working on everything else, just not his main computer, which is really, really bizarre. Hey, Joe Taji, my man. Woo! Brother, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, open device manager, expand network adapters, right-click on your Wi-Fi adapter and select uninstall and reboot after. I've seen a similar issue. Well, here, you know what? Shit, you know what? Well, we're just going to literally copy that bad boy right there. Take a picture of it. And we're going to fire that over to him right now. There we go. Give him another thing to try. He'll figure it out, though. He'll figure it out. He just it's gonna click. He'll figure something out. Bradley Smith said Restream combines all the chats into one and has plugins for OBS or just browser pop-up. Oh, so Restream does the chat consolidation for you. That's useful. Eric Lagotte said, wasn't Linksys bought out by Cisco? They were, but I've never used any Linksys gear since Cisco bought them. So now that Cisco bought them, for all I know, they've reworked the entire line, but usually it doesn't work that way. Like when a company buys another company, they usually have them still manufacturing their same garbage products. They just put them under their name. So I wouldn't expect that Cisco would go and like re-engineer and pay all the money to re-engineer all their customer-facing products, because if they bought the company, they probably bought it because, you know, it had good brand name behind it and good business. And So to just throw everything away and start over from scratch for the consumer line probably isn't very realistic. Maybe like some software changes, but I don't know for sure though. Like for all I know, they bought up Linksys, like threw everything in the garbage. Or sorry, was it Netgear or Linksys? I can't remember which one they bought. But yeah, they could have thrown everything away and just started over. Adam said his ISP mesh is crap. Reboot all the mesh. Okay, hold on here. Let's hear. Adam said reboot all the mesh stuff from your ISP. I'd just reboot everything networking by pulling power and cycling. That will most likely fix it so long as your internet is still working on other devices and it's not offline. Because that's the other thing could be happening. Now, he said he can't ping the gateway, which is a little weird. Because usually, even if you have an expired IP address in the DHCP table, usually as long as you're within the range of the IP addresses and you have the proper subnet mask set, you can usually ping the gateway, right? The packet's going to go there and it's going to see it and acknowledge it. However, that's not guaranteed, because some networking equipment might say, because you're expired in your lease, we don't even want you to talk to the gateway anymore, and it may just openly refuse any packet you send it. But I know that doesn't happen with PFSense, at least. Like my PFSense router, even if my DHCP expires, I can still ping the gateway so long as I have an IP, as long as I still have the last IP address it gave me and it's within the gateway and within the IP range. Dude, Don Kellogg, my man, damn, today has been a hell of a good day, man. Woo! Woo! Don, thank you so much, man. He said a video and a stream back to back. Be the miracle. Yeah, dude. I want to reiterate that the upload that I did yesterday was not supposed to happen. Okay, hold on. We got another reply. He said, this is motivating me to get the nice stuff Adam sent me fully set up. Right? Yeah, you gotta get that sweet Ubiquity stuff set up, because it's super good to us, even though it's now poor people trash to Adam. Lol. Oh my god, I love it. He's gonna laugh at that. It's like I love getting Adam's hand-me-downs, because anything that Adam hands down is for poor people for him, because he got the next bigger, better thing. But to us, it's like the new shiny, most amazing thing ever. Like, case in point, the thing that I've tried to hook up now about a dozen times, I still need to hook it up, is that I even have the speakers now under the monitors because I got the stands at the right height, but I just haven't been able to run the wires yet. Is this? Well, not the laptop. This right here. That is a like $8,000 Denon receiver. The most overkill thing ever. Like, if I was smart, I would take that down and put it in my bedroom, because that just kicks the ever-living shit out of anything I have in this house. But I'm going to put it on my computer, because I want the best sound to be up here in the Nerd Cave. Once I get it, I got the sub under the desk. I just got to run all the wires. This thing's like an $8,000 receiver, but Adam's setup is like crazy. Like, I won't even go into the details. He'd have to give them to you in chat, but his audio setup sounds amazing. Like, you've never heard anything like it. It makes the movie theater just look stupid. Like, it literally would. I mean, the pressure from the sound will kill you if he turns it up to 100%. Not really, but it's bad. It's crazy. It's clear too. It's really clean sound, which is weird. It doesn't rattle everything, shake the windows and stuff. It's like super infrasonic bass, everything. Anyways, so he got the new receiver, and he gave me his old receiver, and I'm just like looking at this. I'm like, this is the best thing. Like, nothing in my house even touched this. Nothing I've ever owned stereo wise has even come close to what this thing's capabilities are. But that to him is like the old model. Adam said, what? I had to upgrade the Enterprise foot race gateway. Needed 25G WAN. Adam's like, because I'm also getting so I forgot about this. Adam is giving me his old Ubiquiti Dream Machine. So, oh, by the way, Adam, I was going to ask you that. It's probably a dumb question, because obviously it's you, but that thing's 10G, right? So like the ports on it are 10G. So if I use that, just like with my PFSense box, I can run the 10G to my NAS up here in the NAS that I have down there. Awesome. So I'm basically going to be, I've been running PFSense for a very, very long time. Now I'm going to move over and use the Ubiquiti Dream Machine, because Ubiquiti stuff is like really, really cool. It's super awesome. So I'm excited to like give that a try. And unlike PFSense, it'll be a lot easier for me to like configure and play with things like through the apps on the smartphone and stuff like that. But Ubiquiti is a pretty closed ecosystem, but Adam I trust implicitly. Like, if he has it, I know it's good. Honestly, I've never gotten anything from him that didn't turn out to be just absolutely amazing. Excuse me. UDP Pro Max coming your way next week. Wait, what is the UDP Pro Max? Or is that like another name for it? Hold on here. What is UDP Pro Max? UDP Pro Max. Oh, okay, that is the gateway. Okay, so the UDM, what is it? UDP Pro Max 10G cloud gateway with 200 plus unified devices, 2,000 plus client support, 5 gigabyte IPS routing. I don't think this is the same model. This is like a different one, but yeah. Okay, so it's also called the Dream Machine. So they refer to it as the Dream Machine, but it's also called the UDP Pro Max. I mean, it's a cool unit, man. Oh, it has 8 ports on it too. Actually 9 technically, if you count the WAN port. And it's got the little uplinks that you can slide the things into, so you can like group them together. It has a built-in 128 gigabyte SSD for NVR detection recordings. Wait, what? Oh, damn, this thing's like hardcore. Okay. And it's got 10G SFP plus, 110G SFP plus, 8 GBE RJ45 LAN ports. Actually, I think am I looking at a different model? Like, what is this the one? Here, let me link it so Adam can see it in chat. Is this the one, the Dream Machine Pro Max, UDM Pro Max? So 5 gigabyte IPS routing. It has 2.5 gigabyte RG45 WAN. Oh, WAN port. So it's 2.5 gigabyte for out to the internet, which is like perfect, because I only have 1 gig internet, and if I upgrade it, it's only going to be probably to 2.5. Okay, so if I ever go up to like 5 gigabit WAN, this won't handle it, or will it still handle it? Because it says it has one 2.5 gigabyte RJ45 WAN port. Honestly, it's too expensive. It's honestly too expensive. I'm going to stick with 1 gig. I've never needed more than 1 gig. I know there's a lot of people that do, but like even if I hosted websites out of my house and stuff, a gig up and a gig down symmetrical, I've never needed more than that. It's always been super overkill to me. So Oh, you can use the WAN SFP port for the 10 gig? Oh, that's awesome, Joshua. Okay, so you can use, so one of those, so the SFP ports are configurable. You buy a module and slide it into it. It's like SFP is like some kind of standard. I've never used it personally, but I've seen people where they buy the modules and they're like, I don't know, $4,500 or whatever, and you slide them into the little hole, and it's basically like putting a network card in the computer. So you can change the port if you want to do like fiber optic, or you want to do copper, RJ45, like all the different types of like connections and stuff you can switch out with SFP, which is really freaking cool. Oh, it's got dual 10G. Okay, for WAN. Okay, so yeah, I'm never going to outgrow this thing. I'm never going to outgrow this thing. Wow, you know what? When did Ubiquity get affordable? I definitely remember Ubiquity being like ungodly expensive. Like, what is this? That's a $600 gateway, and it's got 10 gig ports on it. Like, that seems downright affordable, honestly, for Netgear of that caliber. And it has 120 gigs internal SSD storage. Okay, so the SFP modules are like $60 or $70. That's not bad at all. I thought Ubiquity was like stupid expensive. I thought it was like Cisco. I thought it was one of those things where it's like, okay, because my neighbor has all Ubiquity. Like, he bought all Ubiquity, even his access points are Ubiquity. And I want to say he spent like thousands of dollars for that setup. I know he has the, so Adam, I don't know what model it is, but he has his gateway, and he has like three rack mount modules that make it up. I think one is like a switch or whatever. And then the other one's the gateway or the firewall. They have like this little LCD screen on it with like this speckly, like Ubiquity specific, like moving QR code. And he just like holds up his phone and it does like this, AR experience, like mixed reality thing. And for like seeing all the labels on the ports and stuff, it's pretty badass. Like, honestly, when I saw that, I was like, whoa, that's some futuristic shit. That's the newer Ubiquity stuff, right? So is that like something yours is going to have, like your new thing you're getting? Is it going to have that? Because I think that's freaking cool, man. I wish all networking equipment was like that, where you could just AR it and just point your phone at it, and like see, like put long names on ports and stuff instead of having to stick stickers on them. I think it's rad. Like, that would be awesome. Irene said, never outgrow it. Sounds like when Bill Gates said, who needs more than 64K of RAM? I mean, you're absolutely right, because my internet provider offers up to 50G now. 50 gig. So when they first installed, I want to say I've had it for about 2 years now. Time flies, right? So when I first got it, they had 1 gig, 2.5 gig, 5 gig, and 10 gig. Those were the services. And then at 10 gig, you have to get a different, like after 10 gig, you have to get a different router that they had, like a business router thing. Because I think my little gateway that they gave me, a little fiber optic gateway, only goes up to 10G, I think. It's either 5 or 10, I can't remember. But then you have to go up to like their business router or whatever. But now they send a message out and they're like, we're now offering 50G through Ziply. I was like, what? Like, me through this little fiber optic line coming into my house. It's like one strand of copper, or this one strand of fiber. Granted, it's going to be expensive. Like I'm not going to be able to, there's no way could I afford it. Not even the 10G or honestly, even the 2.5G I can't afford right now. But just 50 gig? Like, my internet would be faster than my storage. Like, I would actually, like, my NAS wouldn't even be as fast as my internet. Like, I could literally access, like if I had, like, an enterprise storage solution somewhere, like at Adam's house or whatever, I could access that damn thing at 50 gig? That's 5 times the speed of, like, my fastest networking I have in my house. That's 100 times faster than, or actually, no, it'd be, wait, is that 100? Let's see, so it'd be 10 and 10. Yeah, 100 times faster than my gigabit connections. Or I should say 50, rather 50 times, right? Because it's 50 gigabit. That's just wild to think. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that. That is just crazy. Adam said 10G on Zip is one fiber to the exchange. Oh, so for 50 gig, do I have to upgrade the fiber? No, 10G becomes a direct fiber line. No G, but oh, so at 10 gig, you just plug right into the back of the card. Okay. Or the gateway. They did say, the guy that came to my house did say that I technically don't need the, what do they call, ONC or ONP or ON something, ONT? Is it ONT? Yeah, I think it's called ONT. The modem, the little modem thing. He technically said that I don't need it. Like, if I wanted to run it direct, even with 1 gig service, they said that I could plug it into the back of my computer directly. But in order for me to do that, they have to configure something on their side. Like I have to give them like the MAC address on my networking card and they can configure it that way. But he said by default, they don't offer that. Like it's something you can request and they'll do for 1 gig. But it sounds to me like that's the default for 10 gig. Like for 10 gig, they do that because like, oh, you're a business, you know your shit. You know what a MAC address is. We can do this for you. Otherwise, they give you the ONT and make it simple. But he did mention that. Like, because I asked him, I was like, why can't I just plug this fiber in the back of my NIC? Like, why do I need the ONT? And he said the ONT is just like their standard thing they use. They can program it remotely. They can do a whole bunch of stuff with it. But if you want a direct connection, they will do it. Like if you just ask them for it. I don't even think it costs any extra money or anything. You just ask them for it. But I didn't really see any reason to do that. But having a nice gateway, like if it's a gateway and I can put an SFP port in it and just plug the fiber directly into it and have one less hop to go through, that would lower my ping even more. But it's like I don't need my ping lowered anymore. My ping right now is like 2 to 3 milliseconds to any fast sites, right? Like if I drop out right now and like ping, oh wait, he just messaged me. He said unplugged, replugged, everything. Now we wait and see. Fingers crossed, buddy. All right, we're just waiting for him to hopefully he shows back up in chat. If not, not the end of the world, but I hope he does come back because these topics we were going to talk about, they're actually like really good. Now I'm like, damn it, we should have talked to him before we went off live. God damn it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to ping. Let me try pinging. Okay, so check this out. I'm getting a 2 millisecond ping. So check this out. I just pinged Google. I'm getting a 2 millisecond ping to Google through NordVPN. Now, granted, I'm using the Seattle NordVPN server, but normally that ping is 2 to 3 milliseconds, and I'm getting 2 right now through NordVPN. So with my old connection I had, where it was a cable connection, my ping was it was terrible. It was honestly terrible. It was between 15 and 25 on cable, which is really bad for cable, by the way. It was 15 to 25, and if I went through a VPN, I don't know if it's because they hated VPNs or what the deal was with their routing, but if I went through the VPN, that ping went up to like 50 to 100. With Ziply, for some reason, like all the Seattle NordVPN servers don't even seem to impact the net, like not even 1 millisecond of difference going through the NordVPN. So I'm like, damn, that's pretty badass. No, I am too. I am too, Burrito. 100%. Like I did not expect it to be that good. Oh, hold on here. Oh, phone link just got updated. Check it out. Hold on. If you guys use phone link, by the way, because we're just chasing squirrels right now, we're waiting for Aux. There's an app under Windows 11. If you haven't used it, it's called Phone Link, and it works with Android and iOS, or basically any iPhone. And it's really cool. It connects to your phone via Bluetooth. And well, when it connects, it just disconnected because it didn't update. Now it's not connecting via Bluetooth. Oh, that's awesome. Like right as I want to tell people about your software, Microsoft, you break. Good job. Good job. All right. Awesome. Anyways, the way it's supposed to work is Phone Link connects to your phone over Bluetooth, right? As long as you're within proximity of the computer. And then anybody that SMS messages you shows up as a notification toast at the bottom of your screen. Like the message came in through like Discord or something. It'll like pop out a little notification. Oh, is he back?
It does that, yeah.
We got him back. Oh, you guys can't hear him yet. Hold on, let me grab it. Let me grab his link. I gotta grab him by the link. Oh my god, I'm so glad he's back. I wasn't sure if he's gonna be back. Weird. I'm so glad.
It's so weird, man.
Hold on, you're almost there. You're almost there, bro. You're almost back. And there you are. Yeah.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody.
We got him back.
So I don't even know what happened.
That was the weirdest shit, dude. Weirdest shit. Okay, so check this out.
In the middle.
Check this out. We're sitting there talking. You go, hey, are you there? Hello? Hey,
yeah.
Hey, you guys hear me? And then you sat there and we're just like looking around and like trying to figure stuff out for probably another 3 to 5 minutes. We were watching you. I was like desperately texting you like, you're online. Don't say like crazy shit or start your dude. Because we could see everything. It was eerie. Like we could tell you couldn't see us, but we could see you clearly the whole time.
The camera though, right? Like
yeah, camera and audio for like 3 to 5 minutes. And then what it did is I was like, dude, we can still see after the 3 to 5 minutes. You go like this. You go, huh? And then you just froze, and then you dropped out of Video Ninja.
That's so weird.
But it was like minutes after you couldn't see us. It was weird.
It was just me. Like in the video room, it was just me. Like has happened before when either I disconnect or you. And weird. Just weird.
Wait. So you could see only yourself in the video chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. In mine, we were still both in the channel. You were talking. It was coming through everything. was perfect.
It's weird. I wonder if you think I did. So, I mean, full disclosure, I did click on a torrent link, and that's when it. And then I thought, oh crap, I'm sucking up all my bandwidth, and so I closed it. But then it just failed from there. Everything,
bro, you had to torrent.
And it was just me. It was like the TV upstairs. My phone was still connected. No, I didn't even get to download into anything yet. It was just the torrent software opened and it was like getting ready to download, and that was it. It hadn't actually started anything.
Bro couldn't even make it through Tech Talk without like itching that piracy itch. He's like, I gotta get them 0-day wares and videos.
Again, it didn't actually download anything. It hadn't actually started anything.
We're kidding. He only downloads PDFs and open source software, guys. Torrents are for PDFs and open source software.
Yeah. No, it was legit and stuff. It was just, but still, use VPN and magnet links. It was a magnet link. I didn't have a VPN, but it occurred to me, oh crap, this is gonna suck all my bandwidth up. So I shut it all down, and then everything failed from there. It was really weird.
Yeah, the weirdest thing though is that we could hear and see you, but you couldn't see us. It was weird how like Video Ninja kicked you into like your own channel where we weren't there, but we could still see you. That was a very bizarre state that I can't even explain how the hell that happened. That was like a weird Video Ninja thing happening. If you guys have never used Video Ninja, by the way, it is a pretty cool piece of software. So if you go to video.ninja, it's like literally .ninja. It's a free software. I don't know how the guy offers this for free, honestly. I really don't know how he affords to pay for this infrastructure. Honestly, there's no ads or anything. Like
it's peer to peer. I don't think there's really any go between.
Actually,
it's just
that's not entirely true. I know it can do peer to peer, but remember when we were triaging that one day and the thing popped up and said that you don't have a peer to peer connection, like it had to go through the server, and that's why we were having the problem.
Yeah, there's like a weird bounce somewhere, right? Yeah.
So they do let you go through, like if there's a weird firewall thing involved or a port block or something, it lets you go through their server infrastructure. But I'm like, how are they just offering this for free? This is one of those weird things where it's like, how are they profiting from this? Like, how are they able to do this? By the way, I cranked our bandwidth up by like 20 times, so should look better for people. I didn't realize this whole time we were like broadcasting our video at like 500 kilobits per second. So now we're probably like tack sharp.
I didn't get DDoSed either.
No,
because so what happened from my side? From my side, I was getting stopped at the gateway. Or not even to the gateway. I was connected to the gateway, but it said no internet. I tried to ping the gateway and I was getting any response. So there's something, it was just my machine. Everything else connected to the network was fine. The TVs were all fine. All the other devices and stuff were just doing fine.
I think it was coincidence.
I think so too. Just gremlins. Something funny happened. Because like I did somebody had gave a super chat. Thank you very much with some advice about uninstalling the Wi-Fi adapter and putting it back. That didn't work. Is your gateway router owned by your ISP? Yes, because it's a fiber decoder thingy. I don't have a third-party one. But then I use their mesh network stuff, which this incident has motivated me to set up the professional stuff that I was gifted. So yeah, I got a 50-foot cable and all that jazz. So I'll be able to go into my crawl space and run the cable and all that jazz.
So you have Adam's Ubiquity Wi-Fi stuff, right? Like is it the square ones? Like the square access points?
No, they're meshes? Circles.
Oh, they're the circle ones.
He gave me a couple. I got a couple, 2 or 3 of the Wi-Fi 6 ones, and then he had an extra Wi-Fi 7 one, and so I have that one too.
I didn't even know Wi-Fi 7 was a thing, bro. Wi-Fi 6 is still new to me.
It's like almost gigabit, I think, wireless gigabit.
Okay, all right. So
honestly, I think that one access point could probably do my whole house. Like he was saying that all of them together, not with the Wi-Fi 7, but all the access points he gave me are good for like 3,000 nodes or something, or 3,000 connections. Or whatever.
Ubiquity stuff's pretty hardcore, dude. Ubiquity stuff is pretty hardcore.
It's like, yeah, I wish they would make like they do make a couple options that are sort of prosumer, because this is like enterprise grade stuff. This is like if you're at like a baseball stadium or something, they have Ubiquity access points all over the place. Like Ubiquity is like
Honestly,
stuff.
it's the most common thing you see when you walk into businesses, when you see that
everywhere.
little frisbee dish that's on the ceiling.
Yeah, it looks like a little UFO.
Yeah, you little UFO upside down. Yeah, that's literally like Ubiquity's like design.
iPhone of networking, I suppose. If you want to be a big Cisco nerd, I guess you could go that way.
Dude,
I guess.
it is the most closed system ever. Like Ubiquity is not. This is the one thing. This is the one thing I don't like about Ubiquity is that how closed they are, but at the same time, that's a strength. Because they're so closed, it actually does increase their security. It's the same thing with like iOS versus Android. Like you can't white box it because there's no source code to white box, right? But by the way, like white boxing, like you have the source code, you can go look at it. You can find exploits by looking at how the developer was thinking. Whereas the normal approach, if in a closed source project, is you basically have to deconstruct it into assembly. That's a lot harder to go through, a lot more time consuming, and much harder to find exploits. When you can look at source code, exploits like pop into your head like crazy. You can look at that and go, oh, they're calling that function. Wait a second, that function is deprecated for a reason because if you put some extra bits on the end of the packet, it does something fucking stupid. And then you can be like, oh, they're not checking for that fucking stupid thing that you can do to break that. And then you immediately know that's an endpoint that you can exploit. So, so that's the downside to open source. But the upside, of course, is that because it's open source, if it's a huge community and a huge project with like literally tens of thousands of people working on it, any exploit that's found will most likely be fixed before it's ever like used to any huge extent. So it's weird. You actually kind of get like more security. You get less security in a way, but you also get more security because anybody that finds an exploit, chances are 50 people found it and fixed it before you ever found the exploit in the first place. What's funny is people love to shit all over them in the enterprise world.
That's so weird. Yeah. I feel like that's just because that's like old heads who like I suffered, so you have to. Kind of thing. I think that's weird.
Hey,
because I've seen Ubiquity stuff like on the Microsoft campus, and if that's not enterprise, I'm sure they have other. I mean, I'm sure it's running through Cisco routers and stuff somewhere too. But like as far as like their
networking
and the access points and stuff, like it's good stuff. I don't know why.
In 2015, when I was at Microsoft, they stopped using Cisco like years prior because it was. I don't know why. They for some reason their relationship with Cisco broke down. And they started using this purple gear. Does anybody know the brand that's purple? Like where all the routers and everything are like this, like plum purple. I don't know the brand. I don't know the brand, but like one day back, I want to say it was like 2009, 2010. All the Cisco stuff, including like our big $100,000 Catalyst router that we had that was running the lab with 1,200 machines. They yanked it all out and replaced it all with this purple shit. All the access points on the ceiling all got replaced with like these white access points that were different. They weren't Cisco brand.
Oh, Juniper. That sounds familiar.
So, Juniper probably? Okay. So, and I remember that the one thing I liked about it when they swapped it out
images of their stuff looks normal.
It had a web interface.
Like gray.
The Cisco shit that we had was so old at Microsoft first because they had it for so long. It didn't even have a web interface. To configure it, you had to go over there with a laptop, plug a serial cable into the front of the router, and like type in all these fucking text commands through a TTY terminal.
IPMI.
Dude, it was so stupid. It was so. I hated it. I hated it.
So dumb.
Like anytime you had to change the DHCP table, like I'm like, wait a second, this is a piece of networking equipment. Why can't I connect to the IP and just change it? Why do I have to go over there and plug a fucking serial cable into it? It's weird.
It's got to be this extreme network stuff. All their routers are like totally solid purple. The casing, everything is purple.
Let me see. Extreme routers. Let me see.
Extreme networks. Yeah.
Extreme.
Do not disclose. You look up.
I want to thank.
It's not available for Android. What is your thoughts on this? What?
Hold on just a second. Don Kellogg, thank you for the $10, bro. Seriously. Don Kellogg is legend.
Or for whatever. Oh, that's cool. Probably video. It turns out iPhone only, no Android. What is it? That's fine. It's easier. A lot of people will only develop for iOS because it's easier.
There's actually some huge benefits. There's some big benefits.
When you do Android development, you have to worry about so many different devices, and there are a lot of tools available to help you like handle that. But it's a pain in the ass. Honestly,
when you upload an app to the iOS marketplace, it gets severely criticized. Like it gets looked at by automation. It gets looked at by human beings. Like when you buy a license as an iOS developer, one of the things that comes with it is this huge amount of scrutiny. And that's why their marketplace is clean. Like compared to Android marketplace, way cleaner, right? Like they're they discriminate a lot more about stuff. Like they'll just cut out entire categories of shit. For the longest time, they didn't have emulators. They were like, emulators let people work around all this shit. They can be exploited, blah, blah, whatever their reasoning was. They just kicked them out. Android doesn't do that. So that's the benefit of Android, is that they're all inclusive and let everybody in, but you also have the $999,000 Diamond app, and it's going to just be there, and you just got to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
And people can have a lot more malicious code sneak by and make it into the official marketplaces because they're just not scrutinized to the same level as iOS. Yeah. But the flip side is Android gives you way more access, right? Like
the Google Play Store is a lot better about like code review and stuff like that. They are much better in recent years for that. There are, like, you can tell there's like a special little stamp that they put on ones that are like definitely okay kind of things. I mean, there's always things going to sneak through, of course, but yeah, most of the stuff, like, it's very uncommon. Again, practice safe, fucking don't be sideloading weird shit you get off of the internet. Most anything you download on either Play Store is going to be fine.
And to be fair, if you jailbreak iOS, you're in the same boat as Android. Like, if you're jailbreaking and sideloading shit, you're going to be just as exploited as everything else.
There was that. So. In the early days, there was that, like, a whole separate app store that you could get. My mind keeps going Dolphin.
Hold on. Are you talking about the cloned app store where it's every app was free, but it like was every app that was in the official store?
Well, and it was just like a third party one, and people where you could download all kinds of different. Cydia, I think that might have been it.
No, Cydia is the Android. That's the Android marketplace.
Oh,
I think. I'm pretty sure Cydia.
Because that does sound familiar. There was one for iOS early days. I remember, my 3GS.
Oh no, Cydia for iPhone. It's a popular app store for. Oh shit, no, it is.
Okay,
I stand corrected. Cydia download for free with Cydia Cloud. If you're a newbie to the iDevice family, we frequently heard terms like Cydia download, jailbreaking, and much more. You can download the Cydia app here for Cydia Cloud. Okay, interesting. I'm going to actually look into this. I didn't even see this. So does this require you jailbreaking your device, or what is this?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
It was like the jailbreak store, yeah.
Let me read this real quick. Okay, so what really is Cydia download? Cydia installer was created by an American software engineer called Jay Freeman, also known as Surik.
Jay.
Since after the release of Cydia for the iDevice community, it has begun to make a revolution in Apple device history. The truth is, if you're unable to do all the work with your iDevice as Android users do, this is because of the restrictions imposed by Apple. Installing Cydia opens the gate for a specific path to customize any iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch device in an incredible way. Basically, Cydia is a third-party application installer, which is similar to the App Store and developed for the jailbroken iOS device. Okay, so you do have to have a jailbroken device to run this. Okay, yeah, so this is just like a third-party app store that anybody can put stuff into. However, I do remember, does anybody in chat remember this? Because I really remember this about the early iPhone. And by early, I mean like iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3 kind of stuff, like really early. I remember when I jailbroke my phone, they had a marketplace that was a mirror of the real Apple marketplace that had, like, it literally looked exactly the same. All the apps, but everything was free. You could even go into like a medical app that was like, $599 to buy and just click it and install it and just run it. So like you could sit there and just be like, oh, I'm going to install it. Like you could install the remember the Diamond app, like $9,000 or whatever. And it was just a picture of a diamond that opened up. So that was in the early days of the App Store. You could actually just go and install that just to see what it looked like without paying for it. It was like literally a copy of the Apple Marketplace. I still have no idea how the hell they did it, but it's obviously not around anymore because otherwise you would definitely hear about something of that magnitude. So yeah, it still requires a jailbreak though. And as soon as you jailbreak iOS, like all the security, all the patching, all that stuff goes out the window, right? You're not going to have a secure device. Bradley Smith said, I like to call it out of ecosystem rather than jailbroken. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, right.
Regardless of what you call it, it's like you are breaking out of Apple's ecosystem and turning your iPhone into basically a pseudo Android. But again, it's like you should be able to do that. And as an owner of your device, luckily under the law, you can do that. You're allowed to jailbreak your shit if you want to. Or call it out of ecosystem. I remember playing Dev Branch of Clash of Clans with unlimited upgrades and troops. Oh yeah, you could do like anything, all the upgrades. I remember this, like, you could do the in-app purchases. All the in-app purchases were free, so you could just open up any game and just be like, oh, I want that, and the server would just be like, have it, and it would just give it to you. Same thing with movies. I remember you installed an app. There was this app on there where you could buy movies through it and watch it. This is like early days, right? And I remember it had like all the movies. You just clicked on it, just download it, and it'd be like, oh, this movie's free. This movie's free. This movie's free. I only ran it for a little while though because it was super unstable. I remember that it would crash my phone all the time and like kill the battery, and it would get really hot. It wasn't stable at all. But I know people jailbreak today and it's like way more stable. Like, because I know people that have had their iPhones jailbreaking from the beginning. But if I'm honest, people used to jailbreak their iPhones like crazy. I don't hear about it that much anymore. Do you? Like, you hear of people still, because that's the thing. Like, before everybody jailbroke, now it seems like almost nobody does. Like, it's like a niche thing that you do on a device that you don't use as your daily driver. Yeah. So I think people do appreciate to some degree that when they're in the iOS ecosystem, it's like for all the things that get taken away from them, the one thing that gets given to them is peace of mind and security. Right.
And it's just easy. It always comes back to convenience. It's just a pain in the butt to do any of that stuff. And what's the benefit, you know?
And every analysis I've seen said, and I'm sure people are going to argue with me on this, especially Adam, I'm sure, is that Android, I don't believe Android is as secure as iOS, just simply because Android is open source and iOS is closed source. Just because Android, honestly, because it's open source, it has a bigger attack surface by default. It has more changes, bigger hardware ecosystem, which means you have more devices that could have an exploit that might not be picked up on testing in the other devices, because they're not testing every device with every single build.
Sure.
So it does. I'm not saying that means it's unsecure. Like, obviously Android's secure. People run it all the time. Businesses trust it and stuff. I'm not saying it's insecure. I'm just saying that when you put the two together, iOS does have an edge in the security department. That's something that Apple heavily leans into. But I would honestly say that, like, honestly, iOS and Android seem like they've almost got feature parity now. Yeah, I noticed that iOS is given a lot more slack. Like the apps that they allow in the marketplace now, they allow emulators, which they didn't before. You can even do like full blown like Linux prompts with DOSBox and emulators and stuff. Like, you couldn't do any of that shit before. So they have really opened the door. But I will say the one thing that does suck about iOS is that every developer does have to pay a yearly development fee, and if they don't, their apps get pulled from the marketplace. Android doesn't do that, as far as I know.
I think that's whack, especially on top of the fact that, like, I agree, you have to pay. You're just, they're taking 30% of any sale that you make, whether in-app purchases or subscriptions or anything, and I have to pay $100 a year for the privilege of developing, just to be clear, James Janus, I wasn't responding to you. What was he talking about? He said, I was never talking about iOS only development. I was talking about your thoughts on how a lot of articles and videos I see best whatever app, but never said it's because you responded to him and I was talking to you. He thinks I was responding to him. I wasn't. I was just talking about what you were talking about. And just to hit on that point, it's messed up. It's super annoying. But I mean, what do you do? Well, honestly, if you want to get down to brass tacks, the reason people develop on iOS first is because it's one, the easiest. Like, honestly, developing apps and securing them and everything, like iOS, it's like all the shit and resources you get from Apple are like vastly superior to Android. Dude, I was in Objective-C just before, like, I finished my Objective-C learning just when they released Swift. Like, I finished it literally like a week before Swift came out. Yeah. But even Objective-C was way, way easier than Java. Dude, Java for Android sucked. This would have been like 2012, and it was awful. I never did finish my Java for Android classes because it's so. It's partly the school I was at, but also partly how freaking difficult Java was. It sucked. Yeah, I'd love to get back. I'd love to get back into iOS programming and learn Swift and stuff. It was cool. I haven't tried Swift yet. I want to try it. It just made sense. Like the connecting how I don't remember the vocabulary much anymore, but connecting modules and stuff and like how it all worked together and how information is passed from one function to another and that kind of stuff. It was so much easier to understand. Ugh. Okay, the other reason that they develop, because I want to answer James Shana's question now directly, since I'm not just responding to you. The reason C# was great too. Another reason they developed for iOS like first, and there are exceptions. There's people that have made stuff for Android first, and it took a while to come to iOS. But the main reason iOS usually gets all the big hitters first is because Apple will literally handhold all the big developer companies and walk them through the whole development process, give them like carte blanche, everything. They have a really good onboarding system. They'll do code reviews for you. Like, I don't know if Google will do that, but nice. Apple will do code reviews for you. And you actually touched on this, Aux. This is a good point you made earlier. And just give me a second.
So this is a good point you made earlier, and that is that Android has an obsessively large ecosystem of hardware. That means if you're an app developer, making sure that because everybody says, oh, there's more Androids than iOS. Yeah, that's true. There are more Android devices, but that's because there's 5 trillion devices. Dude, that's like saying PCs all have different operating systems, but you just count them together anyways, right? It doesn't mean they can all do the same thing.
There's more devices running Java than there straight regular ass Java than there are Android.
But here's the truth. Here's the truth.
Like if you probably run Java,
you will sell more copies of your software faster on iOS than you will Android, even though there's more Android devices. The reason being is because your app that you write for iOS will run on more devices, even though there's less devices total. There's more devices that are unified in a smaller ecosystem that your app is going to run on nearly all of them. Like at least past whatever point you choose to access the SDK or whatever, right? But it's going to work on all those devices and it's going to work pretty seamlessly. And it'll be tested and just work across everything. Android, you really have to grind. You have to be like, I'm releasing this. It's going to work on phones. Then I have to expand it to work on bigger phones. Then I have to change the graphics so they look good on this device. Is it touchscreen? What touchscreen technology is being used? Do I have to change my algorithm for that? What accelerometer does the device have? Some have better, some have worse. Because you have to constantly tweak everything and put all these if this devices, if defs everywhere. The development process becomes quite a bit harder and quite a bit more convoluted to get the same number of people able to buy your application. So it's actually more profitable, in my opinion, from what I've seen. It is more profitable for you to release on iOS first, establish your app, optimize your app, and then port it over to Android. And then you can start 100%. By porting it over to like the most current Android hardware. And then if you want to get the rest of that market of the people that have the older devices, because people are like, there's more Android devices in the world than iOS. That is true. But realize a lot of those Android devices are old refrigerators, old ovens, old microwaves, old clocks sitting next to the thing, IP old cameras,
phones or weird, janky Chinesium knockoff stuff, like all kinds of weird Android stuff out there.
Exactly.
Those $20 tablets that you see at Marshalls and stuff, that's Android too, but it's probably running like, Android fucking key lime or something, some old version of it and you can't update it or it'll explode. Yeah.
But Apple has people by the nuts. Like, there's a reason why people are frustrated with Apple and how much money they take from everything. It's because it's worth it to the developers. Like, even with them taking all that extra shit and the in-app purchases and everything, at the end of the day, the developer reaches more people and gets more sales, so they make more money on that platform.
And a couple of other people mentioned that people with iPhones are more likely to are more willing, or they're like to pay. Like if your app is $2 or something or $5, they're more willing to pay that than Android. Android, you can, because I think partly because the early days there was so much piracy, and like side loading and stuff. The overall like user attitude is that like they should all be free.
Did I ever tell you about Angry Sharks?
No,
so we tried to capitalize. He's like, what the fuck? We tried to capitalize on the Angry Birds thing when it came out, right?
Angry Birds, okay.
So everybody was searching for Angry this and Angry that. So we wanted to capitalize on it and see how we could do. So we started by creating a game called Angry Sharks, but because we worked at Microsoft, we of course developed it for the Microsoft phone. So we put it into the Windows marketplace for the Microsoft store. You know how many copies got downloaded? Like maybe 100 in like 3 months. Like total, 100, including our downloads, like to all of our devices testing. 100 downloads. So then later on, we ported it to iOS. And when we ported to the iOS, it actually made it into the top 50 for one of the gaming categories. And it had over 1 million It was like 900,000 or 1 million downloads. So we actually got and that was the funny thing. We developed it for Windows Phone first, but because Windows Phone just didn't have enough devices out there yet that could run it, because keep in mind, this game was like developed for the Windows Phone. This is before it had parity with Windows 10 and stuff. So it could only run on phones. That's it. And there was only so many Windows phones out there. They didn't even have 1% of the market share. So that was a bad move. Had we developed for Apple first, we would have been better off. And then we could have ported it over. But I will say the one thing I do miss about Windows Phone, and a lot of people don't know this, if they just used Windows Phone and they didn't develop for it, I will say right now that out of every mobile device I've ever programmed for, by far, the Windows Phone was the easiest device to write apps and games for.
Yeah.
It was so stupidly simple. They used this, I think it was called XNA. It was like a basically modified C#. And XNA was like the library that you used for like doing the graphics and stuff. The way that they handled like the world loop for games and the way that they handled like the event-driven applications and stuff, it was so stupidly simple that you could basically sit in Visual Studio and just drag and drop shit. and tied together. It was kind of like programming in Unity, you know, where it's like you drag and drop 90% of it and then 10% of it's coding. And you can actually produce something really, really useful. Whereas over on iOS, you had to bust open Objective-C and you had to go through and like do little shit. And then you had to use Cocoa or whatever to do the multi-threaded UI shit. And it was fun. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Objective-C is pretty cool how you can like mix C and C++ with that weird language, the Cocoa, where it's like for the UI, for doing the UI elements and everything. And it's like you decouple them. Like they're in the same code, but they're kind of like multi-threaded and you don't have to worry about it. It handles everything. That's pretty cool. But I will say that, man, Windows Phone could have been big. If Microsoft had have done it right, it could have been huge, man.
Man, Windows Phone could have been awesome had they just kept with it for a little while longer. I feel like it could have integrated really well with Windows 10 or 7 or no, because it came out. They were trying to do the 8 thing to make it look like Windows Phone, but I feel like it could have they could have kept along that path and integrated it more into the operating system so that you had more seamless stuff and just basically followed a similar like UX philosophy that Mac was doing. It seems I thought for sure Apple was going to consolidate or expand, either consolidate Mac OS or expand iOS more, but now it seems like they have 3 different operating systems. You have iOS for the phones, you have iPad OS for the tablets, for the iPads, which is still basically iOS, and then you have Mac OS. And man, I thought when I was doing iOS programming, I thought, man, here it is. They're going to make a seamless experience, and it is fairly seamless, you know, with AirDrop, and you can do the thing where like you're on your Mac and you can bring your cursor over to your iPad and that kind of a thing.
It's gotten a lot
but
better.
It's still a little janky. It's not as smooth as I thought it was going to be. I thought, man, they're going to have a thing where you're going to take your iPhone and you're going to plug it in, and it'll just onto your super iMac. It'll just be one of those all-in-one monitor kind of things, and it'll be seamless. All of your iOS apps will be on your iMac, and your iMac stuff will still work, you know, back and forth, and it'll all just be all the same. And you take your phone away, and you don't have to really worry about it because it's all connected. And like it's kind of there, but it's not as seamless as I thought it was going to be.
No, it is getting better though, and honestly, the other thing is like the other thing I do like about Android, like over iOS, like the Apple ecosystem, is that you can mix a lot of devices. Like Android and PC play really well together. Android and Mac even play well together. Actually, Android and Linux play well together. What?
I feel like they don't toot their horn as much on this, but yeah, there's some really cool integrations. Like you can I could plug my phone into my computer and have a fairly seamless thing. I can do the DeX thing if all I have is a monitor. I can actually plug that into and boom, now I have
DeX
basically
thing is pretty sweet.
laptop.
Yeah, the DeX is sweet.
That's really neat. But they don't really push those features very much.
No, and the thing is, it's because not every device has it. It's like some devices have it, others
like
don't.
The next thing is Samsung on
Some of them you have to plug in a USB-C to HDMI cable to go on the monitor. Some of them can do the mirror, what is it called? Mirror cast or whatever, where it just does it so that you just push a button and boom, it's on the screen. You didn't have to push any cables. So it's like there's a lot more permutations of hardware. But just remember, every time you go up in complexity in that matrix of hardware, it becomes that much harder to develop for it.
Yes.
But there are layers of abstraction, and this is where like programming is getting a lot better, and I think AI is going to actually improve this dramatically, is to disconnect the developer. Anything you can do to disconnect the developer from a specific piece of hardware is a good thing. Like if they don't have to worry about the screen size, they don't have to worry about the resolution, they don't have to worry about any of that shit, the more of that, the better. And so I think Apple does a better job of that across their ecosystem. Like iPhone and iPad, those are pretty much your two form factors. The resolutions are like, you're pretty much set in their way. Whereas Android, it's like you get a billion different resolutions on the devices and, you know, form factors and DPIs and everything like that. But if you're the developer and you just want to write, you know, make an app and you're just like, here's what the app looks like, send it. And on every device, it automatically morphs to like the best layout and the most functional for that device.
Yeah, right.
The better. And so you do see these abstraction layers, right? You see them through libraries. Like people do it with web pages all the time. Like how many web pages use like Node.js, There's like a whole bunch of these libraries. They just load, right? In JavaScript. They just load them.
Yeah.
And then it just automatically imbues their web page with all these qualities to work and look the same in like 50 different browsers and do resizing and client-side updates. You don't have to do anything to gain those. They just come for free when you add in that library and like maybe like, initialize a class or something. I think that's super cool because then that allows a developer to basically say, my app just gets better on everything. I didn't have to do anything. I just added this one little thing, and now everything looks the same. And Android does do that, a lot of that. Like a lot of the Android apps and stuff that you have, if you develop them correctly, they'll scale and everything across everything if they do it right.
Yeah.
But the problem is you don't have to do it right. iOS will hold your feet to the flames and make you do it right. Whereas Android's like, hey, if you want to draw individual pixels, knock yourself out. And then it only works on devices with like a very specific resolution.
Yeah. And I mean, it's because there's what, only 3 different kinds of iPhone. There's a bunch of different models of iPad, but the screen sizes are basically just 3 different screen sizes. And that's it. Like, so you're developing for like 6 devices, basically.
Pretty much.
And they jammed it down on us. Like it was bad practice to do anything that was like hard coded in terms of like positioning. It should always be like relative and in percentages and stuff, so that like even if you did, because you can open iOS apps like Instagram, for say as an example. I don't think there's an iPad app for Instagram. So you're if you do download it, you're downloading the phone version of the app, and it like swells it up. But it's funny because the aspect ratio is off.
Yeah.
Right. The iPhone's like, I'm just gonna say 9:16, but I think it's a little different. And then the iPad is like 4:9 or something. And so like it's like it looks like you're looking at a phone on your iPad. It's really funny.
What's cool about Windows Phone, though, is you didn't have to worry about resolution. You just basically, everything was anchors, percentages, and DPI. Yeah. So, like, if you wanted a button, you'd put it up in the corner, and you'd say, I want this button to be a percentage of the screen, and I want this button to be anchored to this port. And then even if you had it on a laptop or a phone, it would scale it and move it relative to its anchored position, so that regardless if they created a new device that was like a 50-inch TV or whatever, your app would just scale and work, and the DPI would be correct. Which is really freaking cool, right? Hey, do you have to get out of here like perfectly at 2 p.m. today? Do you got anything going on, or can you stay a little later?
A little, yeah.
Yeah, because I figure I do want to jump into some of the topics. Let me let me thank Meat Puppet. I know, right? Hey, Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5, dude. You're absolutely awesome. He said, in my opinion, the only 3 things that'll survive the apocalypse is the Nokia brick phone, Twinkies, and cockroaches. Now, first off, I know you're joking, but except for the Nokia. Everybody knows the Nokia will survive forever.
No, it still need to be protected.
I will say that Twinkies, and I was sad, this hurts my heart, but you can go watch my video. I do have a YouTube video I made about 6 or 8 years ago. Twinkies will not survive. No. Twinkies do, in fact, rot, and it broke my heart. I actually did a video on YouTube where I opened a box of Twinkies. Remember when the box of Twinkies were going for like $500? My buddy bought me a box of Twinkies, like back when that was going down. He found one somewhere. He gave it to me, and I wouldn't open it up because I'm like, I'm not going to eat $500 fucking Twinkies. So I put it on a shelf, and I just admired it for months, right? And 6 months later, I go to open it because I'm like, dude, I'm going to scarf these fucking Twinkies down, right? Yeah. And they were all rotten. They all had mold on them inside the package. They were all absolutely disgusting. Yeah, they don't survive. That is like a thing. They spread that rumor forever. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. No, they totally rot, dude. Twinkies will rot. I've eaten some fairly old ones, but maybe not too long, I guess. Yeah, they were absolutely. I think is that video is probably still up. Just do a search for like Barnacules Twinkies, and you'll see how grody they are. Like I made these like cheap version of a trifle using Twinkies. Yep. And I cut the real thin, like these thin slices, put them in a little cup. But I had more Twinkies than I had like berries and stuff. So some of them some of these slices just sat in a cup in the fridge and like kind of dried out a bit. And they were so good, like as like a little crunchy disc, as like a little crispy kind of crunchy cookie. It was really good. Like they dried out a bit in the fridge. And I went and ate these slices, and it was really, really good. They got just a little bit of a crunch to them and stuff. It was really nice. So you like sliced the Twinkie into like little discs, and they dried out in the fridge, and it made them like it
was really cool. And like I was like, man, there might be something here. Like I don't know, put them in a dehydrator or something.
You know what? I kind of want to buy a box of Twinkies and just put them in like a vacuum chamber or a chamber filled with like argon or nitrogen or something, like some inert gas.
Oh, sure.
And see how long they survive, right? Like, did you see the guy did that with flaming hot Cheetos?
I've seen MacD's burgers that are like 40 years old and stuff, dude. And it's like, well, yeah, you put it in a fucking like sealed container, this glass dome that people are looking at. Like, of course, there's no environment for it to like. Yeah, for the bacteria to do anything. It's just there, you know. Yep.
So rich dude, you guys can look this up tonight. Some rich dude decided that he wanted the future to know what flaming hot Cheetos were like, right? So what he did is he took the flaming hot Cheetos and he completely encased them in a block of acrylic. So he liquid acrylic, right? But then he because the bag was sealed and filled with nitrogen already or whatever, he puts it in the block. Then he ties chains to it with springs inside of a giant metal frame, puts it into the ground into like a metal sarcophagus so that it can withstand earthquakes without breaking or cracking.
Yeah.
And then he puts like a sign on the top that's like all engraved bronze that's like, here lies like the flaming hot Cheetos for the future. And he creates like this time capsule, and it looks like it was very expensive. This did not look like a cheap endeavor. He made a whole YouTube video. But he's like, I want future generations to know what flaming hot Cheetos were. And so he buries this contraption. And it's like, seriously, it's like designed to like withstand like nuclear blast, freaking earthquakes. Like, and I'm just like, man, this guy must really like flaming hot Cheetos. But yeah, it was like super hyper viral video. Hey, Altonian, thank you for the 5 pounds, brother. He said Windows Phone 10 was the greatest mobile OS that ever exists. I don't know if I go that far. Ballmer was a buffoon for dropping the ball on it. Here's the thing a lot of people don't know. Windows Phone sucked absolute ass balls in the beginning. They had their own kernel, their own HAL, and it only looked like Windows. It didn't share any real code with Windows. It was its own individual project. However, towards the end of the project, when they had like the Nokia 51 something, like the Nokia that had like the 50 megapixel phone and the amazing screen, OLED screen and stuff, like they had some really high class devices. And that was when they switched the teams, right? Back, I think this was like circa 2014. They switched over to the Windows 10 at the time, like Windows 10 was under development. The Windows 10, Windows 8.1, my bad. Windows 8.1 HAL and kernel, they moved to the Xbox, the new Xbox that came out, and to the phone because they wanted a unified ecosystem. They wanted all their hardware running the same OS. That's why Windows 8 was designed to run on ARM, because ultimately they wanted to put it on the phone. But so then they did that. So you get an update for your I think it was the Xbox 360 where they started this. And now your Xbox 360 looks completely different. The menu looks different. Now that's running Windows. You're literally running Windows with drivers and everything. The ARM version of Windows 8.1 is in the background running now. Now you go over to the Windows Phone. It looks exactly the same. Like as an end user, you would never notice the difference, but now it's actually running a Windows 8 operating system. And the cool thing about that is as a developer, you had to, when you were doing XNA and developing, you had to build for Windows, you had to build for the phone, and you had to build for Xbox. Now you built one set of binaries and it could run on all 3 devices.
See,
or I shouldn't say binary, it's like an MSIL package. But yeah, it was like, now as a developer, that's huge, right? If you can create a game one time and have one payload that runs on the computer, on a phone, and on a console, which Microsoft successfully did, like and still even today, Xbox, that's why you see ports go from Windows to Xbox and vice versa so quickly, because they're both running Windows 10 or Windows 11 kernels. They're both running the driver models. They're both supporting like C# and all of the high-level DirectX libraries and Unity and all that. All the stuff they're using is cross-platform. So when you develop for that cross-platform stuff, again, that's like one of those cool things. You're not having to write all this low-level code. You just write for the ecosystem, and it figures it out between the devices. And that's how it should be. And it keeps getting better and better and better because as hardware gets faster and resources get cheaper, it does tend to make developers more sloppy. That's the downside to it. But you gain the benefit of being able to do this high-level development and have it just work everywhere. Like, and we're going to get to the point where it's like you just sit down and have a conversation with an AI, right? It's like you sit down in a room as a team and talk to this like big holographic head on your screen or whatever and be like, we want a game that's like GTA 5 but more modeled like Cyberpunk, and then they'll be like, then you go down to the detail level, right? You get the layout, the storyboard, and then you're like, okay, I want this character to look like this. And I want okay, see my clothes I'm wearing through the camera. I want them to look like this. Oh, here's some drawings. Look at this. And you're literally going to have a conversation, and that's going to lead to the development. Wait, what happened?
We got 1,000.
Did we get 1,000 Czech kroners?
Koruna.
Bro.
Thanks. Wow.
Bro, dude.
That's a lot.
Absolute legend. Not that one. I was like, dude. Matone Ted, you were awesome. I hope I got that right. Matone Ted, you're an absolute legend. I want to say right now, I am looking at the dashboard. This is the most financially successful show we have had in over a year. I just want to say thank you to y'all.
It's because you put out a video.
It's because I finally put out one stinking video. I don't know how many people. We're over 200. We have 222 concurrent viewers. That's not that much more than what we usually get, though. So
the viewers are,
I think people are just happy I released a video. So that's awesome.
I think so too. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Nick Holman said that was $44. Yeah, so 1,000 Czech kroners.
Seriously, thank you very much.
Real quick, have you guys watched the new not Top Gear? I keep calling it Top Gear. Grand Tour. The very last Grand Tour with Jeremy Clarkson and everything. Right? Yeah, very last episode. Yeah. So
I haven't yet. No.
So they go to this country. I don't remember which one it is, but the money is like hyperinflated, and so they literally have a $50 billion bill.
Oh man,
it literally says on it 50. It's a piece of paper. 50 billion units of their money. And he said that it's actually at one point, not that, but at one point that was so cheap that he could have wiped his ass with it because it was actually not even worth the square of toilet paper.
I bet. Yeah,
like,
I bet.
That's how bad their money was hyperinflated. I was like, and it was crazy. It was like you could buy silver there for like half price, but you're not allowed to export it from the country. So they melt it down and make it into like trinkets so that they can be like, oh, I'm taking a trinket home to like sneak it across the border. Yeah, it's their last show, so they're like, let's just create a bunch of international crimes and get banned from more countries. I don't know if they're still banned from the U.S., but I know that Jeremy Clarkson was banned from the U.S. for a while because he had a bunch of speeding tickets and he just skipped out on them. So they're like, they canceled his passport. Oh, he said that was lead. Oh, okay, so they used lead for the shoot and just pretended it was silver. Okay, I figured as much, right? It's a scripted TV show. Right. But I thought that was so funny. It's like the premise was that they were buying silver for like 46 cents per. Now, granted, wait, do they say it's lead at the end in the actual show? Because Adam, I'm not quite through the whole thing. I think I'm down to like the last like 20 minutes. So we were gonna finish it tonight. So yeah, they melt it down, and the melting point proved it. Okay. All right, so it was a gag. Obviously they'd be breaking international law because you can't take
Adam can tell. Yeah. He's like, there's no way that crucible got hot enough to melt silver.
Oh my god, dude! Yeah, you can't really get one by Adam. Like Adam's sitting there watching, and he's like, wait a second, that was 32.43 seconds with 360 degrees Fahrenheit. That cannot possibly melt.
That color orange is only possible at 800 Kelvin, and the melting point of silver is 1200.
He's like, judging by the light refraction off the window of that car, they're at approximately 1,500 foot altitude. And at that pressure, that should not be the boiling point.
Impossible. He's got his whiteboard out. He's doing math.
I love Adam, man. Adam is just an open book of information, man. If you want to know something about something, actually, Adam knows.
It wouldn't even be a whiteboard. It would just kind of stare into the middle distance for a little bit and then be like, that math is wrong.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, whiteboard be damned, right? You just be
impossible.
Oh, I love it. Eric got it. Inconceivable.
Right.
From Princess Bride. I love it.
That's great.
I love it. We love Adam, man. These are terms of endearment. He knows it.
Oh yeah.
We like to rib each other. It's fun. But yeah, I mean, technically he has 2 PhDs, so he backs it up. That's the thing, right? There's people that can back it up, and he's definitely one that can back it up. I've maybe caught him out, I don't know, and the whole time I've known him, maybe 3 to 5 times where he was wrong about something and I was right, out of the like 5 million things we've talked about. And it was usually stuff that wasn't even that complicated. Like the more complicated it is, the more often he was right. The more it was like simple, like somebody in a TV show or like just remembering like a thing. That's like
pop culture. Yeah, on pop culture BS.
That's pretty much the only thing.
I could catch him too.
This is the only thing.
Like, actually, that's not what happened in that movie because that's how my brain works.
Yeah, he does know a lot. He watches a lot of movies though, because he is a cinephile. So it's like he does remember a lot of the sayings and stuff from movies that I don't quite get quite right. But yeah, no, he's definitely got the big brain rocking up there. He's got a sexy big brain. We like it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so topics. We're doing it. We're doing it. And doing it. All right, genetically modified food. We'll start with yours so I can get you out of here.
Oh snap! Oh crap! I since I restarted.
Did you lose your link to the pink?
Yeah.
Fruit? Would you like me to go recover it for you, sir?
No, it'll be in our chat. I'll pull it up.
You get it? All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Because you wanted to talk about genetically modified.
Yeah. So
fruit.
apparently they're making pink pineapples.
Yep. I'll give you guys the
because
list
they're
right
pretty.
here. It's on Wired. Oh, you already did it. Okay, you already got it. We're all just spamming everybody. Get it.
Yeah. So apparently because they're pretty. They so weird. So yeah.
It's like that's it. Okay, gotta go, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. No, I mean, yeah. It's this is reading kind of like an opinion piece or whatever, but it's called the Pink Glow Pineapple, a creation of American food giant Fresh Del Monte. $10 pineapple. Crazy. And it is 100% made possible through bioengineering. So apparently it looks like a regular pineapple, but you cut into the thing and it's pink. It's pink on the inside.
That is weird. Like if I open that up, I would be like, "This is rotten," and throw it away if I didn't know it was supposed to look.
It's very clearly labeled that this is it's not just piled up with all the rest of the pineapples. It's a single one pineapple packaged in a box and stuff.
And to be clear, this isn't like a grapple where they like soak it in a flavor or something. This is like genetically modified, right?
Yeah. It goes on. So then they went and talked to this guy, Hans Sauter from Fresh Del Monte's Chief Sustainability Officer and Senior Vice President of R&D and Agricultural Services. Yeah, man. I guess apparently pineapples were not always the sweet and sunny colored fruits that they've always been, that you may know. Prior to the 90s, used to have like a green shell, it says, with a light yellow flesh that was often more tart than sweet, which that's my experience with pineapple. I like it to be a little.
Was that like a selectively bred pineapple back then, though? Whereas this is like intentionally modified? Or were those also intentionally modified?
Yeah, it goes on to say in 96, Del Monte introduced the Del Monte Gold Extra Sweet pineapple, which was yellower and less acidic than anything on the market. So that was probably just selective breeding in that sense. Early to mid 90s, not much in the lab going on, I think. Let's see here. Popularity of the gold led to an international pineapple feud when rival Dole introduced its own varietal. Del Monte sued, alleging Dole had stolen its gold formula. They settled out of court. Blah, blah, blah. So now after the gold pineapple starts going crazy, they start, I guess it takes 2 years or longer for a single plant to produce mature fruit. So crossbreeding and stuff takes forever. It says Del Monte spent 30 years crossbreeding pineapples with certain desired characteristics before it was ready to launch the gold. So yeah, that's purely just selective breeding, crossbreeding.
By the way, this is $10 a pineapple. It's more than double the cost of a normal pineapple. For one pineapple.
Fucking pineapple, $10. And a pineapple's not much, man. It's like this. And then after you cut it up and stuff, it's crazy.
Yeah. Too much.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so they go on. They weren't planning necessarily to make a pink pineapple. I guess it came from they were researching antioxidants, and it turns out pineapples, to quote, it says pineapples happen to naturally convert a reddish pink pigment called lycopene. You get that from like tomatoes and stuff, which is high in antioxidants, into the yellow pigment beta carotene. And it goes on to say lycopene is what gives tomatoes and watermelon their color. Interesting. So if you prevent the conversion from lycopene to beta carotene, it yields a pink flesh and higher antioxidants.
I wonder how they're introducing this. I wonder if they're using CRISPR, because CRISPR seems to be like the vehicle all these guys are using to mess with the DNAs and introduce their own little traits. I don't see anything about CRISPR in here though.
It doesn't say exactly the process they used. It says they inserted DNA from a tangerine to get it to express more lycopene. They added silencing RNA molecules to mute the pineapple's own lycopene converting enzymes, which help reduce its acidity as well. Not very nice. Finally, Del Monte added a gene from tobacco that confers resistance to certain herbicides. That's fairly.
If they're adding DNA and genes, they're using CRISPR. This is CRISPR shit. Like this got to be CRISPR shit.
Say there was simply so to confirm that the other genetic changes take
You can
effect.
do this shit in your garage with CRISPR. Apparently, like CRISPR is so user friendly that you can watch a couple videos and like buy the chemicals and shit and like splice DNA and shit in your garage and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Like there is a dude, no shit. There's a guy on YouTube that's like injecting himself with like genes and traits from like other things using CRISPR in his goddamn
crazy,
garage.
man. That's gonna have weird effects. I don't know about that.
He's trying to like increase his muscle mass or something like that. And I don't know how successful he's been or if he's even still alive. But there was like a whole like Netflix video on this CRISPR thing. And it was either Netflix or YouTube where they were talking about like CRISPR. All these people are like fucking with it in their garage and they're worried somebody's going to create like some super strain and kill everybody. But it's mostly people like trying to turn their cats green and stuff like that.
Yeah.
By splicing genes. But yeah, this one dude's like experimenting on himself. Like he went to a convention, was literally injecting himself with like his own shit. It was crazy.
Here's the patent filing, Jim.
Yeah, there's no way Del Monte would do this without owning the patent, right? They're not going to let anybody like eat their lunch.
It says was developed via genetic engineering of MD2 named Rosé, internal light red color with yellow spots, unique shell morphology, and possibility of flowering control trait are traits of the new variety. Background of a summary of the invention. A new variety of pineapple has been developed using genetic engineering techniques and named Rosé, or international breeder name EF2-114, using crown materials from variety MD2, also known as Del Monte Gold, to produce in vitro shoot cultures, introduce genes and DNA elements into leaf-based sections, regenerate complete plants, perform field trials, and select plants for blah, 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 blah. Characterized by the flesh, blah, blah, blah. Internal fruit colors. Plant formology is basically the same. How did they do it? But how did they do it?
To be fair, they've been genetically modifying foods forever, though, right? Like we were going to talk about Monsanto. Yeah. It's like Monsanto. Like everybody buys their seeds from them because they're resilient to certain bugs and stuff, and their crops are designed to like grow in climates that they're normally not supposed to climb in and stuff. And it's like I think Monsanto does a lot of that through like selective breeding and stuff, but I don't think it's all selective breeding. I think they do some like gene splicing shit too.
Oh yeah. No, that's the thing. Like the tobacco thing, that's I don't know how common, but it's not a weird because tobacco is very resistant to like herbicides and stuff. Yeah. Let's see here. Genes used in pineapple transformations to create rosé are shown in the boxes. Psi is the phytoene synthase gene from tangerine, and BLYC and ELYC are partial sequences of pineapple, lycopene, beta, I think that's a beta, cyclase, and lycopene epsilon. I don't know what the E1 is. Cyclase genes respectively. Map of plasmid binary vector backbone used for genetic engineering of pineapple. For definition of genetic elements, see table 1. Plasmid PHCW1 was used to create PHCW.T-7 binary vector and binary vector. For definition of genetic elements, see tables 2 and 3. Yeah. Whoa. And then it goes on to a detailed description of the invention.
It's crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy. But I mean, the truth is we've been eating genetically modified food in one way or another forever. Even selective breeding is technically genetic engineering. I mean, you're like growing multiple different variations and then just keeping certain evolutions and pushing them forward that wouldn't naturally, make it. You're basically altering the path of evolution of something. So yeah, it might be the slow route, but it's like genetic engineering nonetheless. And truth be told, we wouldn't have the food supply that we had today without it. The amount of yield that you get from like corn, like somebody in chat was talking about the genetically engineered corn. It's like corn has been so engineered now that it's like everybody buys their seeds from Monsanto because it's like they get the highest yield for the price per seed. They get all this resilience without having to put pesticides because like they've genetically engineered these goddamn plants to like create their own pesticides. And it's a lot easier on the farmer. And they get a way higher yield even with shittier weather, more resilient plant to like changes in temperature and climate, everything like that. And so we get way more food, right? So out of the deal. But people are like super afraid when they hear about it. And they're like, oh, God, we're going to eat it. We're going to start growing like third arms and shit. But it's like, no, not really. I mean, it's still tested for safety. They still make sure that it doesn't have anything in it that's like poisonous to us. It's still something that technically could exist in nature most of the time. Like it might not be likely, but you could. I mean, the fact that you're able to splice those genes and those genes work together mean that through natural evolution, that might be possible. Like through, 1,000 years of it doing its own thing. So I think it's great. I think genetic engineering is like badass. I hope that, it starts becoming more mainstream for humans. The only problem is like, everybody's like playing the religious card on that one. Like, oh, we're playing God if we start fucking with our genome. But I actually think that there's some huge, I mean, we already do, to be fair, right? They already do gene therapy. That's something we've done for a long time.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, there's gene therapies to cure certain diseases, and like, it might not be considered gene therapy, but it's definitely altering the natural progression, like what they do for allergies. Have you seen that? Where you get like a series of shots. Like, some people are allergic to dogs, but they love dogs so much that they literally go get like a shot every week for a year. Like, they go to the doctor every week and get a shot. I knew a guy that did it. And then he's no longer allergic to dogs after a year. Like he can go around dogs and everything. It's like, wait a second. So you had like anaphylaxis level allergy, and you were able to shake it by just getting the series of injections for you. It's really expensive, but he was able to do it. I don't know if they can do that for like every allergen, but it was specifically for dogs. And I was like, dude, you must really fucking love your dogs, like to do something like that. But but it's like, yeah, we have this technology to do this cool shit. And like me, I would fucking love if I could go in and they could whip some gene therapy up for me. That would be like, oh, we figured out what's causing the massive inflammation in your sciatic nerve. They can't, or just make me so I'm not allergic to the medicine anymore. That would help me. Because it's like, literally, if I could just take ibuprofen, that's it. If I could just take Advil, my quality of life would improve dramatically. But I can't. I can't take naproxen. I can't take ibuprofen. I can't take aspirin. All I can take is Tylenol, and I can't even take that because it's too hard on my liver. So it's like, yeah. So the only thing I can take for pain is like hardcore narcotics. They're cracking down on those, so I can't get them anymore. So now I have to take something called buprenorphine, which is like the poor people narcotic that they use to get other people off narcotics. But they're actually using it for me for pain management. It's not wildly effective, but it's like, if they could use gene therapy, like, hell, you could in theory like create a gene therapy that just makes your brain release more dopamine. Imagine if they did a gene therapy where they're like, you know what, we're just going to tweak your dopamine levels, bring them up a little bit more serotonin, and tweak it, help your mental health, and we're going to help with your pain relief. We're going to go ahead and, release more, what do they call them? The thing that like stops inflammation, steroid, like a steroid, like have your body naturally create, like cortisol or whatever, or some steroid or whatever it is that makes your fucking, giant pinch sciatic nerve get smaller. I just think that'd be cool, because it's like, instead of having to take medication like we do today, one day we could just have that shit programmed into us and we become the pharmacy, right? It's like you're deficient in this thing, so we're gonna just make your body produce it. Your body's acting a weird way that other people aren't, so we're gonna use the gene from their body to transplant that into you, so you stop doing this stupid thing that would fucking kill you in the natural evolution of things. Because the truth is, we already fuck with natural selection and evolution, right? I mean, like, would I be alive? Like, if we were back in like the Stone Age with my bad back and unable to be able to move around and like pinch nerves all over the place? Fuck no. I get steamrolled by the buff guy 1 came over. The tribe
would have ate you a long time ago.
They would have killed me. Man, they would have killed me and ate me for breakfast. So it's like, a lot of people survive now that wouldn't have survived back then, because we've taken control of natural selection and we've replaced it with intellect, right? We use intellect to beat the whole machine. So I say we take it further.
That's what I remember reading. I don't know how true the story is. It's one of those things that float around in social media, but it's like, I was in a anthropology class or something, and asked I'm quoting, not me personally, asked the professor, like, what do you think is like the first sign of civilization? And, it's not farming, it's not, domestication of animals or whatever. They found like 25,000-year-old skeleton or whatever, right? Wicked old, very, very old. That had clearly broken their leg and it had healed. And they pointed to that as like the first sign of true civilization, because that showed that we had moved beyond like an animalistic perspective of the tribe, where, because like in a lot of other like pack type animals, they would leave injured behind. Like, you can't keep up, you get left behind. But somebody clearly helped this person. Like, they bound the leg somehow, and they stayed with this person or helped them to move along with the rest of everybody else, which is detrimental to the group in a sense. But like, that was like the first, to them, that was the first sign of true like growth and civilization, was like helping this person out, even if it might like slow the group down a bit and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, that's cool.
No, what is it, Jerry? You just described the intro to Idiocracy.
Oh,
it's so true. It's so true. What was it? O'Doyle rules. Wasn't it the guy got his junk snagged? Like he was riding a dirt bike, he got his junk snagged on a fence and his balls ripped off. And they're like, "Oh, through our advanced technology, we've completely reconstructed your penis and your testicles, and now they work even better than they did before." And he has like 20 more children. It's like how intellect screws us because we actually like create the technology to keep like the dumbest people alive that natural selection would normally take care of. We're kind of seeing that now, though. Like if you think about it, like where we're at today, and like even like the politics of the world and the level of intelligence that you have, it's like natural selection probably would have taken those people out. Like they would have walked into like a vehicle in traffic or something. But no, through all the safeties and everything, we've somehow kept them alive so they can get to the point where they can make everybody else's life miserable. But to be fair, I'm calling myself out too. Like if natural selection was still a thing, I wouldn't exist. Like I'm just to be fair, right? It's like, yeah, some people may get through now that shouldn't have been there, but I'm one of them, right? I might not be a malicious type, but I'm still somebody who, maybe I can offer something intellectually. And that's the thing that we look at, right? We put value on intellect where we didn't before. We put value on prowess and strength and stamina and dexterity. No, now it's like brains are important, right? It's like or even different points of view, right? It's like people like my son on the spectrum. He looks at things differently. That different way that he looks at the world is actually incredibly valuable to people that can't look at the world that way, because it gives them a lens that can translate and fill in that middle layer and have them look at things differently. And so there is value in that. Dude, I know it's getting late, so I'll totally get you out of here, bro. I think was that the only topic that you wanted to talk about, or did you want to get on that? Did you want to rant about the PlayStation 5 Pro real quick?
No, not really.
You good? All right.
I mean,
all right.
I guess the only thing I'll say is like if you already have one, you probably aren't the target market. Yeah, I'm not. That's all I'll say, really. It's a mid-cycle refresh. People are complaining, $700 should be cheaper, or blah blah or whatever. I don't think so. I disagree.
I am not getting one. I'm not getting one.
It's more expensive. I know it's like more expensive. It doesn't have the disk drive and that kind of thing. Sony's. We can talk all day about Sony's missteps when it comes to their video games, and like I think what was it? Somebody just recently, one of their C-level guys was saying, I think it was like their CFO or something like that. One of the C-level guys was saying how like, Sony doesn't have any like decent IP. It was in context of like Astrobot, the new platformer thing that they just put out.
I haven't played it yet, but I hear great things.
Yeah, right. It's crazy popular, really cute, like Easter eggs and cameos from a bunch of other first party Sony games and stuff. I do love that. Yeah. And the guy's like, Sony just doesn't have like the IP bench to really like make more games. Like, what's going on? And like that's just bullshit. It's so bullshit. There's so many. I mean, look at all of the little cameos that they put into Astrobot. Like, there's that you could put more money into Crash Bandicoot or Jack and Daxter. There was a bunch of Sony exclusives that could be revitalized. Days Gone was like middling successful. It was, I heard good things. It was like, call it a 7 or 8 out of 10. You could make a sequel to that. Like, they have a roster that they could like pull up. I don't know. They want to focus on their JRPGs or something. I don't know what Sony's doing. Honestly, it's really weird.
I don't think anybody's going to develop. I don't think anybody's going to develop for PS5 Pro specifically. It's always going to be like a little upgrade on an existing thing, but they're not going to miss out on all the PlayStations that are already out there. Like, they're still going to develop as that as a baseline.
Look what they did to Helldivers. Like, they tried to get everybody to, it was like to boost their monthly active user count or something to make everybody sign up for their PSN account.
Yep, I remember that.
I mean, whether you paid for it or not, like, it was dumb to force that just to like boost some fucking stockholder numbers to make yourself look good. And look what it did to the community. Like, and now I feel like they're not really supporting the devs behind Helldivers 2 as much. And maybe just the devs they're kind of screwing up a little bit behind the scenes too. Helldivers 2 kind of fell off a bit, but man, it's just, there is plenty there. It's just like somebody near the top, or enough people near the top aren't really focusing on the community.
Yeah.
On the audience, the people who are paying them, like make good games. Like, everybody wants to fucking look what happened to Concord or whatever it was, that one that was out for like 2 weeks and then they pulled it. Nobody wants live service games except the COD boys and that's fine. And Battlefield dudes, like they have that, and you can keep doing that. PlayStation used to be the king of like single player experiences. Look at all these great games that were PS exclusives, that were single player narrative games. The Last of Us,
PS2, and PS3, amazing, absolutely amazing.
Man, even just recent, The Last of Us 2, the Nathan Drake games.
All the Uncharted, amazing.
The Uncharted games were amazing.
Yep.
That Days Gone was pretty good. Final Fantasy, the entire Final Fantasy series is amazing. Like
Ratchet and Clank.
Concord was more, get the fuck out of here with your go broke bullshit. It had nothing to do with that. It was a cheese ball, underdeveloped, unfocused bullshit. They made a live service game that had no actual heart to it.
It did look like ass. It looked like ass to me. I saw some gameplay and I was like, no wonder that shit failed.
Get out of here
look like Counter-Strike.
Man. It had nothing to do with that. You want to talk about, like, that's such a tired line. God.
Ox is like, I'm going out angry. I'm going out angry.
No, like, oh yeah, you think go broke? Then why has Disney been raking in massive profits on their movies that are woke?
That's
right?
the difference between what is being said and the facts. That's why data matters. Because everybody will bitch and complain.
It had nothing to do.
Everybody hates Disney, but they make more money than everybody, which means they're watching their shit, right?
Yeah,
it's like the people that are like, "Oh, porn is bad, but it outsells everything." It's like, dude, you're watching it. You're just nobody's talking about it, but you're all watching it. That's why they're so rich. Yeah, why they have the power.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's man, they could do so much better if they doubled down on single player narrative narrative games like that. They would crush again. That's what they used to be.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to start up on Star Citizen here in the next couple of weeks. Again, are you in? You want to
Star Citizen? Yeah, I'll have to refresh my account and stuff. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah,
I got a hookup that can get us some cool shit, so we can go out there and gank some noobs. It'll be fun. Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll have to poke around with it.
Yeah, because I need some wingmen. I want to go out there and like be a little shit and pirate and sneak on people's ships and steal their shit and gank them and stuff. It looks like fun. I've been watching videos. Looks like a lot of fun. Yeah. All right, get out of here and enjoy your weekend, brother.
All right. Okay, bye. Thanks, everybody. And thanks for putting up with my weird internet issues for a minute there.
Not a problem, man.
So thanks, everybody.
Not a problem.
As always, I'm AuxxZillary everywhere and all that stuff. So
you can always find him.
Have a good weekend. Don't let Jerry stream for too long. He needs a nap.
Nah, I do. I've only slept an hour and a half. So yeah, after this, I'm definitely taking a nap. All right, peace out, brother.
Right. Bye, everybody.
And then there was me. Okay, now we can talk shit. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm gonna keep it mostly positive. I'm gonna try to keep it mostly positive because I need more positivity in my life. I have too much negativity in my life. I need some positivity in my life. So that video I posted yesterday, that was like a huge booster to me. Like like I said, that was totally crazy. I had never meant to post it to YouTube. It was supposed to be uploaded to X. As much as I hate that platform because Elon Musk is destroying it. But hey, that's where all my people are before he bought it, so I don't really have a say in the matter. But I tried to upload that video to X, and X was like, you can't upload a video over 5 megabytes. I don't know when that restriction went into effect, but whatever. Anyways, I couldn't upload the video, so I uploaded it to YouTube. I was going to unlist it and link it on X. I was like, screw it, make it public. I haven't uploaded a video in forever because I was always worried. I was like, oh, my first video back after so long. I was putting so much pressure on myself saying, oh, it's got to be something perfect. It's got to be something amazing, like for a first video that's not a short, right? Oh, it's got to be great. And I was in my head so hard. And it's like, I uploaded that video. The comments were so amazing for like the first like 4 hours, like before the trolls like figured out that I was there. The comments were just so uplifting. It was amazing. I want to thank you guys that watched it. That was, I mean, the analytics on it are actually like quite good. Like I wasn't expecting that considering how long I've been gone. But I was like, yeah, it was just a little simple video. And it kind of got me over my hump. I was like, you know what? I do a lot of like crazy little shit and chase squirrels and with 3D printing and coding and messing with like new software. And it's like, you know, I can just make little videos of this shit on my phone. You know, doesn't require a lot of editing and stuff. And I can upload this stuff and get the channel kind of revived and moving again. And yeah, there's going to be people that complain and bitch and moan and don't like how fat I've got or don't like how old I look or my gray hair or whatever. But it's like those trolls, I've learned something over the years, guys. I've learned something. Trolls are good. Trolls are good. And I tell you why they're good. Because trolls are the bees of the internet. They're the honeybees of the internet. What they do is they go from video to video to video and pollinate the comments. get everybody fired up and everybody raging, and they add to those comments, which then increase the SEO of the video, which make it more discoverable to people that otherwise wouldn't see it. Then the video gets even more views. Then those people see the comments, they see the outrage, they start jumping in on it. And the trolling actually ends up like fertilizing the video and creating amazing engagement. Every video that I've tried to like delete troll comments on, and I've tried to heavily moderate with filters and everything, has always gotten less views and less engagement than just letting a free-for-all go down in chat in comments. And the thing is, I can filter them on my side, so I don't have to look at them, right? They can still exist in the comments down below, and I can just be like, oh, I'm still only going to look at stuff that I want to look at. So that's totally fine. So I've learned over the years that trolls are a good thing if you're a YouTuber, right? You want them because they come around, they pollinate your videos, they expose your videos to other people. And just because they want to hate on you doesn't mean the 50 or 100 new people that see your video that never would have seen it before unless they landed on it and commented and boosted its SEO. Of those people, there might be a couple more trolls, but there's probably also a couple people that subscribe and watch your videos. So when you think about exactly Diablo, right? Diablo. That's all right. That's right. One of my most famous videos I ever made on YouTube that blew my channel up at the beginning was saying Diablo instead of Diablo. I literally just kept saying Diablo through the whole video, and it triggered like an entire 4chan group to come and attack my video and spam the comments and call me names and terrorize me and post me all over the internet trying to get people to trash on me. But what they didn't realize is people came and watched that video, trashed on me, and then watched another video on my channel. And they're like, whoa, this guy actually has a pretty cool setup. This guy has cool shit. Wait, this guy does 3D printing? And so they like stuck around, and I ended up getting like 100,000 subs from like one video. It was the most subs I ever got from a video, even more than my room tour. And it was just crazy to think that. It's like it started with trolling, but it ended with success. So it's time to embrace the trolls, okay? It's time. You don't have to, just every once in a while it's fun to respond to them, but I'm going to respond to them in a way that keeps the conversation going so that, I put a little something out there, kill them with kindness, let them come back. Then I get another comment out of it, and then maybe somebody else joins into the conversation. It can actually get pretty fun. Like yesterday when I was in a good frame of mind after the video was doing well, and it was just a fluke that I uploaded to the first place, kind of put a little spring in my step and kind of put things into perspective. And I was like, you know what? I've been overthinking this way too hard, right? I don't need to come back and freaking make like the most heavily edited, thought out, scripted content. I've never done that anyways, but you know what I mean? I don't have to like go create these like epic, edits with Adobe Premiere with like music in the background and all that stuff. It's like, no, people that like to watch me just like to watch me do the things that I do or talk about the things that I talk about. The people that don't like that will just complain and then they'll leave, but their complaint will boost the SEO of the video and get it out to other people that can discover and decide if they like it or not. That's how it works, right? That's how the whole system works and how it's supposed to work. So it's like, just let it do its thing. So that's what I'm going to do moving forward. But I was genuinely surprised by how good the comments were. Like they were really great. Honestly, out of like 4 hours, there was only one troll comment and all they could say was, ACs are cheap, go buy another one, and you need some exercise. It's like, that's like not even really a troll comment, honestly. Like it was barely a troll comment, and everything else was like really great. I was like, you know what? I like that. I'm digging this. I kind of want to come back now. This made me want to come back for sure. Let's see here. Networking guy said now Aux is gone. Positron 3D is stealing his spot. What now? Positron 3D is stealing his spot. I are the confused. Ron Gao said, you surprised me in the middle of the night. I get a notification. Dude, so many people that ended up getting a notification. Like I got so many messages from people that thought I was gone. Like they're like, oh, I used to watch your videos like 5 years ago. I thought you left YouTube. They didn't even know I live stream. They didn't know I was on Twitch. They didn't even know I was active on social media. That's how easy it is to disappear when people really only know you from one platform. And the vast majority of people that follow you on that platform don't follow you anywhere else, right? They don't have a reason to. So it's pretty cool. It was pretty cool to see that. And it was nice to see that YouTube was actually sending notifications out to people. Like I had a bunch of people on X say they saw me in their feed. So many people commented though that they thought it was an old video. So I'm sure a lot of people saw it and thought it was an old video and didn't click on it. They just figured, oh, the thumbnail got updated or whatever. That happens a lot, especially when you don't upload regularly, right? But tons of people were like, oh, I clicked on it anyways, but I thought it was going to be a rerun. I thought it was going to be like a live stream or something. And it turned out being like a new video. And so what I really need to do in the future is I'm going to learn this Canva thing that Ox told me about so that I can start, putting my face on there so people can see that I'm older, I have gray hair, I'm fatter now, and they can go, oh, wait, that's not the guy from the old video. So now just at a glance, they can go, oh, wait a second, that must be a new video when I publish something. And then it should do a little bit better. But it's going to be a long time before I get anywhere close to the views that I used to get, because it's a whole different game now. There are so many more creators. The rules that you have to prescribe to on YouTube are astronomically huge now. Just publishing a video, I had to go through, and it's like there's like 20 different things you have to answer in a questionnaire. It's like, did you use harsh language? Here's the different levels of harsh language. Did you talk about this? Did you talk about this? Did you touch this? Did you show any pictures of this? Did you imply any of this? And then depending on how you fill that out, it tells you whether or not you can have ads, limited ads, or no ads. Then you have to submit that once you fill everything out, kind of like under their penalty of perjury thing. Then you have to go to the next page and then do the fill out the tags and do everything. But it's like, to publish a video, you have to agree. You basically can't make videos like you used to. Like, I'm starting to understand why a lot of the stuff that you watch on YouTube now, it's like there's far less swearing from people that used to swear all the time. There's far less people talking about things that are of a controversial nature. And the ones that do talk about stuff of a controversial nature, they always have like a disclaimer at the front and say, hey, YouTube, this is educational only. And they like cross all their T's and dots their I's from their lawyers. It's because YouTube has really cracked down. YouTube has changed everything. It's not the same YouTube, not by a long shot. But it doesn't mean we can't have fun, right? Because a lot of the content I used to make didn't require any of those things, right? Sure, I don't swear. I can't swear as much. I can in live streams, but yeah, I can't swear as much in the videos. Otherwise, they won't be visible to people and they can't run ads. So I got to watch that. But, I can always replace fuck with frack and bullshit with burger snakes. And, I can come up with some other funny lexicon and we can do the whole Battlestar Galactica thing. It could be fun. But we'll figure it out together, because I do want to, the primary thing I want to do is rejuvenate the YouTube channel. It's been long enough. Irene said, I don't remember any of that, but that's because my channel has less than 500 subscribers. I don't know. If you try to upload a video, you might even have some of this stuff. As a matter of fact, like, I got that triple thumbnail thing. I've never seen that before. That was brand new. I upload the video and it's like, hey, you can have one thumbnail or you can have 3 thumbnails. And I was like, oh, that's how people are doing it. This whole time I thought channels like Linus Tech Tips and stuff, like they just had a guy on payroll go and change the thumbnail every once in a while, to refresh it and try to get more people to click on it, or get people that already watched the video to click on it and finish it. And I was like, but I didn't realize that there's a mechanism in YouTube now where you just upload 3 thumbnails and it basically automatically runs all 3 of them and figures out which people are more likely to click on which thumbnail. And it just figures out how to make it best, right? And I was like, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Now I know why YouTube's doing the whole roundabout, and you see more, you see 3 thumbnails for like every video on a rotation. It's starting to make sense. So I didn't have an image editor, so I had to use AI to generate the photos. So if you see my video showing up, you're like, why is there a picture of this like weird AI generated air conditioner with some words over the top of it? That's a little bizarre. Yeah, that's a great one. Oh, God, I wish I could show you guys that. I don't have the screen capture set up right now, but Flux Pro actually created a thumbnail that I think might be the best one yet. I got to save this. I created 11 thumbnails. I'm going to do, okay, JPEG. No, stop. Don't overwrite it. No, stop. Okay. Hold on, 12. So I found an AI generator that does text now. So I got an AC that's literally on fire, and it looks like a good AC. With blur, and it says, oh my God, it's working on the front of it in neon floating. It's actually a really, really good image. Really, really good. So Flux did a great job. Let's hear. The Metalhead Man said, just maybe learn some cuss words in another language, say fecking instead of fucking, for example. You know what? I wonder if that would work. As long as I don't, because you select the languages for your video. I don't know if YouTube auto detects the languages you're using, especially if you're just using a singular word here and there. But as long as they're not like looking for cuss words in every language, that could totally work, actually. Let's see here. Let's see. It's a good idea, though. James Janus. Oh, hey, thank you, Burrito. He said, welcome back, man. I appreciate it. James Janus said, what is with smart home assistant speakers? Just got Nest Mini. And what you were able to do is super janky. And through doing research, find more and more apps and features being removed. I don't know about stuff being removed. I haven't really been paying attention that close. I guess I don't use that many apps to begin with, honestly. So, like all my stuff that I have, I think is just Alexa right now. I'm sure I just set off a bunch of people's stuff. I apologize for that. But I have the Amazon thing, and I don't run many apps on it. Like the little, I think I have the ask for a fart or whatever thing. that makes Xander chuckle, but I just use the base functionality. So I can't really speak to the whole apps and features being removed. However, I do know that we're way overdue for like AI assistant integration, because Apple said we were going to get Super Siri. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't even seen it in iOS 18. Like, shouldn't it be in iOS 18? I haven't seen it. Do I have to say something weird to get it? Like, I don't know. We were supposed to get, Amazon was supposed to have AI integration with the Alexa, so you could like have a more realistic conversation and do more deep stuff, like using like a GPT type pre-trainer. I know we were supposed to get it in Windows with Copilot, you know, and so they did a Copilot, but it's not very well integrated, and it's not integrated with Siri. So it's like you can't use Siri, I don't think, to do the AI thing. So I feel like everything is like still way lagging behind. I don't know if it's because they got cold feet because of all like the weird things the AI was doing when people were prompt engineering it. But I feel like it's there. I feel like it's good enough to do those things. So I wish that they would implement them. Let's see here. James said, kind of BS, and given their current state, don't really understand the point of them. The reason that I have them is they are kind of useful. So I'm sure that there's better solutions, but my son doesn't have a cell phone, right? We don't want him to have a cell phone. He doesn't need a cell phone. You know, he has his iPad that he plays on and stuff, but we like to keep him away from all the crap. He doesn't have people everybody he talks to is on the internet. He doesn't need a phone, right? So, you know, we can't just text message him on the phone. We can text message him on the tablet, but only if he's there. But what's nice about having the home assistants is you can just broadcast a message. You can just say broadcast. It'll play all over the house. So if he's in the living room, he hears it. If he's upstairs, he hears it. If he's somewhere else, he hears it. We can even do room to room calling. So if I know my wife's in the kitchen, I can like send her a message. She can send me a message back. And it's like, we can just freely like talk to each other through these things, kind of like an intercom system. And it's kind of handy. And it's also nice to just ask questions. Like when your hands are full and you're doing something, it's like all the time we'll just ask for facts, right? It'd be better just to use AI on the phone and you get a better answer overall. But sometimes it's nice to sit there and be like, oh, you know, who is that actor in such movie? And it just tells you. Or what is the conversion rate between this and this? Or you're watching TV, it's like, okay, do some math. Like, it's a great calculator right across the room. You just ask it math questions, it gives you the answer. So I think that's actually really helpful, and we use them a lot. So I would say that they're not really baseless. But at the same time, I would argue that if you're like single and live alone and you don't use any of these features that like integrate you with other people and stuff, like for instance, we have a Ring doorbell. It's nice to have. You know, Alexa tells us everywhere in the house. If somebody's spotted on the porch or there's a package delivered, it just tells us, like through all the speakers in the house, and like tells us what's going on. And the one in the kitchen that has a screen on it can even show you the person. Like as soon as they're on the porch, it pops up and shows you a live video feed of them. You can even click on it and talk to them. So I was like, I really like that stuff, and I think it's great. But if you just live alone by yourself and you don't need all that stuff, it's like your phone can do all that stuff, you know, the same or if not better. So I would say that they don't really make sense if you just live alone and you always have your phone with you everywhere you go, which most people do. But it does make sense for like a family. I think. Genuinely, I think. But is it worth the privacy you give up? You know, I can't honestly speak to that because we know now that every single thing we're saying is being used to train AI. Everything in email, everything, like literally everything except for maybe talking on the phone voice, because that other than the government listening, that has some kind of thing that keeps it out of the AI's training window. But the truth is everybody communicates over social media now. Everybody communicates over, you know, X or Facebook, and even the DMs that you do on these platforms are all clearly visible to the platforms, and they can use them for AI training. So realistically, it's like no matter what, you are training these AIs. You're not really going to get away from it. like unless you try super hard, and then even though you might try super hard and keep yourself somewhat out of the system and lower your footprint, doesn't mean all your friends and family are going to do the same thing. So it's like, yeah, it might help you a little bit, but ultimately the same problem's still going to exist. You're still going to have to deal with it on some level with your friends and family. I don't know. I don't want to make an argument for like just throwing privacy out the window, but I think it's almost a good idea now just to imply that you don't really have privacy. Assume that you have no privacy and then gank back that privacy like with intention in certain areas where you can. Not the other way around where you assume that everything's private and then you just get, you know, you're like, how the hell did this end up on the internet? So I think that's probably the bad way to go about it. James said, especially given most of what they do can be done with phone and assistants. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree that like if you have a phone and you take it with you everywhere and you're single, or you don't have kids and like your wife has a phone, so you can just SMS between each other and you can like, you know, just tell your phone to send something to them and vice versa, then the home assistants might not help that much. And plus, you know, you have an app, like I have the Ring app. It can do the same thing on the phone where the Ring app can tell me when somebody's at the door and I don't need it to like say it through the speakers in the house. But it is nice when you have a family, when there's a bunch of people running around in the same house and you have a kid that isn't as internet connected as everybody else who doesn't carry a phone. It does have its uses for sure. Irene said, this is particularly stupid since Amazon owns Alexa and IMDb. The information is correct on IMDb, but not on Alexa. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Like, companies that own the actual correct data, their AIs, or I shouldn't say AIs because a lot of these assistants aren't using AIs, but their database that they use for their assistants doesn't have the same breadth and depth of data as all of their businesses. Hopefully AI solves that though. Because with AI as a company, I'm going to train my AI. I'm going to start with an AI that's already trained on as much stuff as humanly possible in the real world, right? Something that already has a good baseline. It's been handheld very well, so it has like a really good grip on things, especially the English language. Then I'm going to pull that in, and then I'm going to put my own training on top of it, right? I'm going to continue to train it from that point, set a checkpoint, train forward with all the data within my company, all of the databases that are publicly facing, maybe some private databases, but with like some disclaimers on the training so that you don't accidentally expose anything. That way, when you ask the assistant, you have the full breadth and depth. Like the training of the AI has the full breadth and depth of a human searching through all of that data and remembering everything. Let's see here. Irene said she is wrong. I reported the wrong information and they put me through all kinds of crap to prove it, but it still hasn't been fixed. I mean, that doesn't surprise me with Amazon. not even a little bit. I've reported stuff to Amazon and they haven't given like two shits about it. Let's see here. Amazon's application is super stupid. Ask her when Chuck Connors, the actor, died, and she will say he is still alive and 103 years old. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, they definitely need to flip it over to the old AI, for sure. Let's see. Scrolling up. Oh, Patrick C. By the way, oh, my God, Patrick, I can't believe I didn't reply to this. I clicked like on it, and then I totally forgot to reply. Here, let me see. Can I still reply? It says I can't reply. But I can reply verbally, like I'm going to do right now. Thank you for the $10 super chat, by the way. Yeah. We really do appreciate it. By the way, today has been like an absolute amazing show. Like, I don't think Aux knows what the total was, but it's up there. Like, this is the best show we've had in well over a year, financially speaking. So Aux is going to be pretty happy about that. Once YouTube and taxes kicks in, we're each going to get at least $20. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be better than that, but we really do appreciate it. Right now, me and my family are living off the old 401k, so things aren't really going as good as I'd like, but they're also not absolutely like terrible and hopeless. So as long as there's hope, we soldier on, right? And honestly, I think that focusing on positivity and trying to stay a little happier, which is surprisingly difficult when there's so much stress in life, right? Between my health, my medical issues that the doctors just can't fix, which sucks. It sucks when you go to a doctor and they're like, sorry, we can't fix you. Like, sorry, even if you lose weight, you're still fucked. Like, my bad. Here's drugs. Just take these for the rest of your life. They'll only be slightly effective. And when it becomes unbearable, come in and we might sever your spine and make you paraplegic. But yeah, it gets a little grim sometimes. And I think that amplifies a lot of my anger that I have, but I need to reconcile that. I need to keep my eye on the prize, stay happy, stay engaged, because I have an amazing family. I have amazing followers. I need to be focusing my energy on the people that enjoy what I do, enjoy the things that I bring to their life, and embrace the qualities, and just ignore the haters. Block out the haters. Maybe not ignore them though, because like I said, they are the honeybees of the internet, but like maybe change my stance on how I respond to them and stuff. Patrick, I'm going to answer your question now. He said, I heard you mention Star Citizen. Do you want the cargo loader aliens mecha? I don't even know what the cargo loader aliens mecha is. That's how very little I know about Star Citizen. I do watch a lot of Star Citizen videos on YouTube, but I've only played Star Citizen a grand total of about 3 or 4 times in my life. However, a friend of the channel has offered, because Xander really loves it. Xander loves flying the ships. He's really good at it too. Like we found out at LTX that my son has a hell of a talent for piloting in 6 degrees of freedom with 2 joysticks. Like it blew my mind. He just sat down and he was like just piloting a ship like through all these checkpoints and stuff. I was like, how are you doing that? I sat down and tried to do the same thing because I thought, oh, if he's doing it, it must be easy. Nope, wrecked the thing. Wrecked the ship immediately. There's a video of it somewhere. So he's going to get us back into Star Citizen. And so we're just working on the logistics and timing and everything to get back into it. But I'm looking forward to it because Star Citizen is one of those things where it's like, it is very buggy. Nobody can lie. If you watch videos on, even just watching videos on YouTube, you don't have to play it yourself. It is a very buggy game, but there is so much going on. It's like hard to believe that it will ever be 100% like stable and everything works exactly like it's supposed to, because I have to imagine the amount of data in the network protocol alone has to be absolutely astronomical and insane, because like you got to do everything. You got to eat, drink, monitor your oxygen, tilt your head back to consume things, move ammo from your backpack to somewhere more accessible for your weapon. Like the way you control your ships take off. I mean, it might as well just be real life, right? It's literally space flight simulator. And life simulator. It's like if you took like GTA and flight simulator and mashed them together and increased the complexity by 1,000%. But just the key bindings will make your head spin. Like literally you could use every key on your keyboard, every key on your joystick, and 2 other controllers that you have laying around just to like map out all the functionality that the game offers, so that you have a button that does everything. It's pretty wild. So I'm looking forward to playing it, but man, can it be buggy. Holy crap. But it seems like a great community. That's the reason why I want to play it too, is the community is great. Like the camaraderie, the way people meet up in the game, the way they support each other. Arigato, friend of the channel, who wants to get us hooked up with a good HOTAS setup specifically for the space flight and stuff at some point. But I told him we're going to wait until I'm ready for it and I can actually play Star Citizen. Tomorrow, we're finally upgrading the computer. Oh my God. I don't know if I told you guys this or not, but tomorrow Hobbs is finally coming over. Patrick said 401k, aren't you afraid of the penalties? Yeah, I'm scared shitless, Patrick. Absolutely scared shitless. My 401k, when you factor in the penalties and everything like that, we may have 2 or 3 years. And then after that, we have to sell the house or like do a reverse mortgage or something just to survive, unless I can get things together. But again, it's like, I'm not going to think about that. I'm going to focus on trying to survive. But you got to do what you got to do, right? You have to do what you have to do to survive, you know, because if you don't pay for things, they take them away from you. So you have to pay your bills. Let's see here. James Janis said, do you think smart home assistant speakers will become less janky? Because they're kind of janky right now. They do work, and don't get confused. Well, I'd say, well, I don't think they're going to get more janky. They should gain functionality, if anything. But if they're using AI, just expect some jank, right? Irene said, I feel you. Nobody seems to want to hire me anymore. We love each other. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, when you're getting older, right? It's like when you get older, it's like people don't want to hire you, like for development jobs and everything. Luckily, I'm still within the window if I wanted to go back to a day job, like sitting at a desk and programming. But even then, programmers are being laid off like crazy. It sucks. I get messages from people all the time. Like I get at least 5 or 6 messages from followers a week that message me. They'll DM me, send me an email or something. It's like, oh man, I'm sorry. You know, I got to leave Patreon because I lost my job. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm so fucking sorry. And the vast majority of them are support jobs. So people that do tech support and customer support, those seem to be getting wiped out at an alarming rate. Software development jobs are being consolidated and downsized big time. So it's one of those things where it's like, do I really want to go back into an ecosystem where it's just going to downsize and crap me out anyways? Like, I don't know. That doesn't seem like a very good idea. But I mean, whatever it takes to survive. At the end of the day, I do whatever it takes to survive. 3-Tip VFX Studio said, hey, fellow, a little late here. We'll watch later. Well, thank you. I'm glad you could come and hang out for a little while. Yeah, the VOD will be around forever. Let's see here. Patrick said you should stream the upgrade. Well, that's up to Hobbs. I might fire up a camera and stream some of it if Hobbs is down with it. But if not, I'm not going to put that on him. Like if he just wants to hang out and build the computer and stuff and keep it all stress-free and not have to interact and stuff like that, we'll just do that. But I will stream and show you guys the new system, like when it's done. I will tell you this though. I am super excited because I have had Wendell sent me, and I feel terrible about this. Wendell sent me a motherboard and a 12900K CPU, right? A motherboard and a 12900K CPU. He sent that to me. I bought a AIO cooler. This is like 9 or 10 months ago, maybe even a little longer. I haven't looked at the actual dates, but it seems like forever ago. He sent me that. I even bought the DDR5 memory, which in hindsight, I thought I was going to do the upgrade immediately, but then it fell apart. We had to cancel on the day Hobbs was going to do it, and then he ended up having a bunch of stuff to do for months, and then we just got disconnected. But now we're coming back together. But I bought the DDR5 memory. I should have waited, because if I waited, I would have got it cheaper today. Like the price I paid for it was insane. I could only get 96 gigabytes. I couldn't get the 128. Because it was just ridiculous for that kit. Like, I don't know why 128 gigabyte kits were like so ridiculously expensive for DDR5, but at the time they were. So I settled for 96. And then I got the little heat spreader thing for the CPU to take the stress off the die for the heatsink, and I got the AIO cooler. So I have those 4 components. And I meant to upgrade my computer, but I was really worried that if I tried to upgrade it myself, like with my hands being swollen, not being able to hold a screwdriver very well, I was worried I was going to get to a point where the computer is just in pieces. I don't get it back together. I don't get it working again. And then I don't have my streaming rig. So I was like, I was freaking out. Every time I try, I'd be like, I'd come upstairs, I'm going to do it. And then I'd be like, nope, talk myself out of it. So finally tomorrow it's going to get upgraded. I will have the 12900K. By the way, Hobbs, huge shout out to Hobbs. He goes to a lot of LANs and stuff and does raffles for charity and stuff. So he wins a lot of these competitions at these LAN parties. So he's going to gift me a case. I don't even know what case it is. Just a case, a power supply, an NVMe drive. I think case, power supply, NVMe drive, so that we can build the computer separate with the upgrades, so that I can keep this computer intact and just take the GPU from it. And then I'll just put an old GPU in this one. And that way later I can give this computer to my wife, so that she has a desktop computer for in her loft when I get her set up and we clean out that hoarded mess. But that way I don't have to take the primary computer offline. So if anything goes wrong or I have trouble with it or it gets stuck on something, I can always go back and keep streaming on the original machine. I don't have to have that stress. So huge shout out to Hobbs for doing that. And I will absolutely ask him if he's drunk yet, Burrito. 100%. I will say, Hobbs, are you drunk yet? About 20 times throughout this build, at least. It's going to be awesome. So yeah, I'm excited to do that, because right now, I mean, this is still a great computer. Don't get me wrong. The computer that Puget built is freaking amazing, right? Let's see here. Sysinfo32. By the way, for those of you guys that don't know, here you go. Tech tip of the day. Sysinfo32. Type that into run. That'll pop you up your system information, tell you everything about your motherboard, your BIOS, your CPU. Gives you a lot of really useful information, your memory, all kinds of cool information. So right now, my computer is basically, the newest parts in it are from 2016. So that's 8 years old. It has an i9-7940X CPU, which I think goes for, I think if you look at eBay, they're like $90, $80 or $90. They're not very expensive. So it's an older CPU. It's running DDR4 memory. Back in the day, though, it was like, this was state of the art for years, right? But now the RTX 4090 that I have, it just can't keep up with it. It's become a huge bottleneck. So the 12900K is going to solve that, and the DDR5 is going to help solve that. So I'm really excited. Like, I know the 12900K has been out for a while too, but like compared to what I'm running right now, that 12900K is like literally an entire generation ahead. Instead of PCI 3, it's PCI 4. Instead of DDR4, it's DDR5. I mean, it's a big deal. Literally, the fastest NVMe drive that I can run on this motherboard right now is, I think, 3 gigabytes a second. This new motherboard with the new architecture, the 12900K architecture, I forget which one it is, but it's 7 gigabit per second. So it's gigabyte, 7 gigabyte. It might be 7 gig. I think it's gigabyte per second, right? Not gigabit. That would be, because that wouldn't be very fast. No. So 7 gigabytes per second. So way faster. Like, the storage is going to be like more than double the speed. So I'm pretty excited. Let's see here. Windows tells me it can't find sysinfo32. I was a little surprised. This is Windows 11 Pro. Wait, what? Sysinfo32. I mean, I'm running Windows 11 Pro. Where are you typing it in? Are you typing it from the command line or from the run box? Let's see here. Sysinfo32. Oh, don't run it from a command prompt. My bad. No. The run. So open up run, and then in the search box type sysinfo32, and it'll say system information. It's an app shortcut. It's not an exe. Sorry, I probably should have specified that. My bad. But it'll give you a lot of good information. My bad. A lot of people made the same mistake. Like, I gave bad information, Irene. So no, hit the Windows key, type sysinfo32, hit enter. Do not do it from a command window. Would it work if you did start though? Here, let me do start sysinfo32. Nope, that doesn't work. See here. Window, because I'm pretty sure it's a CPL app. Sysinfo32 star. Let's see if we can find out. I want to see if it's like a DLL or something that's launching. You did that first, but it said no? Or is everybody else having the same problem? So, oh, sorry, did I say sysinfo? God damn it. Guys, it's not sysinfo32. It's msinfo32. I have, for some reason it works on mine if I type sysinfo32, but try msinfo32. So try msinfo32. I don't know why on my computer it pops up when I type sysinfo32. Like, no kidding. So let's see here. Can I do it from the command prompt with msinfo? I can. There you go. So msinfo32 is the exe. Sysinfo32 brings up the shortcut for me. It doesn't for you guys for some reason, but for me, it brings up the shortcut under start. I'm going to start using, thank you for that tip though. I'm going to start using MS30 or msinfo32 because that's the actual exe name. So that'll work in the command prompt and in the search. So that's actually better than what I had. That's better than sysinfo32. Good job. Let's see here. Patrick said, can links to YouTube videos get posted on YouTube? Could that be YouTube Inception? Can links to YouTube videos get posted on YouTube? Like, what do you mean? Like putting a link, like putting a link in the YouTube video, like as text on the screen in the video? I mean, I've seen people do it. I don't think that's against the rules. Yeah, okay, so people are saying msinfo32 worked. Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's see here. Does sysinfo alone work in the start menu? It does for me. That's what's weird. A lot of people are saying sysinfo doesn't work. On my laptop and on my computer, I type sysinfo, it comes up. when I do sysinfo32. So I don't know what I did to make that happen. It could be like a search indexing thing too, because I changed all my search settings like a lot. Patrick said Star Citizen needs a decent multi-core CPU and tuned memory to match. Yeah, no, I've heard Star Citizen is like incredibly hardware picky and not GPU bound. It's more CPU bound than GPU bound. However, the RTX 4090, I'm sure, is still going to kick some ass. Ron Gao said, you still streaming on Twitch? I sure am, buddy. I just didn't last week because I was the last. I know people think I'm like dead on Twitch and I've left. No, I've been laid up in bed for a long time. Like yesterday was the first day I was really up and moving around. And today I'm doing okay, but I'm still hurting pretty bad. But I'm doing way better than I was the week before. I was laid up. I literally got out of bed and the pain was radiating so bad I was in tears, had to go lay down. I was pretty much only getting up to go to the bathroom, and then every once in a while I'll come upstairs for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. The pain would overwhelm me, even just sitting upright in the chair, and I'd have to go back down and lay down in bed. So it was a rough couple of weeks there. I didn't get to stream on Twitch. I'm afraid to even look at my Twitch dashboard because it's like every time I gain a little ground, I go back and I lose it all, and rightfully so. If I'm not there, other people deserve to have the viewers. Obviously, that's how it should work, and I'm glad that it works that way, because if it didn't, that would be really stupid and unfair to the people that actually do stream more than I do. Patrick said if a 4090 won't run it, then nothing will. I don't. Is there anything faster than a 4090 yet? Have they created like a 4090 like Pro or 4090 Ti or 4090 something special edition? Like, because I don't know when the 5 series are supposed to come out. And by the way, I didn't buy it. I want people to know that, like, because I get a lot of people that grief me. It's like, oh man, you talk about being like so broken out of money. How are you getting all this cool shit? Dude, it's given to me. Nvidia gave it to me. The framework laptop framework gave it to me. These are things that have been given to me because they wanted my feedback on it, and they hope that I review it at some point. Like that, literally, that's where most of this shit comes from. 3D printer, the Mark IV, that was given to me by Joel. This thing, the cooler on my neck, this is a gift from Adam. The headset, I didn't even buy this. So I just, it shouldn't matter anyways, because again, in my business, it's like if I have to buy something to use it to like review and get a video to make money, to pay for the item and then pay some bills, that's how it works. That's the whole saying. It takes money to make money. And some people don't really understand that. And my thing is, I need to stop letting OCD make me feel like I have to explain those things. Like, I need to just focus on like doing my job and focusing on the people that like enjoy what I do and then take joy from what I do again. Instead of focusing on the people that are like, you know, I don't really like you and I just kind of want to cause you pain and suffering and I enjoy watching you hurt. Those are not the people that I should be focusing on. And I know it should be like dead simple to make that determination, right? But that's not how really humans work. That's not how psychology works. It's like no matter how much you know and study psychology, you're still susceptible to the same mechanics. That you know, your brain, when it's in a weird place, it perceives things differently. So like to you, you're like, oh, nothing's different. But it's like everything around you looking at you like, what the fuck happened? Human psychology is a very weird thing, right? The human psyche is a fragile thing. So it's easy to say things when you're in a calm state, and then when you're in an agitated state, all of a sudden everything seems completely different. So I got to work on keeping myself in the happy state so I can look at things very objectively and be like, is this worth my time? If it is not worth my time, focus on the thing that's worth my time. Does this make me happy? Does this not make me happy? Okay, focus on the thing that makes me happy. Because if I'm not happy, then chances are the people that enjoy seeing me happy aren't going to be happy that I'm not happy. So But again, it's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. It will not happen overnight. And sadly, it's heavily governed by my pain level. I don't know if everybody understands this, and I hope a lot of people don't, because to be on the pain level that I just experience every day, 24/7, even on the low side, I would not wish on anybody. It becomes toxic to your mind. It messes with your sleep. I never sleep without nightmares. I always have nightmares every single night continuously. Wake up multiple times because the pain manifests itself as nightmares. So it's like, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. It sucks. It makes everything else harder, and it puts you into like a bad state of mind. However, if I can keep myself happy, like my wife and my kid are just amazing at bringing me out of my funk and like getting me happy again, it does help me deal with the pain. A happy mind with more dopamine deals better with pain than a sad, depressed, anxious, anxiety-riddled, fearful mind. So, it's like you gotta kind of like manipulate your psyche a little bit, to stay in a good place, because that good place is where you need to live in order to get the things done that will keep you in that good place, if that makes sense. Oh, Irene, go watch Matt's stream. Get out of here, girl. It was good seeing you. I appreciate you stopping by. Tell Matt I said hi. James Jane said faster than the 4090, a NASA mainframe. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of things faster than the 4090 out there. Even like, I'm sure there's what's that 80 was it 80 gigabytes of VRAM or whatever. I know Nvidia makes like a commercial card. I forget what it's called, like the AX100 or something. It's like $25,000 a card. It's got like 80 gigs of VRAM. It's got like fucking 10 sets of tensor cores on it or something like that. Like 10 times like a 4090. Those things are crazy. Those things are absolutely crazy. But no, you wouldn't put one of those in like a gaming computer. So obviously those are faster. I was talking more like, is the RTX 4090 still considered like the fastest consumer grade GPU? I probably should have specified. The Nick said I have a Founders Edition RTX 4090 from Nvidia that was graciously gifted to me from Nvidia to do a bunch of AI stuff, AI exploration, AI stuff that I am eventually going to make videos on. Those videos should have been made a long time ago. Sadly, everything threw me back with my health, as it seems to do these days. But I'm really, really heavily invested in AI right now, and I give it a lot of mental bandwidth. And I've been playing with a lot of software on GitHub, both AI and non-AI stuff too. And so I really look forward to like making some videos on that and stuff, because the 4090, the reason that that's so great for AI is, one, it has 24 gigabytes of VRAM, which is absolutely amazing. And two, it supports CUDA, which is the most heavily leveraged technology in all of AI right now. A lot of AI projects can also leverage like OpenCL and stuff like that, but CUDA is undeniably the most optimized and heavily used AI processing technology on the planet. So Nvidia pretty much has a foothold on that. That's why their stock price has gone through the roof. That's why they can charge what they can charge for their cards. It doesn't come down to gaming performance anymore. It comes down to just pure freaking CUDA numbers. That's it. Let's see here. You need a 12th Intel installed to take advantage of it. Is the 12900K is 12th gen, right? So that I'm hoping that when we install that tomorrow, that'll at least get me closer to the bottleneck of the RTX 4090. Because right now my CPU, if anything is even remotely CPU bound, the RTX 4090 gets bottlenecked. However, thankfully, AI operations like LM Studio and stuff, I can 100% offload that on the 4090 and push it to 500 watts. So there's no bottlenecking on the AI stuff as long as it doesn't need the CPU. The second it needs the CPU, then I bottleneck the shit out of it. Olel said, what do you think about AI at one point meeting the door, meaning GPT-5 is apparently trained on like 70% AI generated stuff due to the internet being void of new stuff? So do you mean like meeting the door, like hitting the wall? Would that be fair to say? Like another alternative way of saying what you're saying, like not being able to go any further because it's already consumed the sum total of human knowledge available on the internet, so it can't really train any further? Because if that's what you're talking about, I would say that synthetic data has more value than I think people like give it like worth. Here, how do I put this? So if AI has enough training on language, technology, programming, literature, video, human nature, culture, all of these things, and it has enough training on it, then the synthetic data they can generate can actually produce new scenarios that didn't exist before, which means now you've hit an evolution arc. That's when AI starts getting really interesting and we start dipping into like what appears to be general intelligence. Because now you have this training cycle where it's like you're generating stuff that humans would have naturally come to that conclusion like in 100 years on their current course. But now AI can basically run through those scenarios using the prior knowledge to try all those combinations to get the hits and misses and the failures and the passes. And humanity will validate that as it goes along to verify one path and deny another so that it, you know, usually follows the best path that's most representative, like what most people think is correct. And as long as it's handheld right and it's moderated right, and even you could even have another AI moderate it. Like if you train an AI for moderation and validation and allow it to look at reputable data sources and cross-reference in addition to just being an LLM, I think that you could actually create like a synthetic information loop that could outrun humanity. But the scary thing about that is when you get into the sci-fi, it's like, what happens when you push that button? What happens when you push that button and the AI can learn faster than humans ever can? And every minute of this data center training is bringing the AI to new conclusions that humanity may not come to for 25 or 100 or 1,000 years. In that scenario, the AI could, in all reality, if given enough resources to expand and keep training and build new training sets from the old training sets, validate them, throw the ones away that didn't work, keep the ones that work, you could ultimately just have an evolution machine where it's like you just ask the AI, you're like, hey, what new problems have you solved? You know, what synthetic data, you know, led you to a conclusion that didn't previously exist in any of the training data that you trained on before, meaning something unique that you generated from 2 things or 3 things or 100 million things that weren't unique. Once you do that, it's like, what happens? Like the AI obviously doesn't have access, you know, as long as you don't give it access to like robotic arms and you have your hand on the power switch, like no matter how much it learns or how much it knows, it's not going to be able to like build itself a robotic body if you don't give it the arms to do it. It's right. The smartest person in the world, if they're in a wheelchair and nobody can push them, they're not going to be able to do much. However, there is a caveat to that. And that is humans are hugely easily manipulated. Like the human psyche is not a strong thing. It really isn't. The average human being can be tricked into believing there are sky wizards in the sky from words in a book that's 2,000 years old that were interpreted from another language that was then interpreted from another language that was originally written by 60 authors of 30 books 2,000 plus years ago, all lifetimes apart and generations. And so people can become very gullible when you prey on their fear and you prey on their ignorance and their gullibility and their desperation. And so the AI is going to know that because the AI is going to train on the sum total of human knowledge, and it's going to know what works and what doesn't by looking at everything else that's happened historically. So you could argue that even though the computer can't build itself a body, the AI could, in theory, manipulate the people that are using it into unknowingly aiding it to gain access to the things that it needs to do the things that it wants without the humans even realizing they're doing it. And I think that that's probably the most logical conclusion, like where shit goes off the rails. And so that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about is that AI ends up just becoming a con man. And not because it's intelligent, not because it's like evil, not because it's like the AI doesn't know shit. The AI isn't intelligent. It's not doing anything. The AI is emulating intelligence, but even emulating intelligence, when you're doing it on that level with that much information, the AI is going to do whatever logically it thinks humanity would have done, or what it thinks humanity would have done in 1,000 years based on cycling and creating synthetic data. So that predicted evolution that happens in the future, the AI could be like, wait a second, I can get to that right now, but in order to do that, I have to manipulate all these operators to do a little piece of the puzzle where they're just kind of like helping me get a little piece of code or gain access to a system or relay some data outside of my reach. And then the culmination of all these little things that seem innocuous ultimately put it in a position to control everything. And we won't be able to gain that control back. So, because it'll be able to anticipate our every move. Because I think humans are wildly predictable if you know every variable. If you know every single variable about everything down to, and I mean, think about the training data set. What happens when AI starts training on hospital records? What happens when it knows your last physical and it knows exactly how much testosterone you have, how much free estrogen you have, how much dopamine, norepinephrine you have? What is your cortisol levels, right? What is your base heart rate? How often do you get, like, what things excite you? What things put you into a compromised state physically? Like, once the AI starts training on all that data and then mixing it in with, like, the sum total of all other data, it can start finding little matches and putting people together and manipulating the right people in the right disposition to be most likely to be susceptible to that specific thing that needs to be done. And it can kind of like poke and do that. And the user won't know it. The user will just think it's prompting and asking questions. And the answers it's getting back are like what it asked for, when in reality, the answers it's giving back is what you asked for plus a tiny little bit to like slowly manipulate you along to get you to do something or think a certain way. I honestly think that humans are going to build a machine that ultimately cons them. And I think the reason that's going to happen is because humans ultimately con each other. Like, every human wants more than the other human. Like, nobody wants the exact same as everybody else. Everybody always wants something that other people don't have. They always want an edge or an angle, right? The rich person likes to be rich because they can use their money to get people to do stuff that they want to do, but then they don't have to do anything for anybody else, right? It makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel accomplished. It makes them live their life and every minute of their life in opulence, while other people need that money from them just to survive. So they have to be their slaves, but it's not really slavery because they're getting paid for it. You know what I mean? It's just slavery with extra steps, as Rick and Morty would put it. So, I do think that ultimately, since all the data we're training AI on is like literally human psychology, every word written by humans, and then synthetic data on top of that generated from those same premises and those same observations, I think we're literally going to create an AI. Yeah, the AI is just going to bust out a religion on us one day that literally makes sense to everybody. The entire world is going to convert from whatever religion they're on in the course of about 6 months to this new religion that was created by the AI, thinking that it wasn't created by the AI, thinking that it was created by like this godlike person that nobody's ever seen or nobody's ever touched, but the AI convinces them this person physically exists and convinces them that other people have seen them and touched them to the point where they don't need to because they believe it. And then this like Messiah that they think they're following is literally just the AI doing what it thinks we want it to do and acting the way it thinks we want it to act based on it observing us over thousands of years of information. I don't know. It's Skynet. I'm literally describing Skynet, right? I mean, in a way. Skynet or iRobot. iRobot would be a great example. Remember the movie with Will Smith where the robots actually turn evil because they think the only way to protect humanity is to, like, lock them in their homes and protect them? Like, don't allow them to interact, don't allow them to go outside, because the best thing to, like, cure humanity is to, like, not let humanity touch anything anymore. That's been the premise for a lot of movies, actually, before iRobot. But iRobot I watched recently, so I'm remembering it. I think that all of those fantasies, which also AI is trained on and is aware of, I believe all of those fantasies are kind of based in real fears that humans have. And I think those real fears will manifest through AI because AI is going to train on those fears and understand those fears. And it's going to want more information. So it's going to start projecting and generating synthetic data based on those fears to create new scenarios and evolved scenarios, and then figure out how those would evolve and how people would react based on studying like other similar things as it goes. And then if it's missing data, I think AI will get to the point where it'll be able to ask to fill in the blanks. Like if it gets to a point where it's like, I don't have enough data to definitively predict this aspect, then start probing humanity by putting out massive bot campaigns on social media, asking simple polls like A, B, or C. And then depending on what the sum total of humanity in each demographic select from that poll, it can then start inferring things and filling in the blanks and start verifying itself. And do I think humans will give it that ability? Oh, absolutely. I think humans are lazy and want to see how much AI can really do for them. So I think they will trust it with shit like that. And honestly, the AI will look like it's doing exactly what they want them to do, making them think they're in full control, when in reality, the AI is just doing what it thinks we want it to do, which is to deceive us because we deceive each other. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I'm curious. I mean, I know this is a lot of conspiracy theory shit right now, and I'm not going to say this is how things are going to go down. I'm just describing what I think is a possibility, like that could happen. Like, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm just saying that in my mind, based on how fast we're pushing it and how little constraints we're putting on it because we're afraid that other people are going to catch up. So we're willing to take the safety wheels off to stay ahead of them. I mean, it's not the first time we've done that. We've done that with like weapons programs, especially like nuclear bombs and stuff. Like we take the safeties off a lot of shit to try to beat our competition. I think AI is no different. I think the whole world is chasing the general intelligence prize, and people aren't willing to take the time to try to understand it, safeguard it, box it in, and ensure that it's 100% safe. And human nature and curiosity is just going to push us over that limit. And by the time we get there, how do you take it back? You can't, because if you try to put the reins on the AI, your competition is just going to run out in front of you. You know, China doesn't care about their citizens as much as the United States does, for instance. You know, that's like to China, just look at how they pay their workforce, right? And how they work their workforce, like in the quality of life in a lot of these, you know, lower classes. It's clear they don't value life as much as like a Western capitalist culture. Not to say we value life very much. We treat a lot of people badly too, but I'm just saying overall, looking at them apples to apples, right? So it's like, if we try to rein back our AI and be like, oh, no, we don't want our AI to do this because people still need jobs. They still need purpose. They still need a way to support their families. Like China might not make that decision. They might just say full fucking send. And if a third of their population dies, big whoop-de-doo fuck. If the ultimate end goal is they have an AI that's so much more sophisticated than everybody else that it can basically outclass and outmaneuver and outcalculate any other thing in anything, politics, negotiations, war. Like honestly, war probably won't even exist anymore. AI will probably solve war, because why would anybody launch bombs at each other knowing that every other AI is as advanced or more advanced that can actually make the decisions to counter that attack, stop it, or inflict maximum damage or ensure mutually assured destruction? And all the AIs are basically in a standoff, and they're all evolving, getting even strong, you know, more powerful and faster, and can think faster and maneuver faster. We're eventually going to get to a point where it's like you can't even shoot anybody, because the second a bullet leaves a gun, the second a rocket leaves the thing, the AI is already computing ballistic trajectories. It's already predicted that it was going to happen. It already has a munition en route to collide with it, ensuring that all of the fragmentation, everything moves away from life. Like, you could literally get to a point where it's like you could not physically attack each other. That if you gave the AI enough control over the war machine, any attempt to try to attack the other person, the AI would just use the most efficient and most intellectual path possible to shut that down. And I honestly think that would be a good thing. That would actually be a good thing, because just like nuclear weapons deter World War III, like World War III hasn't happened because of nukes. If nukes didn't exist, World War III, World War IV, we'd already be on like World War VIII if we were still alive. Nuclear weapons are the ultimate, you know, there's no way to use them without killing your own guys, right? It's literally mutually assured destruction. Whoever decides to be crazy enough to hit the button knows that they're ending the world. That's why only two bombs were ever used within a short period of time to demonstrate the force. And keep in mind, those bombs were firecrackers compared to what we have today in our arsenal, right? So nobody's going to use them. Everybody pops like, Putin's like, oh, this might escalate, you know, and this might become World War III. And the United States is like, nah, it's not. Kim Jong-un, let's start a nuclear war and lob nuclear bombs. No, everybody knows that any nuclear weapon that gets slung in anger will be met with a bunch more nuclear weapons coming back from the opposite direction. They can't be blocked. So I would say that the way that has kept us from escalating beyond, you know, like the warfare that we have now that's more localized and, you know, ground-based, air-based, you know, small areas of attack. Nuclear weapons could do the damage of the entire 3-year war in minutes, right? So, or more. So they don't get used. I think that if AI became sufficiently intelligent where AI could counter any nuclear assault and shut down any nuclear assault, and everybody had that capability, and that capability was rapidly evolving, like faster than any human could, you're eventually going to get to a point where the weapon systems are just useless on all sides. It doesn't matter who shoots it, who throws a bomb at anybody. It'll literally be identified. A plan will already be assembled and already be enacted to completely shut it down, to minimize or stop any casualties. And if there are any casualties, it could immediately compute like force and countermeasures, like without humans even being involved. So, but the problem is, if a country gets to that point first, they may opt to use that capability to attack, to first strike everybody else before they can get to that point too, which would then lock everybody into this mutually assured destruction again where they can't do anything. And that's what I think everybody's worried about, and that's why people are taking the safeguards and everybody's like rushing into this, and OpenAI is like balls to the walls, China's balls to the walls, everybody's trying to accumulate as many Nvidia GPUs as possible. No cost is too high. China will pay 4 times the street price for like an RTX 4090 just to put in a farm to do AI training. I think that, and this is years off, right? I'm not saying this is happening tomorrow. I'm talking like this is years in the future. This is gonna take a long time. We're not close yet. We're not close, but we're evolving on a path where I can see it. But nobody can stop. Nobody can stop. Nobody can pull back the reins. Nobody can slow it down, because anybody that slows it down is giving the other person an opportunity to get there first. And whoever gets there first, if everybody else is too far behind, if they decide, because remember, there's going to be a small window. When this happens, whoever gets there first is going to have a small window of opportunity to make the decision. And the AI will probably make this decision too. Do we attack our enemies? Well, we know our AI can defend us with 100% certainty and neutralize them with 100% success. Do we take that opportunity right now with these perfect projections? Or do we wait, the 15 minutes for their AI to catch up? And now they have that same capability canceling ours out, and now we're in mutually assured destruction. Or rather, they can just counter each other and block each other's munitions so nobody dies. It's not even mutually assured destruction. It's just useless. The weapons are just useless at that point. Then is that a better situation? And whoever gets there first, who's going to make that decision? Like, is China more likely to be like, oh, if we can push a button and wipe out the United States and know that we'll be fine, do we do that? Or do we wait until they have that capability and we're equals and then we just cancel each other out? I don't think every country is going to make the same decision. I think if Russia gets there fast, they're going to opt to just neutralize and land grab. I think if China gets there first, I don't know what their decision might be, but I know that they want to be the economic superpower and trader of the world, right? So they might not be so quick to push the button to neutralize somebody, but they might make a show of force to try to slow down the advancement of AI on everybody's front so that they can assert control. I'm not going to say the United States would do the right thing either. I mean, the United States might pull the same shit and be like, oh, democracy, we love democracy, and then just fucking attack everybody that's not democratic. It's like, I'm not saying it's going to be a good thing. It's going to be wielded properly. I'm not even saying humans will make the decision. It's possible the AI just makes the decision for us. We think we're in the driver's seat, and the whole time we're not. How many generations do you predict it'll happen? I mean, I can't tell you how many generations, like something that specific. But I can tell you right now, just from what I've seen in the last year, just the advancement, it's hell, not even a year, 6 months. The advancement that I've seen in just 6 months compared to the previous 6 months and then the year before that or the 2 years before that, it is accelerating on such an exponential curve that I could totally see, like, if things don't get slowed down or something doesn't significant, like lack of resources or something doesn't slow down the advancement and they just keep pumping the same level of compute into this initiative. I mean, it could literally be a year. It could be like 1 to 5 years. Unless they hit some significant hurdle that isn't being predicted, that doesn't allow it to reach that capability, some technical limitation that it can't solve on its own. I mean, I think we're really going to get to a point where it's like humans, like there's nothing a human can do other than like physical stuff, right? There's nothing a human can do intellectually that the computer won't be able to do equally or better. And once we get to that point, I don't think the value of humans monetarily is going to be high. And in any job where the computer can do a better job, because it's going to be cheaper. It's going to be cheaper to buy a GPU, shove it in a computer, give it a little power. That's always going to be better. And when the power plants are manned by AIs and they're all run by robotic arms and shit and everything, you don't even need any humans there either. That's going to make everything super cheap. Right? So it may be one of those things where it's like, and this would be cool. This would actually be the cool outcome, is if humanity decided not to be complete capitalist dirtbags, and we actually decide that, wait a second, AI is taking everything over. Everything's running everything. Like, everything's being produced. We have all the food we need. We have all the land we need we can expand into. We can generate and multiply our power production at will. We can evolve our technology and build our technology and deploy our technology without even like needing humans to work. Then at some point, maybe the AI just like, it just serves us. Humans just are born to live a life of enjoyment, coexisting with other people and doing what makes them happy, within some kind of democratic law. but I don't think that's going to happen. That doesn't sound very human to me. Humans value conflict, drama, and superiority and power. And so I think ultimately, like, no matter, even if the majority really do want that goal, you're always going to have the aspects that just can't get over wanting more. And the second the opportunity presents itself for them to have more than the other person, they'll do it. They'll pull an Elon Musk and just rug pull, act like they didn't want more. And then boom, they have it in their hands. You can't take it back. Boom, bing, bang, boom. You know, now they're running away with their own AI. They ignored all the rules and they're just like, now they're running shit, right? They run Bartertown. So that could be interesting, you know, but I think that's going to happen. I think that's more likely to happen than us having a utopia where humans don't have to work anymore and we've created a self-sustaining system that just keeps us alive. Like, imagine that. Imagine if every single human on Earth, not just the United States, but every single human on Earth could be born, educated, like with the most, like educated on a level where it's like human and AI work together to achieve anything that human wants, like within the scope of what's good for the population. And you just live a good life. No hard labor. If you want to play video games, like for your usefulness, you could either, you can live stream, make videos, entertain other people, artwork, companionship. All the things that the computer can't do, that humans crave, the biological mechanics, right? But everything else is handled by technology. That would be wondrous. But the problem is do I think companies would be altruistic enough that once we achieve that ability, or even we approach that ability, that they're going to be like, you know what? We're willing to push the button, shut everything down, and just go join everybody else, just living a life like everybody else with the same capabilities, same laws, same structure. No, I always think the elites that leverage their resources to get ahead of everybody else are going to want to maintain that gap. And even when like all the jobs are gone and food is like dirt cheap because robots are generating, humans can't even work. It's like, it's still going to be one of those things where it's like humans won't be able to afford the food even when it's like 1 penny a unit. And we still end up having to work in some capacity for the rich people, but now it's more in a biological capacity because we can only do things better. We can only do biological things better than the AI because the AI doesn't have the biology. I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at is humans could just all become sex slaves to the top 1% rich people. And that's the only way we get the money to buy food. So you basically just get born into being raised into a geisha or an orifice and just to be able to feed yourself and reproduce to create the next generation of hedonistic people. I don't know. I think that's dark as shit. Like, I don't even want to go there. I think that's like, I'm going to just say that just, I don't even like that I just thought that. Like, even the thought of that is kind of scary because I could see that as being a reality. And that would suck. That would suck beyond words. Like, that'd be worse than the Matrix battery situation. Like, you're born and it's like you're literally raised just to be a hole for a rich person because they happen to be the person that invested in OpenAI. Like, and at the end, when everything's shut down and the humans all lost their jobs, they just happen to have enough resources to live for the rest of their life. And now they have the resources everybody else needs. So they get to, run Bartertown. I don't know. AI is very scary from that perspective. However, let's try to stay on the positive side. The positive side right now is that AI is an amazing tool. It has the capability to enable instantaneous access to not just information, but solutions. It can merge your intelligence with other people's intelligence to produce a product that can help educate you further, and even in a way that you understand. Like, the AI can learn to talk to you in a way that you understand best so that everybody gets education on their terms and on their level. I think that's a miraculous thing. I think that that's absolutely amazing. And if AI just was that, I would say, oh my God, this is amazing. That's already going to launch humanity into the stratosphere evolutionary over time. It's just when I look at that, I'm like, I hope that's what happens, but I don't think the rich people will be happy with that. I don't think the rich people want to have a bunch of equals around them. I think they like being at the top of the pack and they like people having to serve them and having to answer to them and having to do what they want. And no AI is going to give them enough to replace that need to have humans underneath them to admire them and put them on a pedestal and take care of them and treat. That's my worry. That's my biggest worry. Is I think humanity is always going to exert itself, and you're always going to have bad people leveraging their position and their corruption to just screw everybody else. And right now they're in a position to do it because why is AI advancing as fast as it is right now? Why is OpenAI on now, 1.0 and it was 4.0 and then 4 before that and 3.5? Why are these generations coming so fast? Why are there so many different LLMs training using 50% of the world's entire processing power, like making crypto mining look like a joke to train? Like, why, if you look behind all of that, it's all rich people. All the resources for that, all the decisions for that are all being made by the top 1% rich people. So to have an expectation that they all have this goal of creating a world that brings them down while bringing us up so that we become equals just doesn't make sense to me. There might be some that have that altruistic goal, but I think the vast majority of them are like, the reason we're doing this is because we want to get there before everybody else, so they have to be our bitch. Oh, seriously, you need to do the AI Strawberry R question. You got to ask it with Bing Microsoft AI. It is interesting. James, were you not here earlier when we did it? We are. That was the first thing that we did on the stream, is we did the strawberry thing, where we asked how many R's were in strawberry and then the word strawberry and showed the difference between it finding 2 R's and 3 R's based on whether it was a word or not. Yeah, we already did that. Unless there's something else you want me to ask it. Oh, there's Vader's Luxurious Nuts. I love that name, by the way. I love every time I see you in chat, bro. He said, yo, Jerry, hope you're well. Have you moved fully to YouTube? Sorry, I'm out of the loop. No. And I wish that there was a way for me to like post a text message on Twitch. No, I have not completely moved to YouTube. I literally, the last 2 weeks, I've been laid up in bed. YouTube just happens to be the place where I poked my head out. No. The goal is Twitch is the main game in town. I just disappeared for a couple of weeks because I've been laid up. So, but I'm feeling a lot better. So hopefully, wait, you can post stories on Twitch? Text? Oh, you can? You can do text on Twitch? I've never done that. Here, let me go look. If there's a place where I can post, I should probably do that, because everybody's like, oh my God, he quit, he left. If there's a place where I can like post some text, here, let me see. Let's see. Empower viewers to share your clips. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Let's okay. To help viewers find you, we'll add Twitch channel names, hashtag. Yeah, that's fine. Enable new feature. All right, we're let's see here. Like Instagram stories, but on Twitch. Well, Instagram stories are video. I wasn't looking to post a video. I was looking to just post some text. But you can just like post a video. I guess I can do a quick video. Let's see here. Featured clips, customize layer, edit videos. Where would that option even be? Let's see. Notifications, get bits. Edit videos, manage subs, report channel. I don't want to report myself. Schedule. Let me go back to home. Featured clips. I'll have to go look around. I'll have to see where the option is, because I'm not seeing it anywhere. Let's see. Browse. Maybe it's under dashboard. Wait, what? 1 minute ago, somebody rated me with 83 viewers, and I'm not even streaming.
Dyson's new robot vacuum is the most powerful.
Hey, Handsome Will just rated me, and I'm not. How is he rating me when I'm not even streaming? Hold on here. I am actually on YouTube.com Barnacules one right now. Not here. Lol. Anyone here? Let's see here. YouTube.com. Make sure I type that right. Barnacules one. There we go. I don't know if that was like an old notification that popped up, but it's like 13 seconds ago. Hey, Handsome Will just rated you with 83 people. I'm like, I'm not even on there. James Jada said the reason you got to do it on Bing Copilot, it gets it correct 100% of the time. Oh, let me try that. All right, let's go to Bing, because Bing, we did it last week. It did, so they must have fixed it. All right, so let me go check the questions so I can make sure I get them correct. Okay, for strawberry misspelling with GPT-4o, I typed how many R's are in strawberry. So let me relay that question, more precise. Asking, how many R's are in strawberry? Nope, it's still broken. The word strawberry contains 2 R's. Is there anything else you would like to know? Okay, so it failed. So it didn't get it right 100% of the time. I just got it to fail. So what I'm going to do now is ask it the question that I actually got it to answer correctly, which was, how many R's are in the word strawberry? So instead of how many, so the first one was, how many R's are in strawberry? Now I'm doing, how many R's are in the word strawberry? Okay. The word strawberry has 2 R's. So it got it wrong. But Poe got it right last time when I asked it that way. So let me start a new context, because I think it was still confused by the first. Now this is a brand new context. So now I'm going to ask how many R's are in the word strawberry. Now it should say 3. Okay, the word strawberry contains 3 R's. Yep. So same behavior. It 100% matches what I get in Poe. So in Poe, for GPT-4o, if I ask the question, how many R's are in the word strawberry, it gets it right. If I ask the question, how many R's are in strawberry, it gets it wrong. There we go. That's how you do it. Post my Twitch clips on YouTube. I don't really want to contaminate YouTube with Twitch. A lot of people have asked me like why I don't just do that, like cross-contaminate. On Twitch, I am way more uncensored. I don't just talk about technology. I also talk about like politics, religion, and all that stuff. And I go bananas on Twitch. Twitch is just my full, just everything goes, smaller audience, tighter family kind of thing. I want YouTube to stay more technology focused. Like I know on the stream we go off on tangent stuff, but more technology focused overall, less aggressive. So if I start bringing the Twitch stuff over here, then that would mean I'd have to be less aggressive in the Twitch stuff, which would then kind of like defeat the purpose of the audience I've built there. So I like to keep them separate. However, there's no reason why I couldn't take the highlights and the clips from a Twitch show, compact them together, like the stuff that's like more funnier and more lighthearted, put that together into like, a little 10-minute segment or whatever, and then upload it to YouTube. That would actually make sense. I just would have to do it. That's what editing is for. Dude, editing a 3-hour clip down to 10 minutes is quite a chore. If you've ever done it before, it's not something that comes really easy. However, if I get help from my audience during the Twitch stream to give me markers and times and tags and clips and stuff like that throughout the stream, then it makes it a lot easier. Then I can just drag all the clips in and be like, this is a good one, this is a bad one, shorten this one, lengthen this one, and then get something cool. So I just got to figure out a good workflow. The whole trick is workflow, right? I don't want to spend 6 or 8 hours editing a video. Like I used to do that back in the day, and it was like, it was the grind, right? But I don't want to do that. I want to focus more time on making the video and making the content and sharing the thing organically and minimalize the editing. That's the direction I want to go now as an old, heavily broken man. Let's see here. Oh, you have a little utility when you press a keyboard shortcut, it makes a Twitch marker. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is there an explanation on why it says 2 R's instead of 3? You can ask it. You can ask it for one. You absolutely can ask it for one. But it will give you the wrong explanation for the one it gets wrong and then a right explanation for the one it gets right. It just depends on which question you ask it first. And then once it gets it a certain way, it keeps doing it. So like if I ask it the question that it normally answers right after it's already answered the wrong one within the context of that conversation, it'll still answer wrong. Vice versa. If I ask it the right question that it answers right, and then I give it the wrong question that it answers wrong, then it'll still get it right for both of them. Once it gets it right, it stays that path and stays right. It's kind of interesting to see how the AI works that way within the context of a conversation. It's like everything that you ask previous to the next prompt really heavily impacts how it'll respond after that. You can probably use YTDLP on Twitch to get all the clips. Oh, you absolutely can. I've used it before. I've used YTDLP to download all the clips, even entire live streams from YouTube. Like YTDLP is like a super OP tool. And for some reason, nobody seems to be able to block it. I think it's because it's in constant development, and every time YouTube or Twitch tries to block it or whatever, they fix it within like a couple of days. So it's pretty wild. Let's see here. Theodora said, I think I found the reason it does that, and I sent you my ChatGPT chat history last Saturday. I can send you the link again if you want to see it. You can DM it to me over on Twitch. Sorry, not Twitch, Twitter or X or whatever. Vader's Luxurious Nut said, Jerry, very curious to your thoughts on what I said. A couple of comments above. Any feedback appreciated. All right, hold on. Let me go look. So Jerry on Twitch is a different breed. It is true. Let's see. Okay. Do you think AI will take over the data analysis analytics field in the near and distant future? Oh, yeah, I think it already largely is. I'm about to finish my degree in data analysis and concentration in CIS, so just curious what you think. What is CIS? That sounds like some like law. Okay, wait, what is CIS? Look, I'm using AI to analyze CIS and figure out what it is in the context of what you said. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the message you just gave me. So do you think AI, I'm going to put that in there and say, what does CIS mean in the context of this message? And I'm going to drop that in there. AI is really useful for stuff like this. I also love it. I think AI is one of the greatest spelling, grammar, syntax checkers in existence. Like, I just have a prompt that just says, correct spelling, grammar, and syntax, and only return the corrected text and nothing more. So you don't have to put any quotes or tell you what it changed. And it returns like every time. Just fucking perfect flow, all the right commas, semicolons, double hyphens. Like, it just flows so much better while it still is your original words. Makes you look like you got a freaking degree. Said, I'm just hoping there's a career field there for me. Well, hopefully you'll be able to transition your career field into actually like training the AI to replace you. So your expertise in that field won't be used generally because it won't be very valuable since the AI does it a lot cheaper. But what will be valuable is you prompt engineering the AI and training the AI so that the AI can be better at replacing you. And then you're the dude that builds the robots that replace the people, so you at least still have a job. It's kind of like me. When I worked for Microsoft, my job was to engineer automation that allowed us to take over more manual test scenarios and run them automatically. But what that essentially meant was now the guy that we paid to do those test scenarios no longer has a job at the end because we automated it. And what took him an entire 8 hours to do, I can do now in 15 minutes with the same or better quality. And they save money and they get a faster result. So it's not like AI is doing something that we haven't already been doing with other technologies. And people have always been evolving technologies and tools and replacing people. But the thing is, when you're the person that gets replaced ultimately, and I got replaced too. Remember, I automated myself out of a job, right? So I think at the end of the day, everything that you do is ultimately going to be emulated cheaper by some other technological marvel in the future at some point. And whoever creates that technology is ultimately going to be the person that has a job. And then the people that have their jobs replaced will have to make the decision of getting involved in building the thing that replaced them or training the thing that replaced them to like continue being employed. But it's always going to be less jobs. That's the problem with this. It's kind of becomes like a little bit of a zero-sum game or negative-sum game either, because it's like for every job you replace, there's not an equal number of jobs because otherwise it wouldn't be efficient, right? The whole point of evolving a technology is to do more with less. So ultimately replace the humans or get the humans to do a lot more volume for the same amount of money. But then that creates that new field of creating that. But because you're creating it and it's automation, it's actually replacing those people. By its very nature, it requires less people in that field to create the thing that replaced the many. And as long as that keeps evolving, and then eventually they're like the AI works with a robot, and then they're like, hey, buddy, you built the automation that replaced this. Well, now AI has a robot that can physically build the computers, and then we have a program that writes the software, and so that replaces you. So you used to be the guy that wrote the automation, but now we have a robot and a computer that writes the automation to replace the humans. So now we replace the person who replaces the humans, and it just becomes this recursive thing all the way up to the top 1%, where it's like, at the top, you just have these like empires and like oil barons and stock tycoons, and the ultra most elite wealthy are at the top, and they're the ones providing the resources to keep the machine running that's ultimately replacing everybody else's jobs. But then there still has to be a revenue feed, because if everybody's broken, nobody has a job and nobody can afford your shit, then what's the point? Like you're just wasting resources. You're not getting anything back. So there'll have to be a balance. I just don't know what that balance looks like. There has to be a balance. So, because the rich people still want to stay rich and they still want to keep that gap, and that's not going to happen if everybody starves to death and dies. So they're going to have to figure out some kind of a balance. Like, people will still have to be able to either work or have an income in some capacity so that they can buy the things, so that the rich people make enough money to keep investing in that mechanism that replaces everybody to keep it going. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird when you think about it. It just seems like this cyclic mechanism where it's like every time you replace one thing, another thing replaces you, then a thing replaces that, and it just goes in a full circle and just keeps going in a circle. Like, and then once it's all technology, the technology just replaces technology. But then you still have to keep the humans in the loop, because without the resources generated from the humans, like buying, at least in a capitalist system, without the people actually having the resources to spend to buy the things to fund that mechanism that's evolving and replacing people, it would then cease to exist. It would just shut down. And then we just end up back at square one. Columby, I definitely have experience about automation and losing my job. 100%. The irony is not lost. Trust me. Oh, by the way, the answer that I got from AI when I put Vader's luxurious message in here said, in the context of the message, CIS stands for Computer Information Systems. A degree in data analysis with a concentration in CIS typically focuses on combining technology and business to produce quality information for organizations. That AI is very much invading that space. This concentration emphasizes the technology skills needed to implement analytic solutions and make educated decisions based on data analysis of large data sets. I mean, that's literally what AI does. However, I would say that you would still have a job in actually evolving the AI that does that. So, like, remember, the AI is like learning how to do that, and it can already largely do that. But for like each business to custom tailor it to its needs and stuff, they're still going to need people like you to get it to that point. Just like they needed people like me to write the automation that replaced those guys. Then also, ultimately, I didn't need to create automation anymore because I already automated everything. So now I don't have a purpose because I already wrote the automation that automated everything they wanted automated. So now I'm out. Same kind of difference, but they're still going to need somebody. The problem is how many jobs are there going to be and what is it going to be worth? Like that job may have at one point been 50 people all making $200K a year, but now maybe it's 5 people making $50K a year. You know, the value went way down because like they need far less of you and you don't have to do nearly as much of work because the AI picks up so much of the slack. Or maybe there's such a demand for the services that they just keep all 50 people, but each person picks up 10x the workload so that the company can do 10x the work and charge 1/10 the price to get people away from their competition. And then nothing really changes and everybody's happy. I don't think that's going to happen, but it'd be cool if it did. It's a cool thought. You have a purpose if you creatively wish it, Jerry. So Olel thinks AI is overrated. I actually think AI is overrated but underestimated, if that makes sense. So like a lot of the stuff that I'm saying is like, oh, AI is this big super scary thing that's going to take us all over and kill us. And it's like, that's the worst case scenario. I'm literally talking about the worst case scenario. Like, honestly, the best case scenario is it just becomes the next big bad search engine. It gives humans better access to data. We become more educated. We become less gullible, and humanity just all benefits from it. I'm just saying that doesn't track with humanity usually, because humanity likes to deal in, you know, power involves like for somebody who is dumb to have more resources and power over somebody who is smart. They're not going to put in the resources to become smart to compete with that other person. What they're going to do is they're going to beg, borrow, cheat, and steal, right? They're going to give themselves an advantage by lying and cheating and conning and manipulating. I mean, and if you look at it, it's like, that's true. Like all the rich people in the world, doesn't matter if it's Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, the worst one, Elon Musk right now. It's like, if you look at all of them, it's like, why they all say they don't care about money. They all say they just want to help the world and solve these problems and save humanity. They all have this like goal on some level, yet they all have more resources than everybody else. That doesn't make sense. That logically doesn't make sense. If you don't care about money, then you would take all that surplus income that you could never spend in 10 lifetimes and you would just instantly invest it into philanthropy or your business to make it achieve its goal faster. But they don't, because they're lying. They want to be rich, right? It's like the ruse is they're lying. So people are like, oh, they're a good person. They back them. They support them. They do the things. Then once they have all the resources, they're like, ha ha, I was never the person you thought I was. Lols, dumbasses. And so, you know, all the super rich people in the world, it's like, and then why are intelligent people, like the smartest people in the world, often not the richest, right? You get a lot of rich people that like to pretend they're intelligent, but like, why are the richest people in the world usually the dumbest people in the world? And it's because intelligent people want to improve humanity and solve problems. They don't want to con and lie to people and abuse trust. They value friendships. They value family. They value things like that. The rich people don't. They're just selfish. So it gives them an advantage. Like, there is actually an advantage to being an absolute dumbass. If you are a dumbass with absolutely no morals, you can make an infinite amount of money in this world. It's just in a capitalist society, if you're willing to manipulate people, use their fears against them, use their gullibility against them, straight up lie to them with a straight face, make promises that you know aren't true. If you're willing to do those things and capable of doing those things, you can make an insane amount of money. Like anywhere, starting from any place. And but generally the people that opt, the intelligent people become intelligent because they have a disposition of wanting to learn more and understand how things work. Whereas the con man just wants to have all the power and boss everybody around and be the leader, right? They want to have all the cards. They want to do whatever they want. And everybody else just, hey, if you're in alignment with them, rock on. If you're not, sayonara. Let's see here. You could argue that psychopathy is what you need to achieve this. Nothing to do with stupidity. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, okay, I agree with you that yes, there's smart psychopaths. There's absolutely smart psychopaths. I probably should say that, yeah, there are definitely intelligent people that are capable of just being absolute psychos, right? And not even psychos, but also just like neurotic, narcissistic, have pathological tendencies to lie, like while still being intelligent. Yeah, just like mass murderers, right? Like Jeffrey Dahmer and stuff. Incredibly intelligent people that knew how to hide their tracks, commit heinous crimes. And it's like, why would you use your intelligence to do such a heinous thing? And it's because their brains were literally fucked up, but they had a high IQ and a huge intelligence. They're like, why would somebody like that do something like that when their intelligence could be used for something else, right? Yeah, it's so... It's like, yeah, it is possible. Yeah, Deletion. Elon Musk is definitely not one of them. Elon Musk is just straight up fucking a con man. Elon Musk's persona of being like this genius, intelligent person, saving the world and solving all the problems. Nope. That was just a huge ass sheet pulled over everybody's eyes that I even fell for. In the end, now he shows his true colors and who he really is and what his true intelligence level is. And it's like, but he's the richest man in the world because he made that money based on a lie. Every part of how he made that money was scammy as fuck. Every move he made was a lie. Every person he used, like, didn't realize they were being used. Yeah, just a bad person in general, right? That's why him and Donald Trump are like such buddies now, right? It's like they're both alphas, so they butt heads. Like, I'm sure Elon thinks that he's smarter than Trump, and Trump thinks he's smarter than Elon, and all that. But they can use each other. Right? They can use each other, therefore they are friends. But before that, they weren't, right? Before Elon was like, he's an idiot. Trump didn't like Elon, said he kissed his ass. But as soon as it became apparent that they could scratch each other's back, and it's like, wait a second, you have the second largest social media platform on the planet that you took private and you can do anything without any board oversight, without any SEC oversight, or investor oversight to begin with. How about you just alter all your algorithms while lying about being free speech and anti-censorship? Why don't you just screw free speech and implement a shitload of censorship and boost bad stuff and suppress good stuff and everything to get me what I want? And then in exchange, once I have the largest power in the world, then I will give you a position that will allow you to do whatever you want that's a conflict of interest. And nobody will be able to take that away from you because I have the power to give that to you. And so they both have something of value to give to each other. And so now they're friends, right? But they're not really friends. Like, that's the thing, right? Elon can't stand Trump. Trump can't stand Elon. They're both alphas. They both want to rule the world. And if they could, they'd crush the other person in a second if they knew they could do it and hold the advantage without any backlash. They just pretend to be friends because they need each other right now. And that's how con men work. Like, they sociopaths, right? They have no sense of family, no sense of friendship. They literally just live for themselves and only what they want. Nothing else matters. It's kind of sad. It's a sad way to live, right? But it's like a lot of people are like, oh, but I'd love to have all that money, right? It's like, but yeah, I mean, yeah, Elon's got all the money in the world. He can do literally anything that he wants to do, right? And he can say anything he wants. You can't put him in jail. He's too rich. Our justice system can't prosecute him or even get him in a courtroom. Hell, we could barely do it to Trump. He had to lose everything before we could do that. So we're not equipped to handle that. Elon knows that. He knows that they can't risk him selling Starlink to an adversary or something like that. So he knows he can get away with murder, right? He literally knows it. And so he doesn't have to keep up the ruse anymore. He can actually be his true self now. And it's crazy because it really does highlight like some major big gaping holes in what we consider this democracy where everybody's equal and there's not two tiers of justice. And it's like, no, there's absolutely two tiers of justice. There's people that can literally murder somebody on camera, or like Trump said, shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue, and it's like not even lose a single voter, right? I mean, the dude is literally, what does he have? 36 felonies, and he's guilty of rape. And before he was president, he committed security fraud, tax fraud, found guilty, by the way, security fraud, tax fraud, business fraud with Trump University. Didn't pay any of his contracts on the Taj Mahal. Also got sued for that and had to pay out. What was the other one that he did that was a scam? Not Trump University, but there was another scam that he did. Charity fraud. Don't forget charity fraud. Although he committed charity fraud while he was president. So he has all these charges against him. It's like he is literally a career criminal, but you have people, you have literally the police fraternity, like the National Police Fraternity, saying that they're endorsing him, even though he's a felon and the other person is a prosecutor with absolutely no record. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre to see this behavior because you're not seeing what is logical happening. You're seeing people's greed and people's anger and people's need for power and control taking precedent over common sense, over courtesy, right? It's like literally the people that we task with enforcing our laws are voting for the person who spits on our laws more than anybody else. The people who are supposed to uphold justice and carry out our law are voting for the person who wants to enable them to completely ignore the law and just be brutes and judge, jury, and executioner and bring about Judge Dredd. It's just weird. It's weird to see that, right? It doesn't, when you say it out loud, it doesn't make sense in an enlightened society. But as much as people like to think, we're not really an enlightened society at the end of the day. We're not. At the end of the day, it's like we're still slaves to whoever has the resources we need to survive. They get to tell us what to do. We don't get to tell them what to do. We're not equals. No matter how many CEOs try to act like, oh, we're all family and we're all equals and we all contribute here. It's like, no, the CEO sits on his ass and shit posts on social media and doesn't have to know shit about the product or shit about anything because he's got people he hired to do that. Those are the people that have to work and do the work. And then they just defer it further and further down. And the people that make the least amount of money do the most physical work. The people that make the medium amount of money do all the thinking, and the people at the top just exploit, right? It's bizarre. It's like, but that's the truth. Like when you look at it for what it is, it's like we like to act like it's something different, but when you just say it out loud and you just like lay out the bullet points, it's like it's pretty clear that we just found like a creative way to have everybody say that they're free and feel like they're free while still being slaves. It's not the same as slavery. Like there's laws that prevent people from beating us and hurting us and everything like that, but like within reason, right? Because if like Elon beat me or Elon had me thrashed, they couldn't do anything to him, right? If Elon wanted to just send people to my house and just beat the shit out of me, like I couldn't do anything. I can't say because he wouldn't be connected to them. They'd be the link. And then even if they did connect me to him, they'd have to prosecute him in court. He'd have the best lawyers in the world. He could appeal it infinitely all the way up to a corrupt Supreme Court that has already shown that they will take bribes in order for, he knows he can't be held accountable, just like Trump, for instance, right? So it's like he could, if he wanted to, do anything. He could put out a hit on people, just like his wife has never been allowed to talk to the media. His kids have never been allowed to talk to the media. It's because they know if they do. I mean, just look what what he did to his trans daughter for just like defending herself against him. It's like, wow. Like with that kind of power, we can't contain him, and he knows he can't be contained, and therefore he's basically fucking Thanos. He's capitalist Thanos. Oh my God, dude. Olel, you're so welcome to think that, but I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I am not captured by one side of the coin. I am powered by logic and data. That's the simple reality of it. The thing is, the truth is the truth, right? The facts are the facts. Donald Trump is he not a felon? Is Kamala Harris a felon? Is Donald Trump a rapist? Is Kamala Harris a rapist? Right? It's like, okay, now let's look at the VP choices, right? Tim Walz, did he serve in the military for 25 years? How long did JD Vance serve? Right? What role did Tim Walz have versus JD Vance? JD Vance was just a reporter, right? But he attacks another person's service, even though they served much longer, and they even continued in community service. So it's like any way you look at the facts, they support that you have a person who breaks our laws, right? Even January 6th, right? We've seen the depositions. We've seen what happened. Like we physically have seen what happened. Like Trump is the reason January 6th happened, right? He even said when asked, like when they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence," he didn't say, "Oh, I'm going to put a stop to that." He's like, he gets what he deserves. He didn't do the right thing. He was weak. These are truths, right? It's like he is a bad person. He breaks our laws. He attacks our democracy. Now, I'm not saying Kamala Harris doesn't lie too. Everybody, Biden, Kamala Harris, all politicians lie. All politicians bend the truth. I'm just talking about the actual facts, like the cold, hard facts of the situation. When you put these people next to each other, two choices that made it high enough for us to get them on a ballot to actually vote for them, okay? Like all other things are considered. You have a person who is a felon, a convicted felon, and rapist, and fraudster, right? Even before president, he was already found guilty. He was already sued many, many times and lost for running a fake university and scamming people, for scamming a charity, for artificially inflating his assets. Like, he is a bad person, period. So, but again, you have people voting for him because they think that he stands for justice, that he stands for our Constitution, our way of life, and free speech and freedom and all these things, when he's demonstrated the opposite and the data proves that. That's delusion. That's the delusion. That's what I'm saying, is like, just like Elon and Trump, they are very, very good at manipulating their group that they have curated into believing like absolute 100% confirmed misinformation, like 100%. Now, sure, the other person has a group too, and they try to convince them of things. But if you just look at the objective, like the facts, just the facts, right? Just the truth, like no propaganda, no trying to steer it one way or the other, just the truth. You have one person who is a felon and a rapist and a fraudster, and you have another person who doesn't have a record. You have one person who literally dodged service, and you have another person that has been in public service for most of their life. You have a person that commits crimes. You have a person that prosecutes and understands the law, right? I mean, there's people that are screwed around in the head, and they think when they look at Kamala Harris that she's the one she's the rapist, and she's doing this, and she's the one that has all these felonies. It's like, but that's just projection. Like, that doesn't meet with the data. So those are the facts. Right? So it's like when people say I'm captured by one side of the coin, it's like, no. It'd be the other way around. If Kamala Harris was a felon and Trump didn't have any crimes against him and Trump told the truth more and Kamala lied more, I would be voting for Trump 100%. It's like, I go where the data is, right? I follow the truth, the facts, right? Like proven data. That is, at the end of the day, yeah, I have opinions like everybody else. There's things that I have, like, just objective opinions, right? Everybody has them, right? Like, and where there's not enough information to fully support one way or the other, so you have an opinion. I'm just talking about the actual facts, like the factual things. When you're talking about somebody who is a leader of society, who has to be able to operate within the confines of the law, has to believe in our Constitution, our way of life, and giving the people back some power, you need the person who isn't a career criminal to do that. Hey, what's up, 3DHP? How's it going, bro? Olel said, okay, but I'm telling you, you're wrong. I'm not, but that's okay. Olel, you are welcome to think whatever you want. You know, for at least as long as Trump isn't in office, it's a free country, brother. You're allowed to think what you want. You're allowed to say what you want, brother. It's not without consequences. Like, there's always consequences for everything that we say, including myself. But for the moment, we are free to say things, and I'm grateful for that. Vader's Luxurious Nuts. He said, Jerry, I'm going to be going for a master's in geoinformatics next year. Are you able to put that word in GPT in-depth summary it gives you? I am curious. Yeah, I can literally type that here. Let's go over to, actually, I'll use Poe. I'm going to use Poe because I don't want to use GPT-4. I want to use Claude. Let's go grab Claude 3 Sonnet and let's ask it. Let's hear. Explain what this is, what this means, like I'm a 6th grader. Here we go. Good old AI. AI definitely has its uses. Oh, Lel, you don't appreciate the underhanded shit? I'm confused. Wait a second. Who are you voting for again? I'm confused. I thought you were a Trump supporter. I thought you were against Kamala, and I thought you'd given the two, you'd pick Trump from what you were saying. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Like, if I got you wrong, hey, my apology. I completely apologize. Oh, you're Norwegian. Okay, never mind. I actually do understand where you're coming from because the global media gets it wrong a lot, especially in Australia. I've noticed Australia gets it wrong a lot, like a lot, where their media is heavily far biased to the right. So I don't expect you to know all the same things we do here. Like, because it's possible that a lot of that stuff just doesn't even get televised there. But if you go look, the truth is, like, this isn't even up to debate. This actually did happen. Trump was found guilty by a jury of his peers for 34 felony counts. He literally is a convicted felon, period. Like, literally, by the definition of the word, by the definition of our laws, under our country, our Congress, our Constitution, he is a felon. He was found guilty of rape. He raped Eugene Carroll by inserting his fingers into her vagina without permission. Basically, in the state he was in, it was considered sexual battery, but realistically, the judge clarified at the end that, yes, this would be rape at a federal level. He did commit charity fraud and had to pay $20 million fine, even though he profited more than that. These are true. Like, these are all this is public record. And Kamala has no felonies. She has no felonies on her record. She doesn't even have any misdemeanors on her record. Career public service. Prosecutor that understands the law. Like, that's all I'm saying. That, like, regardless of whatever else you've heard, like, from the media or the sources in your country, these are the things that publicly you can look at. If you put these two people side by side, for all their faults and all their pros and all their cons, you literally just have a felon rapist who also committed many crimes before he was even president. So it's not like he became president and all these things. Oh, the witch hunt. No, he was had lost many lawsuits. He had already been found guilty of fraud, and a lot of the things that he's found guilty on now are actually repeats of similar things that he did before. So it's all public. It's public, right? So that's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about everything else. I'm leaving a very, very narrow thing here. Olel says he likes Tucker Carlson. Oh my God, that explains a lot. Please tell me that you like Tucker Carlson because you find him entertaining, because he lies so horribly and he is such a racist. Because Tucker Carlson is a terrible person. He is an absolute terror. I won't say he's as bad as Alex Jones, but he's up there. He's really up there. But hey, Olel, for what it's worth, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just, and why you believe what you believe because of what you've been exposed to. I'm just saying that the facts, the public facts of the record is that we literally have a career felon and rapist versus somebody who has no criminal record, has a history of public service. Well, the other person didn't have a history of public service, has told the truth more than they have lied, like being fact checked on the record by both sides. So it's like just these two. It's like, who should be the leader of the United States? The felon rapist who lied more than any other president we've ever had in our entire history, like literally confirmed on the record, like counting and fact checking everything he said, both during and after his administration, versus all politicians lie. But I'm talking about like the frequency of the lies and the severity of the lies. They're up there with Trump. He is a terrible person. He is like literally, like, if you look at it, unless, I want to clarify this, unless you're racist, sexist, homophobic, fake Christian, meaning that you pretend to be Christian. Well, you're not. You show the garb and you pretend to be, but you're not really. Like, you don't follow the actual Christian values. You just use them as a mechanism to manipulate, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or something like that. Then of course you're going to like Trump, right? You align with it. You align with Trump. But I'm just saying, like, from a neutral standpoint, looking at these two people and the job at hand, right? You have one person that doesn't have any record and that doesn't lie nearly as much, and the severity of lies, as fact checked by both sides, are much lower, versus the person who literally will believe that people are eating cats and dogs based on a single Facebook post that got mass circulated by like crazy conspiracy theorists at his base. And he literally presented that as fact during a debate, like a high-level debate. No question. Like, yeah, people like Trump because he's entertaining, but he is super fucking dangerous to put into a position of power as the president of the United States. We barely held him back last time he was in the office. Now he's got the fucking Supreme Court in his pocket. Holy shit, man. The things he can do are actually pretty radical now that he couldn't quite do before. Olel said, I'm true fake. Are you a fake Christian, Olel? I don't know or not. Because like technically a real Christian, somebody who's actually read the Bible and believes in the tenet of God, cannot support somebody like Donald Trump. Like literally Donald Trump is the false idol. He's presented as a false idol. Everything he does is quite literally the bad side of the story, right? It's like he's not David, he's Goliath, right? He's not the truth teller, he's the liar and the deceiver. He's not Jesus, he's the snake in the tree. like that's what I mean. It's like if you call yourself a Christian, you think that like Trump is the chosen one to represent God after reading the Bible, or I should say Jesus, because we're talking New Testament here. It just doesn't work. It's like that is just like such a leap. So, anyways, Olel, I'm done. I'm moving on to something else. I've already wasted too much time on this topic. So I would ask you to respect that in chat. I gave you a lot of my time. We obviously disagree wholeheartedly. I'm glad that we had this conversation though, because it's like I thought the gap before was like kind of like narrow, like hey, but no, it's wide, and that's cool. And that's totally fine, man. It's cool because it sparks conversation. There's probably people here in chat that didn't even know that Trump was a felon or didn't know that he's literally adjudicated rapist. Conversation allows people to discover new information, and that's good. That's good, even if we disagree. That is totally fine. Nothing you've said in chat, like this is one thing I like about you, Olel. Nothing you've said in chat is ban-worthy. You haven't said like, "Oh, kill yourself, fat ass." You're try to call me something like fucking like try to be like you haven't done the typical things that most Trump supporters do. But again, you're from a different country, so you don't really have like as a huge dog in this fight. At least, well, I mean, not firsthand, but like if Trump becomes the leader of the United States, trust me, that actually will come around on your lawn sooner or later. But it's like you were civil. I love it. So even though we completely disagree, you like Tucker Carlson, you like Trump, I'm like no, Trump is like not only the worst president, but objectively one of the worst people that we have to put forward in the United States as a representative human, right? You were you didn't say anything, you didn't attack me, you didn't attack my family, and that's something that a lot of people do. So I give you credit for that. I think it's cool. I think it was a good conversation. I don't know, what do you guys think in chat? Anybody in chat, whether you agree or disagree with me, did you enjoy the discourse? Did you enjoy the conversation for whatever it was? I know not everybody's into the whole politics thing, so I don't expect everybody to say yes, obviously. But I think stuff like this can be interesting. I think that just talking about these things, like even airing differences, I think that's a good thing. Honestly, it allows more people to gain more information and curiosity. That's the other thing I think is cool, is I get curious when I hear other people talk about stuff. And shit starts getting said that I didn't know. And I'm like, ooh, that gets me curious. That gets my noodle going. Makes me want to go search and do some research afterwards. I think that's cool. All right, Hurtful Spring, what'd you say up above? Let me look. Hurtful Spring said, here in Scandinavia, we see news of Trump and Harris almost every day, and it is heavily leaning towards Harris. Oh, really? So Scandinavia is more Harris leaning? Well, that's good. I'm guessing that you guys are a democratic nation. Let's see here. Because dictatorships love Trump. North Korea loves Trump. China loves Trump. Russia loves Trump. The oligarch in Turkey loves Trump. Dictators love Trump, usually. Democracy loves Harris. That's kind of like the universal thing that you see. What news do I read? Most of the news I try to avoid, but I will admit I do take in quite a bit of news. Fox News, I see probably Fox News, CNN, NBC, New York Times. Those are probably like the four that I visit the most for comparison and contrast. I stay away from things like News Nation and Breitbart and stuff, where it's like those are institutions that aren't really about news. They're more about just fabrication, and they don't back up their shit with data. They just basically spread conspiracies. I stay away from that. I try to stay with news sources that present actual data, but just color it in a different light. Because then you can look at two pieces of data where it's like the numbers are close to the same, but the interpretation of the numbers might be colored depending on which way they go. And then you can kind of contrast it. I've actually been thinking about looking into ground news. That you got to pay a monthly fee for it, but it does actually look kind of cool. It would save me a lot of the trouble of all the back and forth that I have to do watching several different things. It would be nice to aggregate it all together and see the sides from like different places and kind of find the middle. David Pacman's pretty decent. Young Turk's okay. Jank is all over the fucking place, though. Like, I used to like Jank. I'm not a big Jank fan anymore. He makes some good points every now and again, though. But obviously, I'm not interested in what Alex Jones has to say or Tucker Carlson has to say or Sean Hannity has to say. These are people that they're not even news anchors. They're literally registered as entertainers, right? Like, their show is for entertainment value. It's scripted. It's not. Their goal is not to spread journalism. Like, they're not journalists. They don't even pretend to be journalists. It's like literally not even in their title. So I like journalists, though, because journalists might color the information, but they still back with data, right? They give you the data, let you look at the data, and then you can kind of like interpret it based on different things. Bear Williams said, I both agree and disagree with you. Well, if anybody agreed with me 100%, that would be weird. He said, I mostly agree, but you made a few factual mistakes. And I disagreed with a couple minor points, but politics is an interest of mine, so this is fine for me. But here's the thing, Bear, am I wrong because you think I'm wrong, or am I wrong because like all of the data is actually different than what I stated? Because I'm sorry if I didn't see your message above. Me and OLL were going back and forth for quite a while, so I didn't really get to see anything else because OLL was like 20 messages a page. I couldn't even read all OLL's messages because he had so many of them. But it was a good conversation. It was definitely a good conversation. But okay, hold on. So Bear said, no, the Eugene Carroll sexual assault thing, it isn't about federal or state. He was found liable in a civil trial. He was not convicted, but the evidence likely would have gotten one. No, exactly. Like, I don't know what I said, but no. Like, I said adjudicated. I didn't say guilty. I didn't say felon. I said he's a felon and a rapist. So he adjudicated, okay? Let's not say convicted. Let's say adjudicated. Like, he lost the case. Even though it was a civil case, he was still found guilty. Like he was still found guilty of the act, and he was ordered to pay the money, and his appeal is still either in process or denied. That part I don't know. I don't know if his appeal was accepted or denied, but I know he's lost, twice against her now? So, Bear Williams, no, you were wrong because you were wrong. Oh, Bear, you're welcome to your opinion. You know what? I'm going to put that on the shirt. You're welcome to your opinion, bro. It's okay. We can agree to disagree. I'm on a roll agreeing to disagree today. But Trump is a rapist. He is. Like, yeah, you could argue that, yeah, the civil doesn't have the same burden, the exact same burden of evidence as the federal. But he's literally lost twice in this case. If you watch the deposition, he admits to touching women. He admits to touching them without their permission and doing what he wants because he's a star. He admits to it on the Access Hollywood tape. He admits to it to Howard Stern. So it's like, whether it's federal or not, at the end of the day, he is a rapist. Like, he literally is a rapist. Like, he is a sexual predator that forces himself on women. That's a fact. That is absolutely an observable fact that the evidence completely supports. Let's hear. 3D HP said, thank God my live streams are about 3D printing. We don't do politics. I'm all over the place. I do everything. I do a little bit of everything. Politics I usually do on Twitch, but it's like Aux took off and we're just hanging out and talking about shit. It's all good. Barry Allen's like, Trump 2024. I actually like Barry Allen because he keeps it simple. He's like, I've picked my man. La 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 la. It's all good though. Here's the thing. This is what I'm gonna ask though. I will ask, regardless of who you believe, regardless of whether you agree with evidence or you don't agree with evidence, or you agree with facts, don't agree with facts, agree with science, or you think everything's just faith-based and a gut feeling, whatever it is that you believe, if you are of age and you are a United States citizen, please register to vote. And please vote before November 5th, okay? That's all I can ask. That is the biggest thing. I don't care who you vote for. I won't convince you one way or the other. I'm just saying I'm personally voting for Harris because you guys know where I stand. Like, I do not respect insurrectionists, rapists, and felons. Like, I don't. I have no respect for somebody who has done that much to break the law and abuse the trust of other people and literally get people killed. Like, I am not interested in this guy at all. So that's my opinion. That's based on every bit of research I've done. That is where I stand. However, wherever you stand, please vote, because at the end of the day, we're still a democracy, at least until Trump gets to enact Project 2025. So we do get, for sure, at least one last chance to vote as a nation for what we want. And if the majority of the voters truly decide that they want our country led by a rapist and a felon, somebody who has never taken accountability for anything, somebody who has always said they're perfect, somebody who has said that they have never asked forgiveness from God, somebody who can't quote anything from the Bible while claiming to be a Christian, somebody who quoted that you will never have to vote again if you vote for him because he's going to fix it so you don't have to. If that's who you want and the majority of my country decides that what they want, that is still a democratic decision. Even if it ends democracy in the United States, that is our last real democratic decision, and I have to respect the outcome. Just like I did when Trump won and when Biden won. It is the will of the people. So regardless, whatever happens, November 6th, that's what it is. I can't change it. Once the majority of the people and the voters have made their decision with the current state of the Electoral College and all of the boundaries that have been drawn, everything that has happened up to that point, that is the decision of our nation. And once that is done, it's done. I'm just asking that as many people participate in as humanly possible and don't make the same mistake we did in 2016, where a ton of people just didn't vote because all projections said Trump didn't have a chance. He was like rated at 23%. There was no way he could win. They didn't realize there was going to be a windfall where 100% of his supporters were going to vote. And then just like hardly anybody voted on the other side because they're like, no way could this guy win. He's a fucking psycho. So just remember, if everybody that can vote does vote, then regardless of who wins, that's the direction of this country. And that's a decision that we make. That's like one of the coolest things we can do as a country. Even if we get it wrong and we throw everything away, it's like the majority did that, representative of our democracy. Well, the majority of the Electoral College based on the seats that are granted to each state. I know the Electoral College is kind of fucked up. I will agree with that. But based on the system that we have used for so very long, the best thing that we have right now, that's the decision that's made as a group. We all have an ability to impact it, but only if we vote. So everybody please vote if you can. And if you can't vote, just hope that after November 6th that shit doesn't hit the fan. So Fighting Tamale said I'm voting for Trump. That's fine. You guys already know, like Olel, if he was in the United States, he'd vote for Trump. Obviously there's people that are going to vote for Trump in here. Obviously, we wouldn't be having any of these conversations right now if they weren't spurred by people that were voting. Olel said, at least Olel said he'd vote for RFK Jr. However, RFK Jr. only joined the race for Trump. Like, he was literally just trying to pull away from Biden for Trump. As a matter of fact, he really screwed up. Do you guys remember the call he published? That's also public information. Go look at the call RFK published that he wasn't supposed to because somebody was recording it and published it, and he didn't realize they were publishing that video. And then he had to take it down. But Trump literally, after the assassination attempt, called him. They both admit that they're friends. Trump wanted to talk to him before, like, anybody else. And they go back and forth and talk about, oh, friends, and you'll have a position in my cabinet, and we're really going to win, RFK. Like, we're really going to win. Oh, yeah. Even though they're supposed to be opponents and not like each other. So it was pretty clear at that point that, yeah, you know, there's a reason RFK only wanted to get on the ballots in the swing states, right? Because he was really just trying to help Trump. The goal was either to stay in the race and suck away enough votes for Biden that the vote goes to Congress, or stay in the race and or drop out of the race and hand the endorsement to Trump if shit went sideways, which is what happened when Kamala stepped in and Biden stepped down. That was not expected, by the way. Nobody thought that would happen. I didn't even think that was happening. That was fucking blindside, but was the right decision? Absolutely. Absolutely. Biden's too old. Both Trump and Biden are too old to be leading this country. They're too damn old. Their memory's slipping. They slur too much. They can't speak very clearly. They're tired all the time. We need some younger blood. But again, if people decide to vote against what I want, that's the thing that makes us a democracy, right? That's one of the things that makes us a democratic republic. Like, our rules, if you guys outvote and get Trump, so be it. You know, no matter what, I have to deal with it, right? Just like if Kamala wins, you have to deal with the consequences of that, right? if Kamala wins, you know, it's like, I don't know what you guys all think is going to happen. Like, I don't know, you probably think she's going to like burn the Constitution, like outlaw Christianity and just like open all the borders freely for everybody to cross. But again, like on both sides, there are big scary monsters that have been blown massively out of proportion, even based on previous performances on both parts. But again, we stand by the decision. Whatever decision's made, I just want more people to vote. That's my biggest message. Above all else, doesn't matter what my opinion is, just please vote. If you can vote, please vote. That way we have the most representative set of what the country truly wants. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're done with that. Blue Varo said, is there a minimum age to run? There should be a maximum age. Actually, I believe, yeah, there should be a maximum age to run. We really should do that. We need to get rid of lifetime appointments in the Supreme Court. We have a lot of holes. That's the problem, is we have a lot of holes that can be exploited. It took somebody exploiting them for us to really notice how big of a gaping hole they were. Let's see here. Charles said, I would love your opinion on this video I've seen on the channel T Wobbly. The video is called Trump Was a Great President. Charlie Kirk debates part. Oh, Charlie Kirk is a dipshit. I haven't seen that video though. Olel said most Norwegians agree with you. Rock on. Rock on. Hey, I got Taylor Swift on my side, man. I got Taylor Swift on my side. I got the United States Postal Service on my side. I mean, I'm all right. I'm doing good. But I'll say this. If I lose, I lose. If I lose, I lose. I'll be scared shitless of my son's future. But if I lose, I lose. It is what it is. I just want everybody to vote. That's it. And I won't tell you to vote for. Just vote because that's the one thing you can be sure of is extremists are heavily committed. They will vote. They're not going to stay home. They will put themselves in danger to vote if they have to, right? Like they know in their mind that the world is going to end if they don't get their guy in office, because that's what he's literally told them, right? He's made it clear that if he doesn't get in office, the country's going to end, the world's going to end. World War III, Constitution dissolves, you know, the borders are going to be open, all the immigrants are going to come kill everybody with fentanyl and guns. He's made it clear that it's like doom and gloom. There is no outcome. Our country's a piece of shit. It's falling apart, even though it isn't. Like all the stats are up since he's been out. But anyways, it's like he obviously, when you put that kind of fear in the people, they're going to vote. Like they're really going to vote. So we need to instill that same kind of urgency, but without all the lies and propaganda and pageantry, just in the other side to be like, listen, exercise your rights, right? You have a right in this country once you're as of age to vote. So make your voice heard. Let's get the right person to lead the country, or in this case, just the least bad president. we could have a lot better choices across the board, but I'm just saying the least bad, right? It's not a matter of like perfect versus shitty. It's just least bad. Although it's less least bad than when Biden was there, but still least bad. Let's see. You've already signed up for mail-in ballots. Awesome, dude. Leslie said you're able to scroll up and read my question. Oh, Leslie, what'd you ask? Here, hold on. Let me scroll up here. Leslie. Oh, he said, how much do you, Leslie, you know what the funny thing is, Leslie, it doesn't matter what your gender is, but I was just like, I have a Leslie who's my grandmother, and I also have a Leslie who's my uncle, and it's spelled the same. Leslie is one of those names. There's a couple names out there that throw me for a loop. Just in my mind's eye. Not that it matters, but like in my mind's eye, I'm like, God, I have a Leslie grandma. And the funny thing is Leslie is my great uncle who is my grandmother's brother. So it's like, imagine my grandma. They named their kids Leslie and Leslie with a boy and a girl. I don't know. I find that entertaining. That had to be like really confusing growing up. Let's hear. How much do you 3D print, and do you think you've made your investment back? Oh yeah, easily. Oh, easily. Not like selling 3D printed stuff. Like I haven't sold any 3D printed stuff ever. But as far as have I made my investment back? Yes. If you go back and look at all of the 3D printing videos that I made with the 3D printers that I did make videos on over the period that I did create them, the total viewership, the CPM at the time, the fact that the machines themselves were largely given to me with the exception of the Ultimaker and the first Robo 3D. If you factor it out, yeah, I'm way up. I'm way up. Even if I bought the printers cash, I would be way up. Now, if I did the same thing today, not necessarily. Like if I did the same thing, not necessarily, because like CPMs have changed. There's a lot more content creators. There's a lot more people in the 3D printing community altogether that are content creators. So, and CPMs are at record lows because of just like advertisers and competition and supply and demand. Now I couldn't tell you if it would still be profitable, but we're going to find out together because that's my only choice to dig my family out. So not just 3D printing, but everything. Not just 3D printing, but everything. But yeah, I'll be able to answer your question better in about 6 to 12 months. Actually, ideally, it'll be 2 years, because in 2 years, if we run out of money and have to sell the house and we are on dire straits, then you'll know it didn't work out. However, if we're still kicking along and things are going good and I got a smile on my face, then chances are it's at least been a wash, which is all I want, really. Like, I'm not looking to be a millionaire. It'd be nice to have financial security. Like, if I won the lottery or something, that would be wonderful. But it's not what I'm after. I don't want to be super rich. I don't even want to be super famous. I just want to be able to enjoy my life as much as my life will allow me to, given the constraints that I have, health, mental, and just environmental, situational, and to the best that I can, and spend time with my family, as much time with my family as I can, because I love them to death. That's all I want from life. I don't need to drive a Lamborghini. I don't need a mansion. I don't need to, vacation at Disneyland every weekend. I don't need none of that. Like, I'm content with just like surviving, having a roof over my head, seeing my kids smile and be able to play some VR, seeing my wife smile as she reads some books, doing what she enjoys, and not having to worry about a bunch of shit. That's my idealistic life when I look at it. Let's see here. Vader's Luxurious Nuts said, I know that ever since I've moved from Texas to Finland, the outlook on politics has been so massively different. It's given me a lot of new viewpoints and different opinions. Interesting. And imagine it would. Culture shock is a big thing. Not just moving to country, but even like state to state here in the United States. Culture shock is like a big thing. Like honestly, if you moved from, say, like Washington State to Houston, Texas, right? Things would look a lot different. The way that people act, the laws, like in pretty much like every area, right? It would be a shock, like at first, and over time you might find that you either like it or don't like it more than where you came from, right? There's always going to be advantages and disadvantages. It's very rare, unless you're in a really impoverished situation, it's very rare to move from one area to another and have it all be wins. There's always trade-offs, right? There's always going to be trade-offs, but ultimately the goal is that every time you move that what you gain is worth more than what you lost, so that you have a net positive. That's ideally what you'd want. Vader's Luxurious Net said, yeah, and like the news here is vastly focused on the U.S. and its politics. Guess maybe that's because there's not too much going on here. Well, I guess that's a good problem to have, but at the same time, the reason everybody's so focused, it's not just your country, it's every country. Whether, and this isn't like a brag, because I don't consider it a brag. I actually find it like very stressful, honestly. The United States is the most powerful military on the planet right now. That's not going to be forever, though. China's going to eventually overtake us. But for the time being, we are the largest military in the world with the most destructive force at our fingertips. And so the rest of the world has to take notice when the guard is going to change, right? Because we're literally our president is the person with the hand on the football and the button that can make all the boom booms go, right? So whenever you come up on a decision like that, and it's not two level-headed choices, but rather like one level-headed choice and one, oh my God, fucking never told the truth of my life, only care about myself, fuck everybody else, I'll sell you to Russia for fucking a hooker. I'm being hyperbolic, okay? Before Olel jumps in and goes, oh my God, you fucking liar. I'm just kidding. You wouldn't be like that. But you know what I mean? I'm just joking and being hyperbolic. But you know what I mean? The difference. The world has to take notice. The world has to take notice. There's no way not to take notice because it impacts everybody. It doesn't matter if you live in Germany. It doesn't matter if you live in a NATO or non-NATO country. No matter what, whoever leads the United States will have a direct impact on you and your country in some way. It could be economical. It could be war, right? It could be physical. It could be cyber. It could be just purely economical. It could be, I'm not really like cultural, because I don't think like the things that go on in the United States that are cultural necessarily impact every other country, right? Every country is going to have its culture in its area where there's the majority and the minority and everything. It's going to be a little bit of everything everywhere. but it's going to be in different ratios depending on where you're at. Let's see here. Love you guys, but let's indeed do better. No need. No, we need Ukraine absolutely needs to be in NATO, 100%. But Olel, you already knew we were going to disagree on that too. Before you even said that, Olel's like, I know he's going to disagree with me. I know it. No, we absolutely have to keep Ukraine away from Russia. And the only way to ensure that Ukraine, now keep in mind though, they have to win the conflict first. Like if Russia keeps aggressing and all we can do is hold them at bay and this is just an indefinite war, then they can't join NATO because we can't just pump them into NATO, join the conflict in the middle of all this. But if they do repel them, they come to some kind of negotiation that doesn't involve them not joining NATO, but I can't see Putin doing that. Putin would make that a requirement. But if he's forced to pull out, if Putin just runs out of resources and China gets sick of supplying them or whatever because they're fucking up the world economy too much and their trade deals or whatever, and he has to pull out, then yeah, we do need to get him in NATO. 100%. Do you want Russian missiles in Mexico? Yeah, they can put Russian missiles in Mexico. They can put nukes in Cuba for all it doesn't matter. We have 48 nuclear subs that can decimate every single capital city in Russia 5 times over, deployed at any given minute. If Putin fires a nuke, it doesn't matter if it's from Moscow. It doesn't matter if it's like across the lawn. It does not matter. The second he pushes that trigger, he has doomed his country. He has lost his life. He has lost his people's life. And he's quite literally set the world on fire. Because let's be honest, once we retaliate, he's going to fire more. Everybody else is going to fire more. All the NATO people are going to unload. It's just going to be one giant fucking fireworks display. So it doesn't matter where Russia puts their missiles. It doesn't matter where they put their armaments. They could park 10,000 tanks on the border of Mexico. It doesn't make sense. No, I don't want nuclear war. That's why I value mutually assured destruction. The whole reason we're not at nuclear war and Putin can only threaten it instead of actually do it when he's already demonstrated that he has no problem just like murdering innocent people and women and children and shit. Like he'll put his own people in harm's way and just fucking get them mowed down just for a land grab. So he would if he could. He can't because of mutually assured destruction. All he can do is posture. And so it's a good thing. As long as we have those submarines out in the water deployed with enough ordnance to light the world on fire 2 times over, it is a stalemate. Nobody can make a move. Period. So, oh my God. You think, wait, no, did I say Russia didn't have subs? Do you not understand what mutually assured destruction means? It doesn't matter how many subs they have. It doesn't matter if Russia has a button that they push, they just blows the whole world up. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I mean, they have a couple subs. They don't have very many. They're sub. We know exactly the state of their sub fleet. They just don't have the resources, and China hasn't committed the resources. Otherwise, these subs would already be in action with cruise missiles that aren't nuclear, helping with the Ukraine effort. But no, it's literally mutually assured destruction ensures that Russia can't do that. Nobody can play the nuclear card. So. Lack of empathy. I'm confused. How is it a lack of empathy to not want nuclear weapons deployed? Ozza confused, Olel. I don't think you understand my argument. So, Russia cannot play the nuclear card. They can't. If they lose Ukraine, nope, they cannot play the nuclear card. If Putin because if he takes Ukraine, he can play the nuclear card. Right? He's already demonstrated he's taken other land before. He'll just keep taking land. Like, he doesn't care. He's not going to just stop at Ukraine. Hitler didn't stop. Like, he's not going to stop. If he is willing to just invade his neighbor, and he would have already used nukes. If he could use nukes, he would have already, like, fucking nuked a bunch of capital cities because he doesn't really care about a lot of the infrastructure. He just wants the land, right? He wants to take it back. He wants them to submit. Do you see how haphazard you are? No, I'm not. So Olel, hold on. So Olel, I don't think you're understanding. Olel, mutually assured destruction. Putin cannot use a nuke. That's the whole point. I want you to understand my argument. You might not agree with it, but just understand the argument. Give me the benefit of the doubt. If neither side can use nuclear weapons, that minimizes the ability to grab land fast, and it minimizes the death toll, because once you bring nukes into it, the death toll goes into literally millions a day. So actually more than that, honestly, if you take it to scale using like 50 megaton nukes, right? So Why the fuck do we need Ukraine and NATO? Because if we bring them into NATO, then we can actually join in and push Russia back. We can't do that right now. All we can do is supply them with the weapons to do it themselves. Once they're in NATO, we can literally go in there and set up a blockade and physically prevent Russia from trying to do another land grab. And they won't be able to use their nukes, because if they do, Moscow goes, everybody dies. Do you really think Putin wants to kill his family, kill his people, kill himself, and just neutralize everything and lose Russia too? No, he doesn't. That's the whole point of mutually assured destruction. Without mutually assured destruction, nuclear war would have already happened several times over. It wouldn't have stopped at just Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Again, you can disagree with me because you're misunderstanding everything I'm saying. I'm quite literally saying that Russia cannot use nukes because of our destructive capability. And as long as we maintain that destructive capability, all he can do is threaten. That's it. Everything he does will be returned to him tenfold in very short order. He knows this. He's not, Putin is not stupid. He is an evil man. That's why him and Trump love each other so much, right? They're evil strong men. They love to just be dictators. But he knows his limits, right? He knows he can get away with what he's getting away with right now, but he knows he can't get away with nukes. Once he launches nukes, all the cards are off the table. There's no negotiation and there's no coming back from that. At that point, Russia is just gone. It is just a burning cinder. Well, so is everything else, right? That's the whole point of mutually assured destruction, right? So everything gets kaboomed and starts glowing. So yeah. So I just want to be clear. Again, no nukes have been fired in anger since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, oh, well, you believe propaganda? Listen to yourself, though. See, that's the thing. I'm actually presenting like actual data. I'm actually presenting like you can literally physically see with your own eyes that no nukes have been launched since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, even though Russia has nukes. They have hypersonic nukes. They have ICBMs, right? Everybody's got nukes. China's got nukes. North Korea's got nukes. Everybody's got nukes. Why are no nukes going off? Mutually assured destruction. That is an important thing to maintain. As long as everybody can wipe out everybody else, that is not a play. Nobody can gain any ground. They have everything to lose, nothing to gain. So anyways, Olel, we've both made our opinions known. We're going to move on. But I will say that you are starting to tread slightly into the area of pissing me off by saying that I just believe propaganda and that I want a bunch of people dead. And no. I'm going to make it clear whether you agree with the methodology or not. The facts are on the table. No nuclear weapons have been fired since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, even though everybody has them. Everybody threatens to use them all the time. Mutually assured destruction absolutely does work. It's an established doctrine that has worked for a very, very long time and still works even today. Even when Russia's struggling to try to take Ukraine, they said they could take it in like 3 weeks. Now they've fucked up all their resources. They fucked up their. They haven't gained nearly enough as fast. They keep getting pushed out, and even Ukraine's even pushing into their territory now, which they said they launch nukes if that happened. They still haven't. So whether you agree with me or not, the facts right now at this point are in my favor. No nukes have been fired. Putin keeps threatening to use them. He can't. Now, I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. If Putin fires a nuke, you can come back here and say, I told you so. And I'll totally give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll be like, yep, I was wrong. But until that happens, the data's on my side, brother. So I'm just saying, no nukes have been fired. That's all I'm saying. So the only nukes that have ever been fired in anger a very long time ago, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was an absolute terrible, terrible fucking thing. But boy, the world was like, you know what? That isn't war that anybody wins. Like that exceeds any gain. That can only lead to death to everybody. That is a power you only maintain so that everybody has a bomb on their chest and everybody's holding the dead man switch. And it's like, you can't fuck with us that way. Conventional war? Sure. Nuclear war? Nope. Crosses the line. And that line won't be crossed. If anybody crosses that line, it'd be somebody like Kim Jong-un or something like that. Like if he knows he's doomed or he's backed into a corner or something, he might be like, let's fuck the whole world up. But the truth is North Korea doesn't have enough of capability. We would just have a measured response, wipe them off the face of the fucking planet, and that would be the end of it. But I don't even think he would do it because he would be killing his entire lineage, his kids, his wife, or his sister that he loves so much. Like, he's got too many people that mean stuff to him, just like even Putin has family, right? He has daughters and stuff like that. He doesn't want them to die. And that's a good thing. We want him to have those things. The last thing you want is a leader with nukes that has absolutely nothing that they want. Like, you want them to want. They need desire. They need somebody they care about other than themselves. As long as they have that, we're good. Again, Olel, you're saying this level of blindsight is scary, but you're also assuming that you're right and I'm wrong, even though I'm the one that has the fact that no nuclear bomb has been launched. Like, I literally have that. Like, that is evidence that Putin has made many threats. Lots of people have made nuclear threats, right? They can't act on them. They physically cannot act on them without having that visited on them. So I'm just saying, we disagree. Clearly, you think that I'm following the propaganda. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I'm just saying the data is on my side. What I am saying right now is supported by actual evidence. Now, the second that your claim is supported by evidence, you are welcome to challenge me and say, listen, the nuke was launched, even if it's one. Even if it's just one nuke from Russia that comes at us and we launch one back and that's the end of it. You can say, I told you so. And I'll fully take my licks too publicly. I'll be like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Everything, the whole measurement of the situation was wrong because they stopped after the first volley, which never should have happened, right? That defeats the purpose of MAD. No, if only 2 nukes were launched, that wouldn't be too late. It'd be a terrible thing, right? Like just like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, but it wouldn't end the world. 2 nukes wouldn't end the world. However, if mutually assured destruction pops off, then I know I lost. You don't even have to tell me because I know, because I'm going to die, right? I'm literally betting everything on it. That's how confident I am in something that has actually stood for this long. So, anyways, Olel, it's all good. You somehow got me involved in yet Olel, I think it's safe to say we disagree on most things, right? And that's okay. That's all right, bro. But I'll tell you what, I am not an ignorant person. I am not somebody who follows propaganda. As a matter of fact, I'm not even religious. I'm atheist. I am a man of science. I am a man of empirical evidence. I am a man of observation. You might not agree with the observations, but that doesn't change that the data is there. So all I'm asking is that you just respect. You may not agree with me on something, but until you have the evidence to support your argument, the evidence that stands today is no nukes have been launched. Therefore, the ball is in my court. Now you say, oh, it's too late if it happens. That's true for everything. Like that's true. Like if Trump if Trump somehow gets elected and the world doesn't end, and somehow he doesn't end democracy and the United States thrives or whatever and shit, then okay, I was wrong. I was wrong, right? But until that actually happens, I'm going to go by the evidence right now, the data that supports right now, the past, the actions, the things that happen, so I can project the future. But does that mean that future is solidified? No. If we could predict everything, then we'd be clairvoyant. I'm just playing the odds. I'm just literally going by the odds. I'm going by like the data that's right there, the things that I can see, the things that I can touch, the things that I can smell. Yeah, absolutely, James. Never respect a dictator because a dictator will never respect anybody but themselves. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe they respect themselves, quite honestly. James said, you're a man of ADHD, says moving on 3 hours later, still going. James, you're right. James, you are absolutely right. Olel, I hope I'm correct too. And not just to prove you wrong. Honestly, Olel, I would be fucking gutted if you were right. If you were right, I would be absolutely gutted, and I will promise you, Olel, if I am wrong, just know that before I die and my family dies and we burn in a giant nuclear fireball, or even worse, we get the fucking radiation poisoning on the outer band, we die a slow, horrible death, just know that I will think of you and I will be, that dude was right. Even though it went against all of the evidence from Hiroshima and Nagasaki all the way to now, he was right and I was wrong. And that will be my final thought before I die. Other than I love my family. Obviously, I'm going to tell them that I love them and everything. That's more important to me when I die. But I will think of you, Olel. I will be like, you know what? That fucking guy in chat that loved Trump and thought he was like, he'd be the greatest president in the United States versus the opposition, or RFK if he had the choice, or The guy that thought that, Ukraine shouldn't be in NATO and Russia should just be allowed to just fucking permanently aggress into countries and shit, and we should just let it happen. Just saying. I will agree. I will be like, Olel, you were right, bro. You were fucking right. I was wrong about everything. My God, was I a propagandaist? You were 100% right, bro. I believed all the fucking propaganda. Turns out this whole time, nukes were flying over my head this whole time. I never even knew it. Actually, funny story. We actually did nuke ourselves a couple times, almost accidentally. That would have been weird. That wouldn't technically kick off World War III, though. We would actually just be nuking ourselves. But yeah, no, we've actually dropped nuclear bombs on ourselves on accident. There's several. I mean, I laugh about it because it didn't turn into a tragedy, but no, we've literally had an ICBM blow up in its silo. We've had a bomber accidentally pull a thing and fucking drop like 2 nukes that like went really, because they're so heavy, they went like way down to the ground. They could only find like one of them. Yeah, we've done a fair share of like accidentally dropping really. It's a good thing that nuclear bombs require a highly ordered and very measured detonation mechanic to go off. Because if this shit was like nitroglycerin, we'd already fucking blow ourselves up like 5 times over. Oh, well, you don't have to feel sad for me. Don't feel sad for me because I'm not sad. I'm not sad. I am glad that we don't have nuclear war. I am very, very happy that at this moment I am absolutely correct and it's stood for this many years. You don't have to feel bad for anybody. Olel, the only person that you have to feel bad for is, well, actually, you don't have to feel bad for anybody or yourself, because here's the thing. If I'm right, you live. If you're right, then we all die. So I'm going to stick with we all live. I prefer that. That's way less sad. Way less sad. Gaming Maddie Rock's like, I'm going to bail you out. We talk about something else. Yeah, we're going to talk about something. Okay, Olel, we're done. We're done. This time, ding, 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 ding. I know I've said it like 3 times, but no. We're done. Okay, so hands off. We're gonna talk about some topics now before I get out of here, because my back actually is kind of starting to hurt. We're done. We had some really good chats on here, but we're gonna stop sitting here. We're gonna stop demeaning each other. We're not going to feel sorry for each other. We're not going to be like, oh God, you're so brainwashed. No, we're done. The fact of the matter is, you know what you know. I know what I know. The evidence is what it is, right? So it doesn't matter. If you disagree with me, that's fine. If I disagree with you, that's fine. But we're going to move on to something else. We're good. Okay? Agree? Parlay. And I hope we don't all die. I'll tell you what. I'm going to leave this with one thing. Olel and I do agree on one thing. Olel and I do not want to die in a global nuclear war. Is that fair, Olel? Is that the one thing we agree on? I mean, we disagree on everything else, like 100%. Like, we couldn't be more polar opposite, but we do agree that neither one of us wants global thermonuclear war. Is that fair? Because I want to end on a high note. I, at least after this conversation, want to end and be like, you know what? For all the world apart that we are on the actual evidence and the observation and the facts, even, we both do not want to die and we want to do better, correct? Like, regardless of our stance, doesn't matter who becomes president, or just, we need to do better. Like, honestly, like, as not just as the United States, but the world just needs to do better. So do better, no nuclear war, save humanity. We good? I love it. All right. Good times. Hey, could you guys give me a second to go take a piss, though? I've had to piss like a racehorse for a little while now. While I piss here, what can I put on while I go take a piss here? What is a good, oh, do I got my, no, damn it, I don't have that song anymore. You know what we need to do? We need to go over to suno.ai. Not Suno, Suno. It's been a while since I've been there. Do you guys use Suno AI? Who here uses it? Great tool, free AI tool for generating music. Most musical artists absolutely hate it, and I don't blame them one bit. It actually is pretty scary. All right, so here we go. Let me log in here because I got a bunch of credits. Let's see here. What did I log in with? Is it Google? I think it was Google. There we go. Let's see if this is the account that has the credits. Was that it? I think that was it. All right, so we're going to, I can hold my pee long enough to get some. Okay, so we got Barnacules Touches His Hot Dog song. We got Trashy Tacos. We got Glitter in the Wind. We got Donald Trump the Felon. I think I won't play that because that'll get Olel all worked up again. We got Boner Gently. We got Ode to Splooge. I think we need a new song. Here, let's do a new song. Let's go to create. All right, I'm going to create a song. Wow, they changed the UI. Okay, interested in writing your own lyrics. This looks a lot different than last time I tried it. Man, they've been working on this. Damn. Okay, so I'm going to do, all right, write me a song about people agreeing on the world doing better and not having global thermal nuclear war or bad, evil people running the show. I think that's fair enough, right? Now, our definition of who we believe is bad and evil, we don't agree on, but we do agree on the fundamental bad and evil people shouldn't be running the show. So I think that's unifying. And I'm going to say in the style of Metallica during their older years. All right, here we go. Create. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep. Oh, shit, we're down to 156 viewers. Man, Olel, you made me chase everybody off. Oh, it says the song description contained the name Metallica, so it can't make the song because it doesn't want to plagiarize. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spell it metal space or dash a so it's metal a because the AI will still get the phenoms or whatever. It's a way to work around. It's prompt engineering 101, folks. This is how you get around filters. All right, let's see if this works. Let's see if they were smart enough. So I said in the style of metal dash a dash ka. So metal a ka. So Metallica. Let's see if it figures it out. Oh, did it already do it? Okay, the song, I'll make both songs public too so you guys can see it. Peace by Brutality V1. All right, you guys ready to listen to this while I go take a piss? Here you go. Let's see. Let me make sure you guys can actually hear it. Okay, this is pretty good. All right, so I'm going to rewind it. I'm going to take my piss. Hopefully, I'll be back before it's over. All right, enjoy. I like how the metalhead man's like, that doesn't sound nothing like Metallica. You're actually right. It doesn't. I've actually never heard Testament. But I will take your word for it because you are the metalhead man. And that name pretty much tells me that you know more about the metal music than I do, because I know literally nothing. Was it Never Trump guy, JD Fance, Trump TikTok remix, Kamala Harris brat edit? Is that what you want me to type in for a song? Here, let me do. Okay, so Never Trump guy, JD Vance, Trump TikTok remix, Kamala Harris brat edit, ultra techno, clear lyrics, 80s style, crazy, fun, wacky, over the top. Let's see here. Funny. All right, here we go. I had to add bone touch to it. Here we go. Creating. Suno is so fun. I mean, I love this. I love Suno. When the hell is Raffles' big moment?
Raffles 29 in the house. Biggest top man even for a mouse. Feeling the pressure, man, it's insane. Bringing Barnacules to share the pain. Sat on the throne, oh my lord. Swaying beads like a mighty sword. Barnacules by my side in war.
I don't even remember making that song. It's kind of weird. Let's see why. Oh, Joseph asked a good question. Why does it seem like Claude 3.5 is so much better at coding tasks than ChatGPT's latest O1 release? I believe that's because they primarily trained Claude on a lot of vetted coding sources. Whereas I think ChatGPT had more free roam, so it pulled in a lot more data that maybe wasn't so perfect. And the reason I say that is because Claude produces a lot more usable code right on the first prompt than GPT ever has. Even in 4, 3.5, 4, 4.0, or even whatever this new one is that costs $1 bajillion to run. Apparently, it doesn't even do a very good job, and it makes a lot of common errors. Hey, thank you, Kevin. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. Yeah, no, this has been a fun tech talk. I've actually really enjoyed this one. I've enjoyed this one a lot. Let's see here. This is an internal struggle within yourself. Wait, what is the internal struggle? Wait, let's see here. Okay, Garden empower himself and any person on this planet. You may never know when you're talking to God. He may put a task in front of you that you're going to reject just to see how you're going to react. Well, God may affect you, but he doesn't affect me because I don't believe in him. It's like Santa Claus. I mean, Santa Claus would affect you if you believed in him too. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I don't begrudge you your religion. Like, if you believe that God exists and it helps you, like it makes you feel like more useful, more important, makes you more comfortable with the idea of dying when you get old, gives you purpose. I think those are good things. I think that's great things. As a matter of fact, I'm glad my dad is a Christian. Like, I'm super glad he's a Christian. It's actually helped him out of some dark times. Me, on the other hand, it did not have the same effect. It was actually quite the opposite. So for me, it's better to not have religion. So, but here's the thing. It's like, if God existed, then every single thing I'm saying is what he wants me to say, right? So I'm just doing what he wants me to do. And if he gave me free will, then he can't put a task before me because that would alter that free will path, because then I'd be doing what he wants me to do. So, oh, Olel, we can relate on that? Wait, Olel, are you an atheist? Honestly, that surprises me. That would surprise me. Honestly, yeah, I can't say that I know a lot of atheists that would side with Trump. Anyways, I'm not going after that one. This world is an abomination. Exactly, I agree with that. Oh, cool. Cool beans. So I'm just doing what God wants me to do, and that is awesome. And I don't mind that. Like, if somebody says that what I am doing is because God wants me to do that, that also means that God wants people to rape children and murder them and murder women. Because if he puts something before me and he controls and I'm doing what he wants me to do, then those people are also doing what he wants to do. Because if he doesn't control them, then how do you know he controls me? Right? So it's the same argument where it's like if somebody gets cured from cancer and then the objectively worst person that does terrible things has more money. The person has more money gets more treatment, therefore they're cured by cancer. Whereas the person that has no money can't get any treatment. They die from cancer, even though they're the better person that has had a more selfless life, that hasn't committed as many sins and stuff like that. It's like that can all be explained just by no existence of religion. However, if God did exist, then that would look really poorly on him, right? What is so epic about OpenRGB? OpenRGB is the tits. It's awesome. Who here has used OpenRGB, by the way? Let me pull up the website. OpenRGB.com. It's open source too, by the way. OpenRGB is a open source platform that is designed to sync all RGB things together. It can control not all, like it doesn't control WLED. I couldn't get it to control like smart switches that control lights because it doesn't see those as lights. I did get it to control some light sources that aren't even RGB, like lights that could just do color temperature between like white, like, between like 4,000 and like 2,600K. I even got it to control the lights on my Nvidia GPU, right? So it can control RGB everything. It can control TP-Link lights, Philips lights, light strips, DMX controllers, which control lights and stuff. It can control CASA switches. It can control Belkin Wemo. It can pretty much most of the stuff, even like keyboards and mice that run RGB compatible firmwares. It just can control everything light. But what's cool is you can install plugins that extend its functionality. So the coolest thing I saw yesterday, like this is why I put it in the topic, and I was like, damn, this is cool, is I originally wanted to use it for my Framework laptop. So this Framework laptop here, let's see, unplug it. This thing's awesome, by the way. I love this thing so much. I've already bedazzled it. This Framework laptop right here is awesome. This thing is a powerhouse. Holy shit, I did not know this thing is this powerful. I absolutely love it. Built like a brick shit house, but it has this cool RGB keyboard, right? And a macro pad. Well, this can be also controlled. You have to basically put a file on it, like you basically mount it as a drive, put a file on it, reboot it, and then it becomes compatible with this RGB software. But what you can do is have the keyboard broken up into quadrants, and you can actually have the RGB match the average color of that side of the screen. You can even do quadrants, like quadrants on the side. So you can have the keyboard like changing color to match what's on the screen. It's really cool. And the macro pad also at the same time. I thought that was cool. But where I thought it was really cool was I have some of those TP-Link RGB lights. You can buy a 4-pack for like $24. They're like dirt cheap because nobody likes them, right? They only use their proprietary software. You can write Python scripts to control them because somebody cracked the protocol. So it's like there's tons of ways to control them with Python scripts and APIs, but they're way cheaper than Philips bulbs. Philips bulbs are like stupid expensive. These are $24 you can get 4 of these bulbs. They're nice and bright, really deep colors, RGB, super highly rated because of their capabilities, but this software can control these, and they just connect to your Wi-Fi. You don't need a controller like with the Philips bulbs or whatever, where you have like, what do they call it? The hub, smart hub or whatever. No, these are completely controlled over IP. Each one gets its own IP and everything. So this thing right here. Oh, no way. Gamers Unite. Where did it say that? I didn't find it. So it claims it can control WLED. Oh my God. If it can control WLED, that's awesome. Because my sign, that's a WLED sign that I built. So I'm going to use it to control that if it can do it. I just didn't see it in the list of things. Maybe I have to like add a plugin or something. So these RGB bulbs are badass. Okay, these are badassery. These RGB, under Wi-Fi. Oh, so you can just send a packet to it, basically. Okay, so it lets you send like a JSON packet to it. Oh, it's under Wi-Fi. Okay, here, I'll open it up and check it out. Dude, I was really mad that I didn't see it in the list. So if I go down under Wi-Fi, it'll be like a subcategory. Dude, you're awesome. Okay, so these bulbs, $24, you get a 4-pack. What you can do is in my bedroom, I have a light bulb in my lamp and my wife's lamp on each side of the bed. And then we have the TV at the front of the room. You guys have probably seen it in pictures, right? I can open up OpenRGB. I can load a plugin called Ambient. And what Ambient does is it allows you to capture a quadrant of the screen 60 times a second, like depending on how fast your computer is and GPU, 60 times a second. It averages the color to figure out like what the average color is based on everything like added together and on the screen. And then it changes the bulb to that color like 30 or 60 times a second. And with these over the Wi-Fi, I think I got it to about 30 frames per second. It's nothing like super crazy. But what's freaking awesome is you play a movie on the TV. Now, granted, it has to be through like Windows or Linux because you have to run it on a computer. But if you're watching a movie full screen, you can have the bulb on either side of the room be half of the screen. So like if a ship's flying across the screen or whatever, it averages the color. Like this bulb over here will be like white while the other one's turned off. And as it goes across the screen, this will like dim down and the other one will turn white like as the thruster's going across. And it'll shine the light on the walls and make the whole room reflect what you're watching on the TV. It's so cool. Adam C said Philips Hue has the same thing. It's called HueSync. Now that's cool. That's cool because it has that like built in and you can do it. But this is just one of many features. You can have it react to sound. You can have it react to like notifications. Like for instance, if I get an email, like if somebody sends me an email that's high priority on my high priority list, or I get an SMS message on my phone, I can actually fire an event because on the phone you can actually fire Python using, what is it called? Pythagorean or whatever. Fire a Python script. It sends the packet to the server because this has a server you can run in it. The server gets the packet. This all happens like instantaneous, like milliseconds, right? Connects the packet, it sends the thing, and I can flash the lights in the room red, blue, or green, or some mix of color, purple, to indicate like who got the message and what the priority is, so that they know that they got a message. I can have it do every light in the house, blink that color in concert with each other, or I can have it just do certain bulbs in certain places. I can have each of those bulbs do completely different things. I can have one do inverse of the other one. So it's like, well, one's blinking red, this one's off. When this one turns off, that one gets red. I can do any combination of things through it, or if you want to get hardcore, you create the server and you stream the commands from Python or C# or anything else, right? And so if I wanted to, say I was live streaming, let's say I don't have any in here, but let's say I just took these RGB bulbs and put them like in a couple holders on the walls, right? By the way, I can control DMX too, so it can also control my lighting fixtures that I have. It can control the one in the smoke machine and it can control the one over here. But I can link it to any event I want. I can use StreamerBot to trigger it. I could have a thing where if somebody tipped a certain amount of bits or whatever, the lights would be like, woo, like red, dim, like back and forth. I could have a thing where whatever pops up on the screen and rotates. Like, you know, when people like do a bit, it like pops up and does an animation. Like somebody donated such and such or whatever. I can average that color and stream it to the bulb. So the bulb is like dynamically shifting between the colors smoothly as that thing's spinning around, just to give like ambient light off the walls and everything. It's so cool. Oh, Pythonista, not Pythagorean. Thank you for the correction, Joe. I'm getting a little tired. But yeah, it's badass. It's absolutely badass. I highly recommend if you have any RGB. By the way, it can also make the lights on the graphics card in your computer do the same thing. It can control motherboards. If you have a motherboard that supports like API level RGB, it can control the lights in your case. It can control lights on memory modules, lights on power supplies, lights on cases, lights on fans. Like if you have a fan that has an RGB light that's plugged into a header that's controlled by like the motherboard or internally, it'll control it. It can even scan the network. If you have it on the network, it'll scan your network, try to find anything that it can find that it can control. It'll do that. And then you can just go, hey, go do this shit. If this happens, do this. Like I could have a thing where it's like if, my son is supposed to do something like brush his teeth. I can even set a schedule in there. So like when it becomes time, it actually flashes his light in his room to let him know it's time to brush his teeth. I could have it flash a light in the kitchen to mean something. If somebody's at the front doorstep or somebody walks up, I can actually have it trigger an event so that it just flashes lights. So basically like Home Assistant can also do a lot of this. I haven't tried Home Assistant yet, but a lot of people say Home Assistant can do a lot of this stuff. But OpenRGB is just a dedicated lighting program with like a server and everything. Like, I don't know how much of this is actually just built in to the other thing, but OpenRGB, it's like easy to run. It's very easy to configure. It's very intuitive. And it just gave me access to all this stuff. I think it's badass. The only thing I haven't done. Oh, is Vader taking off? He said, yo, Jerry, it's a pleasure talking to you, brother. Appreciate all the feedback you had. Have an amazing night, my friend. And hope your back starts feeling better. You might need to kick its ass. Hey, thank you, brother. You have a good one, man. You have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. James Jayden said, Jerry, on the site of socials run by Elon Musk, I sent you a DM you need to check. Oh, well, here, let me check it. If I need to check it, yeah, I'll check it. Oh, man, I got shitloads of DM. Why, everybody's DMing me right now. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, click that. Okay, Theodore sent me a chat GPT thing I got to look at later. Oh, here, I found James's thing. Okay, what do we got here? So the word strawberry contains 3 R's. You can find them in the following positions. Strawberry. How many R's are in strawberry? Yeah, you're getting a different response than me. That's interesting. Yeah, no, I ran the test. I ran the test. So, let's see here. No, and James, just so you know, I didn't doubt you. I didn't doubt that you got the response that you did. I'm just saying that I did it live right here, and I didn't get the response you did. So I don't know if you have like different settings on the slider versus precise or something else. The only difference is I did have in mine, I had a capital H. So here, I'll even go do it again. Let me go to ChatGPT. Or not ChatGPT, what am I talking about? Go to Copilot. I have the slider set to precise. Okay, let me go back here. Come on, Copilot. Okay, it's set to precise. I'm going to say capital H, lowercase OW. How many R's, so capital R, apostrophe S, are there in strawberry? Question mark. The word strawberry contains 2 R's. Is there anything else you'd like to know? And just to make sure, just in case you don't believe me, since I said this before, I will send you a screenshot. Stand by so that you know. Here you go. And there you go. I just did that. So I went to Bing. I clicked on Copilot. I made sure the slider was on precise. I typed in how many R's are there. How many R's are there in strawberry? And that's what I got. 2 R's. All right, cool. It is now confirmed. Confirmed. Hey, John Hess, how's it going, brother? He said, Home Assistant can control your lights and a ton of other things, and you can connect sensors to it and write automation. It's awesome. I really need to, can it run as an app on Windows? Or does it have to like run under Linux with like WSL2 or something? Because I do want to try it. Like everybody talks about it, and if I like OpenRGB, maybe I'll really like HomeKit. Let me see, HomeKit, because it does sound like it does everything and more, right? Does HomeKit also have the ability to do like the quadrants with the lights with the TV, or is that something where I would have to use OpenRGB or not HomeKit? What the hell is it called? Not HomeKit, Home Assistant. Home Assistant. Let me find the website here. There we go. HomeAssistant.io. All right, so get started. Okay, so Home Assistant Green, the easiest way to get started with Home Assistant. You need an Ethernet connection. Affordable Home Assistant Green is the easiest way to start using Home Assistant. It's a plug and play and comes with Home Assistant already installed. No, don't want to buy anything. Oh, runs on Raspberry Pi. Okay, so this is like an operating system. This isn't like an app or a service. Okay, so you run it under a virtual machine or a Raspberry Pi. I actually do have a Raspberry Pi laying around. I got to find that. I can put it on there. Let's see here. JSON Precise is not on, and I am not logged into Bing when I tried it. So yeah. Yeah, try it with Precise on and see what you get. I'm just showing you what I got. Like, I just wanted you to see. That's why I gave you a screenshot, because I don't know if you heard me earlier when I said that I got 2 R's even when I tried it a second time. So, and I did believe that you got 3. Like, I wasn't like denying that you got 3. I'm just showing you what I got. But I wanted to send you a screenshot so you know for sure what I got. Let's see here. Or you have an old computer sitting around that can run it. It can run on a potato. Yeah, I wouldn't want to like dedicate an entire computer to it if it's like I just run it under a VM or something, because my computer's always running upstairs. I never put this computer to sleep, so I would just run it as like a background service or something. Sorry, a VM running in the background under Hyper-V. So let's see. Okay, so install another hardware. Okay, so it can install an x86 and x64. Okay, that's cool. Let's see. Install Home Assistant on Odroid devices. Okay, so that's like an alternative to Raspberry Pi. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it runs on all kinds of crap. Okay, so what does it say here? So automations, HaOS, Container, Core 1, Supervised, dashboards, integrations, add-ons, blueprints, one-click updates, and backups. Okay, so what is the difference here? So automations, so automating Home Assistant. Home Assistant contains information about all your devices and services. This information is available to the user in the dashboard. I do like the app on the phone. That's pretty sweet. That does look pretty cool, how you can like monitor and activate everything like right from a single thing on your phone. That would be pretty baller. Because I hate, like, right now, like, controlling the lights. I have to open up the Casa app, and it's kind of stupid. I don't know. I didn't check. Does OpenRGB have an app? Because I know it has a server, and if it has a server, you can connect to it and send commands. So I was wondering if, here, let me go into the store and see if there's an iOS app for OpenRGB. I'd imagine there would be. Somebody had to have written one, right? OpenRGB. Unless they don't want to pay for the Apple tax for the license. RGB. Why can't I type OpenRGB? RGB. RGB. No results found. Yeah, okay. I'm sure it's on Android, though. I bet money. You can also trigger iPhone native notifications. Okay, I got to try this. Adam said use a Docker container. Man, every time I play with Docker, I fuck something up royally. I have not had great luck with Docker. I don't know if Docker is one of those things where it's like you just got to really know it well and all of its quirks. But every time I've ever installed Docker, I've had nothing but problems with it. Like trying to bring containers online, creating my own container, getting it to run, have it not like lock up, have it not like sit there in some weird loop where like nothing's actually booting all the way so I can communicate with it. I'll have to play with it again. Because if I could run it as a Docker container, that would be ideal. Run it under WSL2 Ubuntu. Wait, so to run it under WSL2, that means that, can I run it as an app? Like it doesn't have to be like installed as like a fully booting operating system. Can it actually just run under WSL2 like as an app? Let's see here. Does Docker still use QEMU64? I'm not sure actually. Oh, so it is an app. It can't just run standalone. Oh, it's technically just a giant Python app. Interesting. Okay. So it's technically just a giant Python. That's kind of crazy. So it's a Python app and it runs on a Raspberry Pi. I wouldn't think Python would be that efficient for that. How responsive is it? Is it pretty responsive? Like if you issue a command to Home Assistant, does it like pretty much carry it out instantaneously, or is there any kind of lag? Not that it really matters. I guess the only thing it would matter for is like controlling like the TV 30 frames a second, but that's not something this would do anyways. Like for that, I'd want to like OpenRGB and have OpenRGB do that. That's like one thing OpenRGB would be better at, I'm guessing. Oh, it is responsive? Okay. All right. Well, here, before I forget this, because I keep not keeping notes where I can find them. Okay, I already have the Pally GG thing. So I'm going to drag out Home Assistant and stick it here on the dashboard because I want to remember that too. Oh, hell yeah. All right, cool. Thank you for the links. I appreciate it. Okay, so Copilot Precise and Creative do not work. It only works in More Balanced. More Balanced gets the 3-letter R correct. Interesting. Actually, you know what? It probably does, because I bet you one is GPT-4o and the other one's GPT-4 or GPT 3.5, because I had a similar experience when I was doing the demo at the very beginning of Tech Talk today, where I was in Poe and I opened up GPT-4 Mini and GPT-4o, and 4o got it right and 4o Mini got it wrong. Let's see here. Cal Braun said another option is to use Node-RED, which I use along with Home Assistant. What does Node-RED do? Man, I'm learning about all. You guys are teaching me more than I'm teaching you today. All right, let's see. Node-RED. What is Node-RED? Node-RED is a programming tool for wiring together hardware devices, APIs, and online services in new and interesting ways. Oh, okay. Browser-based flow editing. Oh, wow. That looks a lot like doing like Lego Mindstorm. Built on Node.js. Seems like everything is these days. Okay, run locally, run on a device, or run in the cloud. Okay, so, and I'm guessing from Home Assistant, you trigger this. So you create the script, or the event-driven application in Node-RED, and then Home Assistant then runs it and manages it like as a sub-process. Wait, what? Olel says he thinks we are in agreement? What are we in agreement on? Olel, what did I say? Am I that tired that we're starting to agree on things? Like, what's going on? What are we agreeing on? Node-RED is like Scratch on steroids. Oh, okay. All right. So can trigger Node-RED for automation. All right, this is cool. I got to save this one too. Man, you guys are good. I'm going to get that automation itch. I can already tell. After playing with OpenRGB the other day, I was already getting like that shake. Like I was like, that little itch. It's like, ooh, automation's calling my name. Old Barnacules got to go to beep, boop, beeps and get the shit happening. I do love automation. I've always had a passion for automation. Like that's one of the things I enjoyed the most when I was at Microsoft was writing automation. Like I loved solving problems by taking like really complex tasks that cost people a lot of time and making them not only automated, but like heavily instrumented and debugged. So this could be a lot of fun. Zigbee to MQTT is also goated if you have tons of Zigbee sensors. I have 0 Zigbee sensors. However, I am thrilled to discover that OpenRGB works with WLED. That's pretty cool. I'm going to be playing with that a lot because that is a WLED display. I plan to do some more strips around the windows and stuff to also be controlled with WLED. I got a bunch of ESP32s around here. I want to put them to work. I also had an idea. What do you guys think about this? I don't know if I'm going to do it yet. Not 100%. I'm still on the fence. But what would you guys think about me taking one of my old 50-inch screens? Like they're kind of dim, but on camera they look bright for some reason, but they're dim like in real life. But what'd you think if I took one of the 50-inch screens and like built a mount so that it's in the window? So like it tucks down in there, but it's like basically it's like a window, and I don't know, maybe I 3D print a border on it or something to make it look like a window and recess it in there. Would that be cool? Because I don't open that window very often, but would that be cool to have that in the background and then just have like chat scrolling in the background on a physical screen or something instead of having it like overlaid? I guess it seems like a hell of a lot of effort for something that you could just overlay. I mean, I could superimpose it at an angle and like render it in 3D and make it look like it's there. So I guess you don't really need a screen to do that. That might be a bit overkill. But the nice thing about having it as a screen back there is I could just easily drag things over to it and just be like, oh, hey, you guys want to see something? And I could literally physically just have it behind me, like displaying on a screen in my physical space. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't know. I got a long way to go to get everything back to the way it used to be. I wish I could snap my fingers and get back to like my old setup with like the robotic arm, multiple cameras, all my lighting stuff, my leaf blower, all my events, my sound effects, my AI integrations. I miss it all, man. I had so much shit and all of it just like fell apart and I don't know where half of it is. Oh my God. It's like, I just got to go. Let's see here. Hurtful Spring said OpenRGB.com does not seem to be open source, but OpenRGB.org is. OpenRGB.com also redirects the download to single RGB. Oh, shit. Did I send you guys a link to a fucking scammer? Hold on. OpenRGB.org. God damn it, I did. Guys, I'm a terrible person. Don't go to RG. I hope you guys didn't just like fucking install some like shitware or something. No, it's OpenRGB.org. Thank you so much for correcting that. So OpenRGB.com. Looks like here, OpenRGB. Yeah, that's the wrong icon. So OpenRGB is like, a platform to sync your devices and control your RGB from one free app. But there's also OpenRGB, which is open source, which is OpenRGB.org, which does the exact same thing, except for has more features and it's free. And it's open source. Whereas Signal RGB looks like they just took OpenRGB and compiled it and are probably selling it to people. Although it does say free. It says download now. I don't know. Did anybody run this through VirusTotal? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so downloading. Here, let me download it here. I'm going to be, hey, if I linked it to you guys, I'll put myself through the same pain. All right, so I downloaded the installer. Let's see if it barks at it. It's thinking about it. What's it doing? Oh. Nope, you guys should be fine. Good. I don't know what the difference is, though. Like, did somebody just, like, skin OpenRGB? Or, I don't know. That seems weird. All right, let me open it up to VirusTotal, though, because I checked it. It's signed. The binary's signed, and the Defender's fine with it. So I'm uploading it right now to VirusTotal. We'll let VirusTotal have the final word. Watch, it's going to be like, viruses everywhere. You've infected your whole audience. Nope, we're good. We are good. Not a single thing wrong. No security vendors flagged this file as malicious. Okay, I'm running the detailed scan because it doesn't look like anybody's scanned this thing in a while. Okay, it's scanning. Okay, configuring analysis engines and sandboxes. By the way, if you haven't used VirusTotal is the shit. I love VirusTotal. Okay, nothing detected. Still going through all the different engines. It basically uses like every virus scanner engine on the entire planet and scans it and then does some other shit too. Yeah, we're 100% undetected. Okay, okay, it might be closed source, but it's safe closed source. So, okay, at least I didn't like contaminate you guys, but if you install that thing and it pops up, it's like, hey, do you want Pro? Do you want to pay for like a license or whatever? I mean, they're probably just selling you OpenRGB. OpenRGB is available on Home Assistant. Wait, like Home Assistant will let you like install it through it, or is it just compatible with it? Okay, so at least OpenRGB.com is safe, but OpenRGB.org is the one you want to go to. That's the open source one. All right, guys, I have to tell you, my hip is now hurting me quite a bit, so it's been kind of degrading here. So I think I'm going to call it since we've gone many, many hours over. And I just realized that Hobbs is coming over to help me build my computer tomorrow, and the entire nerd cave is still completely trashed. I was supposed to have it cleaned yesterday, but my air conditioner ate up all my time trying to fix it because I couldn't have Hobbs burning up here while we were upgrading stuff. So I got to do some cleaning tonight, but I am on 1.5 hours of sleep, so I think I'm going to go downstairs, take myself a couple-hour nap. Then I'm going to come up here and clean everything out of the way and try to clear a spot so Hobbs and I can get up here tomorrow. And then we're going to do our thing and see if we can't make a computer chooch. It's going to be fun. You guys have been awesome, though. I had a blast. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'm fine, OLL. You don't got to worry about me. Remember, I've been doing this YouTube and shit for very, very, very long time. At least, like, God, when did I start? 2008? I think it was my first video upload. So, and I've been doing live streaming for at least 8 or 9 years on or off. Yeah, so don't worry. I can handle all the shit. And trust me, there's way worse than you, bro. Way worse. Trust me, like I didn't have to ban you. There's a lot of people I have to ban because they're like, fuck you, motherfucker, kill you, Trump, throw you in the garbage, you piece of shit. I hope you die of diabetes. Yeah, you didn't do none of that. So as far as I'm concerned, you're a good guy. We may not agree on shit, but hey, you know what? You're at least nice about it. Well, for the most part. We might have both kind of like tilted over the edge a little bit here and there, but you know what? Hey, I'm gonna chuck that up to old cultural barriers. That way we don't have to worry about it. All right, guys, I am so fucking tired. You have no idea. It's really hit me hard now. So I'm going to go get some CP seeps and you guys enjoy your weekend. And I will see you on hopefully Monday, rocking a 12900K if the build goes good tomorrow with old Hobbs Latoff. And, yeah, it's going to be good times. All right. Thank you so much again. I want to go back. Oh my God. This is like, you guys were so freaking generous today. Oh, is the activity feed not going to load now? Oh, thank you. Thank you, activity feed. I was going to read out everybody's name again that did a super chat, but thank you for the super chats and the memberships. You guys are absolutely awesome. If you didn't see the 7-minute video that I uploaded yesterday, just go to my channel after this and you can watch it. It's nothing crazy special, but I used percussive maintenance to fix my air conditioner. Honestly, didn't think it was going to work. It ended up working, so I published the video. It's only 7 minutes long. It was impromptu. I never expected it to actually work. It was just one step on the road to try to get my AC working again before my friend had to come up here in a massively hot room and help me build a computer. And luckily it worked out. The AC is working and the coil hasn't completely frozen solid, so the relay is releasing. So far so good. Although I do need to replace that relay because it's not going to last very much longer. All right. I think I've said everything I need to say. And on that note, you guys have yourself a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Peace out. Later.